Revenge is here. Revenge, where are you calling from?
From the bottom of...
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down.
Hey, what's up, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS and the LCS waiting room ahead of our next weekend of LCS Lock and Play. We're lucky to have Spawn joining us. Always a pleasure to have you, my friend. Welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
I'm glad we got you. I'm glad we were able to secure you on the show today. I did hear, kind of through the grapevine, a little bit of a debacle. Almost didn't get you on the show today. You care to explain why?
What happened?
Unfortunately, I had a little bit of a mishap with my passport, Raz, which no longer seems to be functioning.
Why is
all
it
that
ripped
well.
up?
I'm worried that so much paper is coming out of the passport.
You're not going back to
Can you
Australia
just let me
anytime
know
soon.
if I can get on a plane with this?
No, you can't! Like, every airport I've been to are like, you need a new passport because there's like slight wire.
Do not S this. There's I don't know what the word.
What is
So-
that supposed to say?
What happened?
So what happened? So we have a lot of good staff at Team Liquid, and some of them help do like just clean up the apartments and things like that. Unfortunately, I left my passport in a pair of my jeans.
Yeah, I would have imagined.
Which subsequently went through the washer and dryer. So I think I need a renewal.
Do you still have your visa page? Are you about to get deported? What's
So
going on?
that's what I took out
Okay.
because they were very careful to be like, do not have any of your personal
Yeah, we're not going to
documents on
flip
the
this towards
broadcast.
camera or anything like that, but my
yeah.
goodness, this is a shell of an identity right here.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, we're glad you were able to make it into the building today. We're lucky to have you to help lend some insight to kind of that first look at teams here in 2022. I think you know the rules, having seen the first week of the lock-in tournament, what LCS Waiting Room is. We basically just key into the conversations that are kind of already happening in the community, and we're going to use community comments to get ourselves started. So first up, Delta Raven here says C9 is looking decent. They're top 4 for sure. But we need to see how they do against 100 Thieves. If they win, that means a lot. EG, on the other hand, looks the most solid of any of the lock-in teams. So where does everybody stand on this? Because Cloud9 has yet to have their, quote-unquote, toughest test in 100 Thieves yet, but they are the undefeated team in Group A.
So one thing about both C9 and 100 Thieves is they have the same strength of schedule.
True.
Which is something that actually I think not a lot of people have been pointing out, or at least people have been pointing out the strength of schedule when it comes to C9, but not 100 Thieves. And so since they did drop that game to FlyQuest, I do think even with that loss, this is the biggest test for both teams. But something I did want to bring up was they've had the exact same strength of schedule. So today's match means a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, a little unsurprising just because if you have a team of Sven, Blabber, right, they still do have core pieces. I mean, the fact that Sven's going to have the chance to play in lock-ins goes a long way for people, A, to ask the same question, like, he's not going to be on an LCS roster or like a major regions roster next year, right? Or like, depending on how things go. And I mean, he started off incredibly strong, same with Blabber and Fudge, up with a lot of expectations how he was able to perform mid.
And I just want to champion kind of the two other players on Cloud9 a little bit because Darshan, obviously returning to the LCS stage, had a really good showing. A lot of people wouldn't be keeping up with Academy, but he's been, a very solid, if not top 3, top laner in Academy for a while.
Yes.
And Isles, their support, who a lot of people wouldn't have known, obviously played 1 year of OPL, came over, played Academy for Cloud9, and this guy's a genuine prodigy. Like, he is really, really good from that position. And I just think overall, the Cloud9 roster is very balanced. They know their roles. They've bought into the system. And if this is a look to come of how flexible and adaptable Cloud9 will be, this could actually be a really great year for the organization.
Right, especially when you consider, too, the shoes that he's filling in for, right? Vulcan. And that's kind of that second piece of that tweet where the mention of EG saying, like, yeah, they're already decided as one of the best. And that's definitely what it feels like when you look at Group B. But EG, the team to pick up Vulcan and get that, kind of boon to their roster.
And what I would say is when you build a roster, it's all about identity. And I think that EG did a really great job of building an aggressive roster. And Vulcan's obviously bought into that role. And he looks like a stud already.
Now, what you're seeing here on your screens is the different possible scenarios in terms of what can happen as a result of the way that the games go today. So if Cloud9 is to win that game against 100 Thieves, boom, they secure first in Group A. 100 Thieves are either second or third then because of that dropped game to FlyQuest pending some other results. Of course, if 100 Thieves wins, they're going to secure first because they'll be tied in the record, but winning the head-to-head against Cloud9. Cloud9 would then secure second place in Group A. So just a little bit of thoughts about what could happen today.
Yep, it's a matchup we're all watching out for, and it's similar to the players. Like hearing from Blabber just after his wins, like he said, yeah, they weren't challenged up until this point, but they were looking forward to the 100 Thieves match, even with the loss versus FlyQuest. And we're going to be seeing, I would imagine, a rejuvenated 100 Thieves after that loss. It's a bit of a wake-up.
Yeah, I don't so much want to read into the loss necessarily itself against FlyQuest, but I do just kind of want to get it out there that that's a surprise.
Yeah.
Again, we came into this year going 100 Thieves, retaining their roster. They're one of the favorites. They're the team to look at. We blew past that game looking at this C9 game to go, okay, that's where we'll figure out whether or not they really are the team to beat. But they've already been beat by FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's a single game. I'll say that. So, like, let's keep that in mind. It's a best of one. However, I want to give credit to FlyQuest because I thought they looked really bad in their first day. Like, really, really bad. Very
This is
disjointed.
how you give credit to teams?
Very disjointed. Look, I'm getting there.
They
okay?
sucked.
They were, yeah.
TLA's coming next spawn.
All right, they recovered on the second day. They looked much more well coordinated. They looked like a team. And so to have that kind of transformation, actually with such a short turnaround time, I thought was really impressive considering what we've said about the old FlyQuest roster was that individual pieces, fine, but they never got it together.
And that's where I wanted to go. I think a lot of people have disagreeing opinions on FlyQuest and Immortals and where these teams sit in the table.
Yeah.
I think, like, as an analyst, you're either like all in on one or the other, and like these are like one of these two teams could potentially upset like the top 5 of the LCS and make that run. And to Emily's point, I think what happened on day one is like anyone that had backed them really panicked like hard because they just did not look cohesive and they didn't look together as a group. And I think the impressive thing about the 100 Thieves win is whilst 100 Thieves were not proactive, you still have to take a game off a team as good as 100 Thieves. If you just let them scale, FBI, Abadage, they're going to be able to close out a game against you. But FlyQuest did play the game correctly, and that lends itself to the fact that they could be a good team.
Yeah, and a lot of credit for me watching that game to Aframu. I thought Aframu played incredibly well throughout it. Kind of goes to show the bottom 3 of the map for that team being Kukui, Aframu, and Johnson. I think if they're going to be playing as consistently as they did in that one game, but I would say even in their bad losses, like the first 10 minutes of the game, it felt like they had a coherent idea of how they wanted to play the map, which is far better than how I imagined FlyQuest last year. So still, lock-ins really early on, but at least they have a trajectory.
I mean, from my perspective, it's quite a statement if you look like a team, for the first time in a game against a team that is lauded as being greater than the sum of its parts, right? 100 Thieves for so long, at least through the summer split of last year, was like, wow, this is a team that is on the same page, operates well together. So for FlyQuest to be able to stack up against them, I'd say it's impressive. Would like to see that growth continue. Next up, we're going to move right along. The topic teaser for this is going to come courtesy of Hotline League, Travis Gafford and Mark Z. But they had Revenge and Gilhoto on the show. There was some good back and forth banter, lots of fun. You love to see that kind of stuff happening in the community. So kind of ripped straight from Hotline League, but we've got a comment here as well. It was very funny to hear Gilhoto become fully serious to Revenge. He was 100% right, and it reminded me that Revenge is still young as a player. I believe we do have a clip, so I want to dive into that. We'll come out of it. We'll talk about it for just a bit.
Here we go.
Revenge is here. Revenge, where are you calling from?
From the bottom of Group B.
I'm calling from the trenches of Group B in Lock-in. Yeah, it's really nice. It's cozy down here, honestly. Like, I think I'm getting used to it. It's feeling good. I have a serious one. Okay. How has it been
to destroy the Nexus? You kind of need to learn that, actually.
No. Shit. All right, no. You know what? Honestly, it's fine. We haven't versed TL yet. He can talk all the shit he wants, but it'll just make it feel better when we shit on them. Like, that's all. Either way, like, I honestly, the funniest thing, I don't even care. All our losses do not matter, but beating TL will be the juiciest thing. Like, that's the only thing that matters right now.
Next time you play against us, you can already play without pressure, right? Because like first week you're already out of lock-in.
Oh, I mean, dude, it's true. There's no pressure.
Just just be your best, you know.
There's no pressure. No.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Andre, I'm a bit disappointed, man. I thought going to TL, your analysis and coaching would improve, but I mean,
yes, it would improve too. But
Oh, okay.
How
No,
can
let
you,
me
how
ask.
can you do this? How can you keep talking shit when you're literally losing to CLG and Dignitas? XU.
Wait,
beat you.
what?
So Revenge, comfortable down there in the trenches.
It's a war zone.
As you said, it is a war zone, man. No one's safe here on the LCS in 2022. I mean, I love that banter. I don't know if I agree with the sentiment that all the losses don't matter as long as you beat TL. But
It's how sweet it tastes going up against and beating TL. That's what it matters.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
But no, I enjoy the shit talking. We need a resurgence of it, right?
Yeah,
On
we
Twitter, on social, or at least like on shows like Travis's Hotline League, anything like it, because it keeps the business going. So need more of that.
And like, let's not sugarcoat it. It is personal. When you have a coach that leaves a roster to then go coach another roster, and Revenge would have felt like he was like starting his LCS career very fortunately under Andre and was probably learning a lot. He probably does want to go out there and beat this guy. And I think that I've had this relationship with players as well. When FBI left my team in Oceania to go to Bombers, and then he won the finals against us the next split to go to MSI, we sat down, we had a meal together afterwards.
You haven't spoken to him since.
We sat down, had a meal together afterwards, and he let me know a couple of times that I didn't renew his contract. And I was like, okay, that is fair enough. Like, you came fourth with me twice, you let me down. But yes, technically you did beat me now, and like, I probably have to eat that.
He brings out that you didn't renew my contract. That's amazing.
I love that. Who paid for the bill?
I don't know. Maybe Victor owes me a couple of meals.
Champion mentality right there. I mean, exactly.
It would have been Alpha if he paid for the meal, actually, though. Because if we went out to dinner afterwards and he was like, don't worry, this one's on me, like, I don't know if you could recover that ego-wise.
Well, speaking of your history and kind of the saga of being a coach, we wanted to key into the work that you've done with TLA. So jumping off of a tweet you made, I'm incredibly proud of the TLA boys. The goal Steve set for me when I joined Team Liquid was give them a squad that was next man up and ready to compete. And so far, when called, we have sent 4 people to the LCS and all have done this job. First of all, I love the way that this is worded. And I do have to wonder, and I just want to kind of confirm that, like, is that the language that was used in that discussion around what the goals were for TLA?
Yeah, absolutely. When I came to Team Liquid, like, a couple of things happened. So we had just gone through a finals run where we didn't have the strongest academy roster, and going into like a finals week, as everyone that has worked on a team would know, is you rely really heavily on your second unit. And we felt like Cloud9 and TSM had this advantage that they had really good second units, and we necessarily didn't have that second unit to be able to push the main squad. So that was the first thing. And then the other thing is we knew that, in a world with COVID, in a world with everything else happening, there was going to be circumstances when academy players needed to be able to play LCS.
Yes.
And I was really challenged and given a job that when that happens, they need to be able to go out there and perform well. So we created, the squad as a 10-man team. We wanted to play very similar styles of League of Legends, but still have individual strengths. And when players went up to the LCS, they were able to come across and show that. We scrimmed a lot against the team last year. We're scrimming against the team again this year. And it just feels great. As someone that's been on Team Liquid and going through this process, I feel like we've really built a solid team.
Yeah, you mentioned those 4 players. I mean, one right now who's starting as a top laner, Jenkins, right now for CLG, right? So, like, that is, it is a long-term growth of being able to work in academy, work on your points, and then now being seen as a viable top LCS product.
And I want to point out that, when we put the team together last year, a lot of people were like, why did you invest into Jenkins? This guy's been hard stuck academy for 3 years. Like, what do you see in him? But he had just gone to China, played on the Super Server, got Challenger, went to Korea, boot camped, got Challenger, was able to join the squad twice at international boot camps and did a really great job. And I think when he filled in for Alfari, did an admirable job in very tough circumstances. The stress on that guy was insane last year. And now seeing him get picked up by CLG, having, a little bit of a rough start, he'll bring it back, but he's one of those players that I just believe so much in and will be able to go to that next level.
Can I ask you this? Is it tough that success, essentially, in your position means that you will essentially have to say goodbye to the player that you're working so closely with to eventually send them on to, say, a starting LCS position to get traded to another team, now to fulfill, that next level of play. But boom, that means you succeeded, you two as a group succeeded enough that you don't get to work with them anymore.
Yeah, in some ways, but at the same time, I always say to everyone in academy, your job is to make LCS or be a competitor for LCS. So my job as a coach to get to a level where if I wanted to, I could coach LCS. If I wanted to stay in academy, I can do that as well. Your job as a top laner, Jenkins, is to get to the LCS level. And that means eventually we're going to have to part ways. Whether I send Ayla to the LCS team right now, I'm not coaching him. You know, maybe eventually he'll come back. But I do think that as an academy coach, you have to be able to build these relationships that pushes the players to the next level. It's not about team success necessarily, although that is great. It's about getting the individual to the level that they want to be at.
Talk to me about just how this year is going in terms of the TLA to TL relationship. Obviously, we know that Bjergsen just had. Well, we know that Bjergsen, right, just had his own little stint in academy, but we've also just forever heard the tales of Bjergsen and his work ethic, getting to work alongside him and have him work alongside your other academy players. Just lay it on me, 2022, what's it been like?
Yeah, well, I mean, credit to Bjerg, because this is a guy that's had COVID. He's publicly come out and said that he's been trying to get back into playing. He said that he was at about 60%. We thought we were going to have Harry here for week 1, and then some complications with Harry in Oceania meant that he couldn't get on the plane, and Bjerg straight away was like, I'll play. Like, that's not an issue at all. Obviously, that creates some issues with scrims and stuff for the LCS team, if you know the schedule, but this is a guy that's always been willing to have that mentality of he will do what it takes to be a great teammate and winning. And that's been the incredible thing that I've been showing the academy team so far is Bwipo has a winning mindset. Bjergsen has a winning mindset. Hans's mindset is like next to, like, he's insane actually as a player. And it's been so great for me as the academy coach to be able to point towards these veterans on the LCS team and show like the lengths they will go to be successful.
It's interesting, like, how infectious it is.
Yeah.
Because with Core JJ, you know, in off-season, you would have these off-season tournaments and all these things. Ayla goes back to Oceania, does the exact same thing. Like, it never feels like there's an off switch in terms of how much work you're putting in. So it's definitely something you can tell that the academy players are putting in. In fact, I remember back when I was in academy, like, Darshan's greatest thing that he would always say about Jenkins, of course, now with CLG, is that he always grinded 1v1 so he knows the matchups.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, all the time, like, the best person he would talk to kind of know the matchups would be Jenkins, just because he would like practice how many of them. So that goes to show the work ethic they have behind the scenes.
So I'm totally kind of extrapolating and moving beyond the scope of the discussion that we're having right now, but I'm kind of intrigued at the topic of what do you feel as a coach is maybe the thing that the LCS slash the ecosystem here in North America is missing the most in terms of the competitiveness? Is it a mindset thing of players? Is it a structural thing or an approach to practice? Is it a resources thing? Like, where do you feel there's still the most investment to be made in leveling up the League of Legends scene?
I actually think last year was a great year for North America. And what I will say by that is that I think that the new academy system, especially in Split 2, where we went to best of 2s, played more games, you know, going from 9 to 36 games is such a jump up, and then having amateur also compete showed how kind of equal the playing field was. And then there was also a lot of opportunity for academy teams to scrim LCS teams within this system. And then we also had an okay Worlds run. And I think what that gave everyone was a lot more confidence. All of a sudden, GMs are willing to invest in these academy players. Academy teams are way more likely to take opportunities on bringing role-swapping people, bringing them up. And I think it's just flattened out the ecosystem. Sure, there is still a ceiling to punch through because we have great imports coming into the region. But I do think that teams are now way more willing to take risks. And we're seeing it in people like Ayla, Isles, you know, the Fudge lane swap. Ryoma had a really good week last week. I just think a ton of players are playing much better on the LCS stage now.
And one thing I'm glad you pointed out is how much having a good academy and amateur system not only helps in terms of like matriculation, but also the main team scrimming. Like, right, we've talked about how Kenby and Tenacity went with 100 Thieves to Worlds for that purpose. Older like Korean teams would actually bring their sister team to Worlds so that they would be able to like scrim against them constantly. And one thing I think the LCS had last year that I credit a lot to the work that academy and amateur teams did is because I would look at those games and they'd be trying out all sorts of different strategies that I didn't necessarily always see on the LCS stage, or I'd always see them taking those risks in academy first. And it was really cool to see that come up. And then also to see so many teams have different actual play styles from team to team to team. So you could see where it came from, okay, they took this from their academy team or something within that org they then brought that to LCS, and it was different for multiple teams across the board.
Yeah, and I can give you a real example. When Gwen came out, she was busted. But TLA, like, our job was to just leave Gwen open every single game, and Jenkins was trying to find out what the counter to Gwen was. So and I think Jenkins then showed on the LCS stage that at the start, he was willing to play Gangplank and Akali into Gwen, and he had a couple of really good games when it first happened. So things like that Emily's talking about is like really real and tangible right now.
The next step, I would say, for Academy, because it's really important to celebrate the wins. I agree. Last year was great.
Especially winning. That was great.
Winning helps.
Yeah.
It always helps.
But I think the next step is just a lot of Academy's teams still only have, like, one head coach. They don't really have much of a staff to work with players, especially in Academy and in Amateur, which really requires heavy coaching on fundamentals and just like general things to get people
ready. So you want two-headed coaches.
There we go, two coaches
going
with
forward.
one coach with two heads. But no, just like two-way player coach, someone who works with the main team. Just like I think a larger staff for Academy is definitely needed if you want to put more support in it.
Well, it's cool to see what comes out of the lab and how those Academy teams and the systems continue to develop, build, and support the LCS ecosystem. From here, we're going to dive into our first match. So let's roll that opening and dig into our first matchup of the day. Welcome to the LCS lock-in tournament for the final day of the group stage. That's right, today we're going to say goodbye to 2 of the 10 teams as we fill in our bracket here for the lock-in tournament. Let's take a look at our standings, though, and remember how the teams fell and stacked up coming out of week 1. It was Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses who topped both of their groups at 3-0, but plenty of teams right behind them, Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, to name the 2 most competitive of them all. But we've got plenty of important matchups coming your way today. Starting things off with Dignitas, QNTMPAY, and CLG kicking off our day. I kind of want to dive straight into matchups. Obviously, we've already put a spotlight on that second match of the day, 100 Thieves and Cloud9 as the decider for Group A and who will top it. But I do not want to ignore the one that we're kicking things off with. And so when it comes to Dignitas and CLG, one big announcement, and I think it's got to come out first. It's River.
He's here.
He is here,
He's
and he will
playing.
be stepping on to the LCS stage today.
So I don't know how much time he's had to practice with the team, but to give
Probably
an
0.
overview, yeah, I was gonna say, to give an overview of River, he is really impressed at the past few events he's been to with PSG Talon. It's gonna come up in this role, but he had this really amazing Talon game, yes, where they took like triple TP. It was great. We haven't seen Talon yet. In the LCS, Raz and I were arguing about it in the green room of whether it's good, good or not. But I think there are certain compositions you could play with Talon. I think I do see him a little bit more as a facilitator for the team. So once he gets better lane communication with Dignitas is going to be really important to their overall success.
Yeah, and for me, for River, it's always been about the fact that he has a pretty damn good understanding of just the map state. When I was watching him back in the PCS, it's just, for the most part, when they were dominant, it was taking the game slowly, having a large lead, and just snowballing it, right? And when XU came in, he was fast-paced. He was constantly scrapping and fighting, and it made the games a lot more kind of flippy. Don't expect that for River. I expect the games to kind of be, if they get a lead through blue, or through Neo, just to kind of play through that and play a lot more slow and steady. That's
what I will say, however, is that's kind of the PCS, formerly LMS region as a whole, and then they send these players to the LPL and they start playing like absolutely crazy people. So there is a chance that River does come out here, play things like Lee Sin and his Talon, and can speed up the game. I know that just PCS as a region has been as slow as like kind of Korea historically on the international stage, so it might not necessarily be a player trait, but like a region trait there.
River as an individual, obviously someone to get excited about. CLG as a whole, though, I think something to get excited about for a couple of years now, we have been asking, or questioning rather, whether or not that org, is making the right moves to find success. And this year, they double, triple down on a new strategy, brought in a whole new lineup, right? And whether or not they're going to be the #1 team in the LCS left to be decided. But I'm pretty excited about what they've shown us already, Spawn.
Yeah, and I don't think whether fans were asking or questioning is the right way to put it. I think they were telling the org pretty directly at some point.
Do something or else.
Yeah, but I think that this is a really exciting lineup. And for me, it's because they took the best players from a lot of the roles in Academy and gave them that shot. And I think the way they did it is really intelligent because they also took an Academy coaching staff and they've kind of galvanized the team. And when you bring a team together, making it them and us is a really great way to form instant bonds. And now it's go out there and prove it. And I think every single Academy player is also looking at this team and yeah, guys, go out there and prove it. So I think that they have a lot of internal support behind them, pushing it forward. People like Luga, Jenkins, these guys all really deserve shots. You look at Poom and kind of the rap that he got from the 100 Thieves first time around, definitely deserves another shot. Contracts definitely deserves another shot. So I am just incredibly happy with how they put together this roster. And I personally want to see them succeed.
Now, that said, in building the roster, or in building rosters, rather, a lot of times we look to try and identify who is that core member, who's the person that is the linchpin.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that
100%?
All right, because I think from a star power perspective, most people would think contracts, right? At least he is the name that is probably the most known of the 5 out there, but you're going with Luke.
That bot lane can actually be insane. Not only them as a duo, but also the meta right now, the champions that you're playing. Yeah. If they can get advantages in 2v2, they can be an incredible bot lane, actually, contending against the best in the LCS.
Yeah, and as someone that coached against this guy all of last year, he had Kenvi on his team, Tenacity on his team, Ryoma on his team, and you still have to spend 60, 70% of your bans on the bottom lane, because if there is an AD carry that is dominant, this guy's laning phase is just insanely good. And I think the Poom facilitates that very well. They're on the same page. And when you have a cohesive bottom lane in what is right now a bottom lane dominant meta, you have things like Caitlyn Lux, Jinx running around. He is just really, really good at this style of League of Legends.
And that's why you should expect the drafts for this team as they evolve throughout the year to just kind of center around the bot lane. Because that should be their most consistent part of the map. That being said, talking to some of the players, they have full faith in the mechanics of all of their talent, right? Rightfully so. We've seen them last year, having their game where they were able to take over. Jenkins had his game when he was able to do that. Same can be said for, actually, Contracts had a lot of games. But so the mechanics is there. It is the team play. It is the coordination. The last time we saw them just last week was a lot of coordination failures. And I'm sure that they've recognized that.
Also had some very wildly different looking drafts, between their own games, right?
Yes.
And so that's where I wonder too how they hone in on a specific identity in terms of a play style as well. With only a couple minutes to go before game 1, I want to get some predictions out on the table, but maybe in doing so also really briefly hit on the mid lane. This has been an interesting year in which we talk about the mid lane in a lot of ways feeling very open. Yes, we're welcoming back Bjergsen. Yes, we expect him to still be a top competing mid laner in the league. But for players like Palafox, this feels like the season, if ever, to really make a name for yourself. Do you think he can do it, though, in this game here? Dig CLG.
Palafox, Chemtank, Akali.
Chemtank, Akali!
Let's see it.
All right. Does that bring them the win?
Yeah, sure. No, actually, seriously, did take CLG.
I was like, I don't know if this is a giant thing.
No, I'm not trolling you. I'm sorry, I'm not trolling you.
Okay.
And I actually really do want to see that.
That would be
Palafox. Akali is something we know he plays and is really comfortable.
There we go.
The tech. Raz, what are you thinking?
I was pretty shocked by the actual good play that Dignitas had the last time we rolled around blue. I know XU was a big piece of it, but I think River is actually going to be a good upgrade. And also, their bot lane. I mean, I'm always a fan of Neo as a carry, and I think that he will take over. So I have Dignitas for this one.
Dignitas call with River stepping in. Spawn, you're the tiebreak.
Yeah, I mean, Palafox actually played yesterday against Bjergsen, funnily enough, in Academy, and he looked pretty good. I do think that this CLG team will be much more confident against Dignitas. Dignitas are bringing in a new member as well, and I think jungle at the moment is a very crucial role. So therefore, I'm going to go with CLG. But I am interested to see how River and Blue navigate this first game, because Contracts is really aggressive, and if you give Palafox any edge and you open up that middle of the map, Contracts can just run over a game really, really quickly, as being pointed out by the desk.
Y'all good there? You
Yep.
recoiled. Looked like you had a bit of response.
Oh, no. I mean, I'm.
Oh,
I'm
I was
taking it in.
like, oh,
I'm taking
Rad's
it
about to
in. You know what
post
that
it.
is? You know what that is?
What?
It's the chills. Because I'm cold in here.
It's not cold. Are you
It's
cold?
cold.
You
I'm
always make
Yeah.
it so cold in the studio.
Spawn's comfortable. I'm comfortable. I only got like sweaty palms, man.
freezing.
We could probably lower it a couple
This is
degrees.
Don't be nervous.
If
Don't be nervous.
somebody
This
wouldn't
is
mind doing that for me. We're going to work on the AC here in this room, but to kick off the final day of the group stage, we're joining Pastry Time and Jat for our first call of the day. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much. My name's Petrie. This is Jet. Welcome back once again to the casting desk, mate. It's nice to have you.
It's good to be back, man. I actually don't remember the exact date that you and I cast together the last time.
long time
it was,
ago at this
it must have
point.
been sometime in 2020, so I'm really looking forward to being back, especially in studio with the fancy lights, even if we hadn't added like more extra people yet.
Yeah.
But soon enough.
Need about 10, 12 people on the stage. Need maybe a couple hundred people in
yeah.
here. That'd be nice. But, you know, we're getting there. We're getting there. Thankfully, we do have great games here, kicking things off. Last day group stage, so those 8 spots, 2 teams are going to go home at the end of it all as we kick off quarterfinals tomorrow, but Dig versus CLG to start things off.
Yeah, and I agree with the desk. This is a very intriguing matchup. Some specific trends that I'm looking to see from most teams this week is an increased priority on mid lane picks in the 1-2-3. So last week, we saw most 1-2-3 picks being jungle, AD carry, and support, and then everything else was falling to 4-5 for the solo laners. But what I've seen, Corki winning a lot of games, and if Corki is gone, Victor winning a lot of games. So depending on how this first phase of bans go, I think if Corki's not banned, my opinion is he should be on a premium just with the length of games. They haven't been particularly snowbally, and once Corki gets to Luden's Manamune spike, he seems to be an incredibly potent poke champion.
Yeah, definitely seeing games be on the slower side, I have to say, to kick things off. So it makes sense that a lot of those high priority scaling mid laners are looking good. You're kind of getting half of your wish, I will say. LeBlanc Akali, the first 2 bans, at least in the next one there for Dig, going to take that one out of the very capable hands of Contracts, as J4 going to be responded to in kind by CLG.
Yeah, and a build that if you were watching LEC, you would have seen a lot of, or if you've just been playing solo queue, is the emergence of this new Chem Tank Akali, where you build the Chem Tank Mythic and you just dominate bruisers and side lanes while still having late game assassination power. So that was within the last week, right? So Akali, I think, has a high chance of being very, very banned this whole weekend.
Yeah, I believe there are changes coming into that, but I don't remember if they've hit live yet or not. But certainly still around in this iteration of the game is Diana. Not a bang we see that often. Definitely a pick that Contract showed up on a lot last year. And definitely a pick that's been played around the world. LEC, of course, loves their Diana jungle, it feels like.
Yeah, and also the Jarvan ban, I feel like, is interesting. That is one of the better frontline junglers that I think pairs very well with the type of Jinx, Aphelios, AD carry meta that we have found ourselves in. But now that we're done with bans, where's the Corki? It's
right there.
It's either first pick
Right
or
there.
it's going to be soon.
Not that one. Different
Yeah,
Godel.
well, if they pick Teemo, then you can just ignore everything I'm saying, but that's a very common hover.
It is actually. We'll see what actually goes in. Hey, look.
There
It's
we go.
Corki. I didn't lie to you all.
Okay. Yeah, and I actually don't. So generally, when a mid laner is first picked like that, it depends how many power picks a team thinks is still in the meta. If there's not that many power picks, you would match the Corki right away, like with the TF, which again is a power pick that I think if a team has high coordination can be extremely broken. I'd be interested to see how the Corki TF matchup plays later in the game. Or you just power pick a jungler and power pick an AD carry. That would be the other option.
Jinx, Thresh both seem fine here. Probably get Victor on the swing back if Powerfox wants that. Maybe he's got a counter matchup in mind. He was a player to play Akali into Victor. He was unfortunately unsuccessful, but I think he's a player that is willing to counter pick players and play into them. So we'll see what happens here, but I'd be shocked if a bot laner of some kind didn't get locked in here for either Luga or Boom.
Yeah, it should be Jinx.
Yeah.
It is. Jinx was the winningest champion in week 1 of LCS lock-in. And also, I think Jinx and Corki together is broken. So
that's true.
Double whammy. It was good to pick it right there. I think, honestly, both teams have just been power picking so far. Nothing too special. I think an Aphelios should be matched, and then Thresh would be the most potent support if you're not playing a range lane, which isn't as good when Caitlyn is down. So all of this is very standard.
Yep, makes sense to, again, break up Thresh and whoever. Jinx in this case being kind of the best and winningest. AD, as we pointed out. And then digging and around things out here. So maybe phase 2 will bring a few more surprises, but as you said, it does feel like after week 1 we have a pretty solid grasp on, how the teams are playing the game, at least right now, because it does seem like the power picks are just very obvious.
Exactly. I mean, Thresh is a champion that was getting first picked a lot last week, so it falling like that makes a lot of sense. The fellows should come in, and then you'd expect either a mid laner or a support to come in here. One of the two is going to get pinched, because notice how Dignitas didn't match jungle, so CLG will have a chance to ban out junglers in the 4-5.
River flexing those muscles. Heard it from Raz. Talon. No,
Big pool.
It's not happening, but he does have a big pool. And I'll be very excited to see him play. XU, I think, as we heard, had a really stellar week as his first, I guess, professionals, not quite. Maybe it's correct. He was an amateur, then came up to Academy and played LCS before that all started. So definitely having a nice debut. But River, of course, the intended veteran here for Dig, one of their big acquisitions for this season. So curious to see him play, of course, on this stage. But as you expected, Jet, junglers are getting pinched. And Olaf, not one we see that often, is going to get taken away here.
Yeah, I do find the Olaf ban a little bit intriguing, especially when I look at players like Santorin last week, who had Trundle as a very potent pick into Xin Zhao. There are actually, even though I think Xin Zhao is probably the default power pick in the jungle, it's not like other junglers can't go into him. So you're really picking your poison here if you're CLG. There's Olaf, there's Trundle, there's Viego, right? There's a lot of junglers that River's going to be able to play, even if CLG devotes bans to it. Dignitas, on the other hand, has the flexibility of, do we try and stop an Enchanter lane, or do we try and take away the hard engage supports? Because both Leona and Nautilus would be open, so they could technically force CLG into a weird or like forced ranged matchup if they wanted to.
Yep.
But they've decided that they'd actually rather have CLG playing more of an engage style support by getting rid of things like Lulu, which I think Poom and Luger would actually be very good at. So I'm okay with that Lulu ban by Dignitas.
Yeah, definitely. Champion Poom played a couple times in last week. Happy to just kind of sit and support Luger. Makes sense given the pedigree of that player already in the opening week of play. Camille ban means Rakan's locked in, and as you suspected, it is engaged for CLG's support.
I'm actually a little surprised that it's not a, just double checking the bans, not a Nautilus or Leona, because I think
They're both open?
makes a really potent front line. But they have a decent front line with just Xin. Just because of the way his R works against long-range teams, he can ward off a huge amount of damage. So, again, everything does make good sense.
And looks like Tank Gragas once again for Fake God, maybe AP Gragas. We've seen, I think, Kuma busted that out. You have some flexibility there, but Fake God, like, fast becoming a player that, Fake God becoming a player, very endearing to me. Like, obviously understands his role, willing to play weak side, willing to just play tanks and eat the 20 CS deficit, and he will show up in the team fights and make it happen when it matters. So, Viego going to be the lock in there for River. Could see some very fancy stuff here from his debut. As CLG, probably not going with that one, but Poom's having some fun.
Yeah, they technically have the counter pick for
that one I like.
Here. Ooh, he gets to play Gwen, which will scale really well in the side lane eventually against Gragas, but it's not going to be particularly dominant in the early laning phase. I'm interested to see how these two team compositions interact. So for Dignitas, I am expecting that to be tank Gragas, just because one, I think it's important to have a real front line with Thresh team comps, and two, they have a huge amount of damage coming from Corki and Aphelios already, so just in terms of setting up well-structured fights, I think that's a really, really good team fighting composition. CLG's side has just a ton of engage. Expect Poom to try and roam a lot. If they can get good flanks off with the TF, then they're just going to hope to snowball through side lanes. The Gwen can make volatile lane matchups, TF can back those up, and that's how they're going to want to play. But if this game gets to, say, 30-35 minutes, and Luger isn't super fed, I'd expect Dignitas to have the advantage in 5v5.
Yeah, Luger feels more like the insurance policy here in this comp. And obviously Jinx is pretty good insurance, as it turns out. But we'll see what happens here. Definitely a bit more proactive from CLG, which you love to see. Very curious to see how Palafox's Twist of Fate looks here. He's often a player that has looked good on things like Silas. He seems to be very good at influencing the side lane if he can get an edge. And I think that is very true for Contracts and Pala as a duo as well. So expect to see some fireworks in the 2v2 if CLG are going to find the success that I think their comp needs to get the ball rolling.
Oh, wow. Palafox with the Predator TF.
All right. Very single-minded.
I mean, the one thing that can do is if Corki tries to shove him in too quickly and Contracts is there for a gank, it is it's basically a way of attempting to neutralize the pushing pressure of Corki, because one thing you specifically want to be able to do against TF is if you can keep him pushed into his turret, it makes him far less threatened. But if Contracts can get river control and the Predator gank can be threatened onto blue, then it would just become even more ridiculous. So I see that kind of as like a win more rune for TF, but it's not going to help him actually unlock himself in lane unless Contracts can have some type of supremacy in the jungle.
Yep, I think, as is often the case, Twisted Fate is pretty much influenced a lot by how proactive your jungle matchup can be. I think Contracts does have the aggressive end of the side, but we'll see what happens here as River gets a bit of help there from Fake God for his first LCS game. See some hardy cat eyes out there in the Twitterverse, which makes sense. They're very excited to see River out there.
Me too. He was actually so dominant on PSG and had a very good international world showing. It's a very intriguing pickup, I feel like, for Team Dignitas. And if Dignitas could actually break into the top 5 with this roster, I feel like it would be extremely impressive just based off of what the team went through last year. I think trying to pull together, I'm trying to use very creative words, like not necessarily a budget roster, but they have to be creative with their spend because they're not at the same investment level as some of the other LCS orgs. So when they can perform, it is almost a little bit of a feat for them. So I think River and Blue both have potential to be extremely high value acquisitions.
Yep.
So I want to see how they perform as the year progresses.
I think in general, there's definitely a lot of players that can play above their pay grade in the LCS, and we'll see a lot of that as the season goes on, as Contracts nice and early level 3, just strolling on by to Blue, saying hello. It's fastest way to the other side of your jungle, so Contracts happy to take the detour.
Yeah, nothing much but some full clearing from River, which is not a bad thing, especially when he's playing towards a Thresh lane. One of the benefits of Thresh is as long as you're playing your cards properly, you're almost always going to have push at level 2 or 3, which means when Scuttle Crab spawns at 315, that bottom crab is completely free for River to take.
All right, we'll see how the push-pull in mid lane goes, but it has been quite a lot of attention here in the 2v2. Bifrost and Neo doing a great job in these early levels, bullying the lane. I think they expected to get an edge on early, and now River actually making his way down here as well. But as you mentioned, it's for that juicy crab that's left here. Yeah,
full clear into Scuttle Crab. He's a full 1 camp ahead of Xin, and what Dig could try and be a little greedier with this, since Blue does have push. They'd have to guess that the top crab wasn't taken yet, but this could have been actually a double crab angle if Fake God would have recalled now and thought about teleporting in, but they're just not thinking about that, and very close to interrupting the recall there by Poom.
Yeah, unfortunately no extra waste of time. Poom gets a bit of a heal for himself, but didn't really have anything else to do, getting shoved in under the tower. Lugu keeping the CS up nice and high, but again, it's going to be more about what influence can be brought from other areas of the map here as Contract secures that top crab. I feel like every time I hear a jungler, and you count certainly in this conversation, chat, mention the double crab, it's just like their eyes, I can hear their eyes light up as they say those words. It's just the most magical thing is River is unfortunately going to get the bad news, lost the shellfish.
It's interesting because it actually was, but now I think double crab is a lot less important. There were some off-season changes to make it, the first crab, far less valuable.
It's an NA buff.
Yeah, so I do wonder. Yeah, I do wonder if we're going to see just less priority on Scuttle Crab in general, because I don't know if it's necessarily worth it to commit to double crabs the way it would have been last year.
We'll see how it all shakes up. Palafox losing the trades here to the Foss Bomb, but it looks like we're just trying to spend some mana here and find a teleport angle perhaps. Palafox charging up towards level 6. Can't be too far away, but he's running a little low on mana without a blue card, so he's going to just have to chill, and that recall spot is spotted by that very nicely placed ward. This is going to hurt.
It's going to be really good for Blue here because he can interrupt him at the last second. It's at the very least going to force the TP, and then Blue will have teleport advantage. I also think Blue should do a Hex Drinker game at this point, in which case the poker, the kill threat from Palafox or Jenkins when he's in the side lane like that is going to be a lot lower. But here's a wraparound.
Blue question mark ping there. No Contracts could be here. Flashes up and available. Lantern's nice. Play back. Gonna be okay though. The route into the Chompers is bad news for Neo. But there's Hook in for Bio. Maybe they can get it back onto Contracts, but doesn't take enough damage. River coming up through that, his namesake, looking for the angle. Luger gonna be the target. Flash cleanse ready. Oh, he goes all the way through, and that's gonna be Contracts. First blood over to Neo. Very nicely done.
That was so well played by River.
Tricked me.
Well, it's because there's 3 high health targets coming in, and there's not that many cooldowns left for Team Dignitas, so a lot of times, like as the second jungler to arrive, that's not as much a counter gank when it's that delayed, 5 to 8 seconds. But he knew only one player had burned flash. That's the player he needs to stun because they can actually CC lock him and he can't flash to safety. And once this initial gank isn't fatal, and specifically this hook from Biofrost gets Contracts close enough that he no longer has flash, River says, okay, and like from this point, they're saying actually Contracts is the target because Luber has Flash Cleanse and Rakan not only has Flash but is also slippery. So Flash gets the stun, Firefrost able to get into max play range. Just beautifully done actually by Dignitas there to get the first blood.
Yeah, very nice coordinator. Turns out, you know, it's been maybe a year or two, Bifrost can still play Thresh. Everyone is shocked. But very clean there, coordinating there as a 3v3 to get that first blood on the table. And that is money where they want it to be. Neo, definitely, I mean, you've talked about it. Both Corki and Aphelios can certainly take over the game if it goes late, but getting an advantage early feels even sweeter.
Yeah, so this top lane is in a very good state for Jenkins. He's able to consistently shove in. He still has his teleport. He still has his summoners, which is going to be difficult for COG to actually take advantage of because normally having a top lane push like that will make Rift Herald easier. But there's two other things that are fighting against their ability to take Rift Herald, which would be the fact that their bottom lane doesn't have push that often, and Corki's going to have a good package timing on 8 minutes when the Herald comes up. So Jenkins is basically just splitting farm, even though maybe with a different team comp, they'd be able to take more advantage of that Gwen.
Yeah, you can see though, look, you're going to have to trim that wave. Neo up 10 CS right now, but that will get cut down. And it's definitely not a position Fake God isn't used to at this point. He's born in the weak side. Happy to get pushed in by Jenkins. And he's not even that far behind.
Exactly. It's hard for COG to punish that more just based on the way the map state is right now without being able to control mid or bottom.
See if this Drake's any interest to these players. Ocean is the first one up. Blue buff handed over. Definitely eyeing that TF now for Pally. He's got the boots ready to go. He's got cooldown boots, so he's really trying to maximize the power of his ultimates there alongside the Predator. Does have the most gold, thanks TF for that extra little passive helping out, even though Dig did get the first blood. So has been farming well as well, which is nice. Corki though also doing a good job. So as you mentioned in draft chat, it's a lot more about what CLG can do to influence their side lanes here. Palfox is not going to get anything done just wave clearing in mid. He needs to influence another lane.
Yeah, I think the timing is getting there though. The game is quite close right now. If Dignitas can secure the Rift Herald without TF making an impact, I feel like it'll become a much higher win percentage for them. But at the moment, there are areas for Twisted Fate to attack. But as you see, look at this. Double TP as they start the Rift Herald and a package acquisition. And look where Thresh is on the minimap right now. He's already moving up. So this is almost a textbook Herald by Dignitas. I don't think COG can contest this safely.
Yeah, you're going to try and get a kill instead here, but going to need a tough one with the package. In fact, it's impossible. Contracts.
That helps. If they immediately turn for Rift Herald, they might have a chance, but they actually don't know exactly what the health is. So yeah, Rift Herald's gone.
Yeah, Bifrost playing bodyguard there, and River's going to take that away. So very nicely done. Blue did have to burn the package after TPing in, but a worthwhile trade of that cooldown.
Yep, good timing on all of their major abilities with double teleport package and also the Thresh roam. So they gave up a little bit of bot lane priority, but as you can see, plates haven't even been sacrificed in the bottom lane. So part of that is Thresh, and part of that is just using their cooldowns properly. The eventual cost is they are trading it for a dragon, but I think most teams will take that first Herald over that first dragon.
That was true last year. I imagine that's still true this year as well. As Poom maybe caught out of position. River again looking for the stun. Poom with a nice W away will get out to safety.
Yeah, and there's been almost no threat on Blue this whole time. I think as long as Blue keeps his farm even with Twisted Fate, he's going to be pretty happy. As long as Fate God isn't getting pressured for any dives, he's going to be happy. And as long as Neo and Biofrost can make it through that entire flash cooldown for Neo without getting ganked by Twisted Fate, they're happy. So it's only a 400 gold, 1 kill lead, but I think Dignitas said the word a lot, but right now they should be happy.
Yep, very comfy. As Palfox and Poom looking to group up together. It is nice to see CLG, you know, stay proactive. Things are starting to break up a little bit. Yes, the turrets are still up. You want to get those plates. The objectives are off the map right now, but, you know, Rakan, Twisted Fate, and Tinzel, they're champions. You want to get out somewhere else.
Yep.
You know, they don't just want to chill farming for the whole game, whereas Corki's just happy to vibe all game, man.
Exactly.
He'll be here for 30 minutes.
Right now, there is some setup from COG. If you look at the bot River, they have 3 wards, and there's no vision from Dignitas. Unfortunately for COG, those aren't control wards, so they don't know that TF would be able to fog there without being seen. But since you have the Everfrost and the cooldown boots right now from Palafox, his pattern should be shoving the wave and then just sitting in the river bush, because if he does that, then Team Dignitas can't push in the bottom lane safely.
Yep, because the timing is making its way there. Palafox red cards the wave, instantly shoves it out, and where are we going?
Yeah.
Jenkins
So
perhaps the target.
He just fogs.
Yep.
So I would hope that he's fogging bot side, so he fogged top. Now he's going bottom. No one saw him this entire time, by the way. So he's been off the map for 15 seconds. So Biofrost and Neo now have to say, well, hold on, TF is missing. We can't do anything at the moment. As soon as he shows in wave again, that's when the bottom lane would be allowed to go back in, but they're actually going for Poom.
Yeah, actually roaming up here as well. Poom did a nice job actually covering and maybe sweeping some wards for Palafox to make sure he could stay hidden, but nothing eventuates there as the teams realize what's happening around mid lane here and everyone's just trading vision.
It's the mini game. Now it's all about river control. Who wins that 3v3 or 4v4? Because Dignitas has enough brute force strength right here, since COG didn't do anything with their pressure. Dig retakes river, and now the next wave, Palafox won't be able to threaten nearly as hard.
Yep, Rift Trail drops, so plates are going to get donated over. Good bit of money in the hands of Dig. Happy to just cash in the Herald for the plates you try and get. As Poom, once again, alongside Contracts, is trying to make it happen, but Dignitas playing with a lot of respect. And of note, top laners can't join, not just because of the TP chains. They don't even have teleport, even if they wanted to. And it was 2021 as bottom side. Here we go, Palafox gonna get the flash on a Neo. Flame Choppers there, Frost, that's so much CC! Neo turns it back around, but it's not enough, as Palafox will get the kill.
Oh, River really wants to get something back, but he can't quite make it. I really want to see that replay and show where Twisted Fate ported from and why he's so annoying to play against as a bot lane AD carry. But we have more cooldowns.
Again, River the target here. Viego not all that tanky right now. Does take the lantern out to safety. Nicely done there from Dig.
So all said and done, couple of flashes burned on both sides, and the kill goes over to Palafox. But was it worth it? Because that's now 3.5 plates over to blue, and the scaling is going to be advantageous. But I also have to say, like, the way COG wins is if they can get that bot gap going, and they just haven't been able to do so far. So I think it's a strike that COG had to take.
Yep, definitely where we expected their attention to go. So we'll see it again here, as you asked.
So, like, the Herald is right there, but if Palafox just moves there, it's also on top of ward. That's the range of TF ult. So this is a max range TF ult. You just have to be barely outside the lane, and you can threaten the bot wave, which is obnoxious.
Yeah.
When Thresh isn't there to save with Lantern.
It's rank 1 ulti too for everyone playing at home. So only get to us as the map opens up more. As we'll check in here in the top side. Jenkins has completed Rift Maker. He's feeling good. Vibe in there in the top lane. Definitely saw Blue farm up those plates. He's feeling good, getting the items going. But Palafox is going to get some return plates. So starting to feel like this Twist of Fate, who is going RFC second, which is very telling for what the game plan is for CLG.
Yeah, it's just pick and move, pick and move.
Oh, I love this.
Yep.
On we go, Everfrost in, Poom with the knock up there. Blue a little low, but not dead just yet. One more card, not enough.
But what this means is Blue is at very low resources for the upcoming Dragon, and if there's any other type of play COG can make beforehand, okay.
Good aim from Luger, not enough though. As you mentioned though, has to go back. 20 seconds till that Dragon is up. CLG already set up for it.
Doesn't have his teleport up yet. Also note, now that it's past 14 minutes, he can teleport anywhere instead of just towards turrets.
He's unleashed.
Yeah, Unleashed Teleport, I think is the name. Is the original teleport just called Teleport?
I think so.
Not Leashed Teleport?
No, I mean,
they could have done it one of two ways. They could have been, either one's unleashed, one's leashed, but this makes it feel more powerful, I assume, even though it's just nerfed before 14 minutes.
It's like a time-gated dog park. After 14 minutes, everyone's off. All right, River here, starting this Dragon that was digged. Do you want to try and claim this objective? Keep that out of the hands of CLG's Snowball.
They were able to get this because of the package timing from Blue, so even though they forced his teleport back, forced him back to base and he didn't have teleport, he picked up the package, got the extra movement speed, and now they're just back to siege in mid.
Contract's going for a good hook there from Bifrost into the box, and that may be a fatal mistake. Ulti ticking away there from Zim, but that's still enough for the turret. Well worth it from Dig.
As long as they keep Corki and Aphelios farming up and don't let this Jinx get too strong. So they get the first turret bonus, but that turret is rapidly falling.
Here we go again, canceling some recalls. What a jerk.
Smart man.
Very. Big brain and good hands.
Utility that rocket.
Gonna probably get this tower as well. I don't think Fake God can hold it. Does have ulti if he wants to maybe try and use it to clear the wave, but I think Dig will just take the trade. They're getting second Herald here. Ooh, going for the kill instead. Was looking to get one more kill. Faker with a very nice quick ulti, but it's not enough. Boom found the engage. Everfrost into the chompers. You're just CC'd forever. See you next game, because you're still CC'd as Luga gets Fake God.
Nicely done. Palafox finds another roam timing. It's very, very important that those are also going towards the Jinx. I think Gwen, even though, sure, you could say get the ganks for Gwen, I think Gwen will outscale on her own just by the nature of the champion, and it's the Jinx that they need to get the kills on. Let's see if they get a gank in here, though. Palafox is everywhere.
I love this TP. Little inverted jungle gank. Jenkins the one ganking here. 3v3 soon. Bifrost lances one out, but River maybe not so lucky. It's Blue, the target they want, though. Neo there. Maybe can turn the damage back around. Jenkins low. River trying to make the play. Gets the possession of the soul. Takes out Jenkins, and it's a 1-for-1.
Whew. Spicy when he comes in with that teleport. I understand that Dig was trying to get more of the gold onto Corki, but a good comeback there by Palafox, who now with the RFC, the Predator, and a pretty low cooldown on that ultimate, is going to continue to try and punish Dig anytime they move forward in the side lane.
Contract's eating damage there. Gale Force done for both these ADs. So Neo definitely equipped for a scuffle, but Luga feeling good with the extra money from the kill and the assist, although Neo does have one as well alongside his death. Fake God here going to clear this way. Palafox finally looking to leave this tower, I think. Maybe not. Just chill. Wait for your ulti to come back off cooldown. CLG know what cooldowns they need to wait before, but already Palafox ulti cooling right off here. It's almost done.
It's only a 107-second cooldown. It feels like he's been everywhere, though, because he used it, then about a minute later he teleported, and then now he's threatening to be able to move up again. From the side lane, as long as they're pushing in mid, don't expect too much for him at the moment, but if he shoves that next wave in, they're going to have a move timing to go wherever they want. They just push Fake God right off the turret.
Yep, Fake God is forced all the way back behind the tier 2. CLG are going to break this tower here in top lane. Looks like the counter push is coming through for Dig. Jenkins going to have to be a bit careful. He's in a 2v1 right now, as you can see, but he's clearing the way pretty nicely. River coming in hot, though. Jenkins, can it be okay? Pops the ulti already. Jenkins needs that.
Yeah, there's like 4 people on the way.
Oh, no. All right, Palafox, can he bail him out? 2v4? Actually, he's so far away.
The range is not that far.
Yeah, no, it's not.
5,500.
Well, a long time since that's been the case with Twisted Fate. I think Jenkins going to have to say goodbye to his life and his tower. The W only lasts so long as River nabs himself a kill.
Yeah, that is a move where Jenkins needed to just concede the turret to the Corki because he ends up dying for it as well. And since Palafox was also just resetting, they didn't get anything immediately off of it. But let's see how quickly they can pressure this turret as Dig has to reset as well. If it ends up being a mid for bot turret trade, it's actually pretty even when factoring in the kill.
The Contracts actually made it a little bit faster there thanks to a bit of Hexgate Gaming. 2v2 in mid lane. Poom on the side though. River also reinforcing. Contracts locked up, snared up by Bifrost's hook, and this just looks terrible on his side. Contract is going to go down as Dig rushed through the river in mid.
Very greedy trying to finish that turret.
They got it.
Breaking the mid turret is still very valuable for Twisted Fate, but let's see if they can make it back to control River at all with the Hextech Drake coming up in 45 seconds.
All right, everyone resetting by the looks of things. Not sure what the package status is for Blue, but doesn't have it yet as he clears out this bottom wave. Not quite there on the items yet either. Still looking for the transform on the Manamune, still looking for the item number 2. He's going for Ludens by the looks of things. And Palafox with the extra money.
Yeah.
Already with the Zhonya's finish, so it's just more and more playmaking, right? He's not going Rabadons and trying to carry this game that way. He's just, he knows his job. Just give kills to everyone else.
He's very fed. But the Zhonya's technically gives him the ability to dive in more, but it's interesting. 20 minutes in, I need to see how they can transition this TF pressure now that they've gotten the outer turrets down, because Dig has a really good setup on this turret, so it's just gone to Dig.
Yep, not going to get this one, not going to get their own blue buff. Neo's going to be the recipient of that one. And CLG are going to just continue splitting the map here. I mean, Jenkins we've seen, he's left in the side lanes, but he's on the weak side right now alongside Fake God as CLG are trying to overload this top half. Blue with the package, can be brazen here, but doesn't want to get too tricky with it.
He got it.
Look at the
Blue.
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 Does he get extra power?
I wish.
I don't think so. Yeah,
he wishes.
He does.
Names would be very overpowered there.
That's true.
Oh, turret gets more damage.
I named myself Longsword. Now I do more damage with level 1. As Hex get out there from Luga, getting back out to safety. You can see a lot of these kind of cross-river invades with the map being so more open, which kind of feels fun in a Twisted Fate comp, but CLG again just trying to continue finding a way to pressure the map. It looks like Power Fox is on permanent sideline duty right now, but Biofrost not missing many, as Contrax eats a lot of damage from that rocket poke.
Biofrost is really crucial in this game. One of Thresh's other jobs against Twisted Fate is just create a large amount of spacing, so wherever he ports in, even if he lands the gold card, you can kind of time it so the guy picks the Lantern as the gold card is flying, and then he's like 2,000 units away by the time it lands, and the TF gank isn't fatal. So really watch to see if Biofrost is able to maintain the right spacing. The problem with that, though, would be when you're creating that space with Thresh, you're not finding yourself in engage angles because you're actually putting yourself up in a disengaged position. So Dig, it then makes it more important that like dragons are their win condition, not necessarily Thresh picks. They're mainly trying to avoid getting picked until they can force these 5v5 fights at probably a Hextech Soul or a big Baron fight. And so far, like even though COG has that 1,000 gold advantage, both teams are attempting to play towards their win conditions.
Yeah, curious to see if CLG want to maybe mix things up. Currently in a 1-3-1 with Power Fox as the other side laner, but I wonder if Twisted Fate could maybe be served alongside Jenkins, who is powering up towards item number 2. He's got a very healthy CS lead. We know Gwen is an absolute menace in the side lane, but CLG, I think, happy with their configuration for now as Poom. That looks aggressive.
Well, they're actually able to play very aggressive right now because they can get push in both side lanes, and because of that, it also gives them the ability to control mid lane. So technically, Team Dignitas would be stronger in a 5v5, but they just can't have 5 people there.
Right.
Because the first person on the wave in bottom lane has been Gwen, and in top lane has been Twisted Fate. So anytime Dig wants to hit that mid turret, the soul laners from COG are missing. So they can't go forward. It's actually a really precarious time in the game for Team Dignitas because they don't have push on either side.
Just like this, River, great buffer. The ulti Everfrost just going to miss as Poom can't find the angle either, but River had to burn everything to get out there.
Pretty good dodge. Just a flash from the ultimate, and they got rid of TF and Rakanal. It makes it safer for Dignitas to retake vision.
Ooh, that'd be such a good pick on a Poom if they can get it. No poke though over the wall, and Poom will get away, but had to flash as well.
And it also gives them a window to get mid push again, which is really beneficial for them.
Yeah, as you said, just trying to force them to a big objective like this Baron. Dig finally get enough priority to get some vision at least.
Yeah, that play failing in the jungle ruined one of COG's Baron tactics. If they would have been able to kill River, they'd have Shove in all the waves. They could have continued to control vision in that blue side jungle and maybe even threaten Baron with either a Gwen TP or Gwen just fogging. So really critical that Dig was able to withstand that, get mid push, retake vision around Baron, because that means in about 30 seconds, it's safe for them to go and take bot River to get set up on the next Drake.
You can see they are getting set up. Neo just barely gets away with the recall there. Does have collected done, building up towards item number 3. Luger with the RFC second, trying to abuse some of that long-range rocket action. As, again, CLG continuing to just play to the Baron side of the map. Poom is busy dodging missiles here in the enemy jungle. Doing a decent job so far. Yeah,
they really want to be able to break this game open with Baron, because if they don't threaten Baron now, getting Baron in trade for Hextech Soul isn't as good.
Yeah.
It generally means that they're going to be in a bad state. So getting a lot of threat on Baron now is important. It doesn't look like they've done it. As the Soul is up in 50 seconds, there's no immediate threat on turrets, and Dig is contesting for mid priority.
Interesting spot. Yeah, I don't think Poom's actually looking for a recall there. Blue also with the package TPing back in, so...
Yeah, they got it. Look at this.
With all this prio now.
And since they're so much stronger in a 5v5, and the side waves aren't pressuring them off that mid wave, the only thing they have to worry about is a Baron sneak, which, by the way, they just used a blue trinket on with 18 seconds left, so now they can safely fall back into River and just take this third Dragon likely uncontested.
Yeah, looks like CLG are just going to play the side lanes here and try and maybe get something traded back, but they're very far away from those tier 2 turrets. So River's going to steal the blue buff again out of CLG's jungle, and this Drake will indeed go uncontested as CLG are just hoping someone is in the other side of the map for some reason. And Fake Gods, he's never going to play up that far. He knows his job.
Yeah, just save the turrets as much as you can and don't put yourself in a position to be dove. Retaking the jungle is pretty important.
Oh my goodness.
Good poke.
Corky, what a champion. Poom comes in with a Hextech Gate. CLG again, like they don't want a 5v5. Jenkins is TPable, but he doesn't really want to join this either. And now it's a 5v4 that Digger looking to start. River trying to find the engage, doesn't nab it. But Baron now on the menu.
Yeah, Jenkins this whole time has been able to push the turret, so he should have some time to get a good chunk here, knowing that everyone on Dignitas just showed to try and retake the jungle. So the way this should play out is as soon as people show to stop Jenkins, COG would then try and retake the river again. I think Jenkins, he had to gamble a little bit there. I think I would have liked to see him play a little bit more aggressively and force a response, because doing what he just did just keeps the game in a stalemate, and currently the stalemate definitely benefits Dignitas.
Yeah, as we've said in draft, Dig happy to kind of wait things out, use their very powerful 5v5 as the game gets later, and hey, CLG have not grown this gold lead. Still up 1,000 gold, but they've been up 1,000 gold for about 10 minutes now, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like 10 minutes ago is when Palafox completed his 3rd item. He's just sitting on the same 3 items and a little baby Aether Wisp, so nothing has really been done to extend that position they were in.
Neo getting a little aggressive, eats some poke, but Biofrost there with the Lantern. River actually the one coming back around. Luke with a very nice Gale Force to get away from that stun.
Yeah, they used their turn, but they're not really getting punished for it by CLG at this stage. I think CLG is actually a little bit scattered right now. They had to kind of absorb that engage by Dignitas, but then they didn't create any pressure on the side waves during that. Here's a last ditch effort, but it is just a support.
I mean, Palafox has Lich Bane, but that's not enough to kill even Biofrost.
Yeah, that was poor.
Yeah.
They're in trouble. They're in a lot of trouble right now with only 3 minutes left until a Hextech Soul with a much weaker 5v5 comp, and they don't seem to be able to get the waves in a state where they can find picks on Dig. So it's looking grim, even if the gold is 1,000 up for COG.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Dig it's getting towards the points they're happy to be at in this game. Blue is going to start farming up an absolute storm with the Tiamat, and of course the splash damage onto champions with the nice little rocket combo is not bad as well. It is funny that it's stayed 3-2 towers this long, because it feels like COG have had side lane supremacy this whole time and have been able to get to a tier 2. Palafox looking for River, but the Lantern again. River just, he's another game away. He's gone.
Good Thresh play by Biofrost. That's one of the ways Thresh can try and stop TF. Note, though, the Infinity Edge by Luger. He's the first AD carry to IE.
Insurance policy.
That's the backup plan. That's the backup plan. It gives them at least a slight chance in a 5v5, because the split push didn't work. As soon as they hit IE, they think maybe we get the right kind of engagement, we can win a 5v5.
Luger go kill. See if the plan works out here, because it's going to be tough to run at the enemy when Blue is peppering you with rockets, but here we go, contracts in! Boom, looking for the angle of back, and that's so much damage, Neo! He's gonna get obliterated there by Palafox, but Luger still needs to kite out the rest of the fight. Jenkins are frontlining, nicely onto Gwen. The rest of the fight's happening. Great disengaged Keg out of Faker, but that's the big CLG needed.
Oh man, backup plan. One stun, kill him. He has no QSS, no cleanse. Straight to Baron. They kind of have to just go for this. They did poke Dignitas down quite low. They have teleports though, and they have a jungler who can smite and flash.
River's actually got his smite cooling down right now. They don't know that though. It's going to be close. Going to be very close. He's got to back up. He can't go for it, but it is Gwen that secures it. And now River is left out to dry in the Baron pick. Gets the Viego ulti out of there. Pretty good ultimate. But Blue now may be in trouble eating poke on the other side, as River still somehow getting away in contract. This can't get anyone, but CLG, they walk away with what they wanted. They get the Baron.
Huge play right there. You could tell CLG had enough, just group. But they get it with the Lich Bane gold card from Twisted Fate into just having the first AD carry on IE for bigger damage. Not to mention Gwen on those 2 items, if allowed to free hit in a fight, is very effective. But all of this was honestly just like, let's walk around a corner where they can't see us great, and Neo is just slightly mispositioned, right? RFC into stun after Poom had found the initial engage, and they completely blow him up. That is a huge turning point in the game. The question now is, can they use the Baron to get inside track on the 4th Drake?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're up 1,000 gold for so long. They're now up 3 times that, but now the fight is going to brew once again. Frontline though for Faker, they're again CC'd up for a while, but they don't have the damage.
Here they come.
Do they? The stun's coming in. Poom again finds the engage and contracts over the top, in onto River, trying to make it happen. Buying time there as Gwen's going to cut River to bits, and Luger finds the final rocket, and Palafox leaping forward out there with the ulti. That's Blue! What a combo! Luger lines up the ulti and shoots down another, and that's 3-0 in favor of CLG.
Wow, they are clutching it out right here. They still had the Infinity Edge difference between AD carries. Neo did not have it for that fight, and they honestly just kind of ran through Dignitas. Really well done there sensing using the power of Baron, the additional stats they get, and the item power spikes they were just sitting on. I still think they were in a precarious spot in this game, but now 5,000 gold up, they've delayed Soul. They're back into a power position.
Yep, we'll see how powerful in a moment, but certainly the confidence has to be swelling here for Clutch Luger Gaming, as I watch this one again.
Yeah, let's look. So it's really just Dignitas trying to hold the river. The Baron minions do make it easier for them to get mid-prio, and Blue does misstep a little bit, right? The fight starts before they want to, and he's packaged out, which tells COG it's time to just go. Fake God getting caught by those Jinx traps really hurts because it means they can't just have a safe retreat while firing missiles. The fight happens too fast.
At it again, Everfrost. River, though, going for it, does have the ulti, but he's actually on the offensive alongside Blue, but they don't find anything back there as CLG still with 30 seconds left here on the Red Bull Baron buff. Going to try and shoot down the tower. Should be able to get this tier 2 with no problems, though, but Inhibs are going to stay very healthy here on the Dig side, but I don't know if CLG mind that much. This is such a big swing in the direction the game was headed.
Yeah, they have 16 seconds left on this Baron buff. They'd love to get a significant chunk on one of these turrets if they can. They want them crash at the same time. Jenkins doing his damnedest.
You gonna dive? Something's happening. River looks for a stun, doesn't get it. I mean, the thing went away and I got scared. You know, when the items drop away, sometimes crazy things happen.
Might be a fight. They got a good chunk on to the mid turret, at least when Dignitas tried to defend the top turret, but now we are in I think we're in a bit of a lull phase unless Dignitas tries something desperate.
Luger's just going to chill. Needs to get all the minions, though, because that is his job as an AD, and is going to get escorted out safely. Kind of greedy, wanting the rest of that wave, but he does get out just okay. And Baron wears off. CLG back away, and it's time to reset and see what happens. Power Fox only has been everywhere. Oddly, like, the tip of the spear in the 5v5s, which is not how I thought the Twisted Fate was going to go.
Right? I mean, Lichbane gold card for someone who doesn't have magic resist is like half their health.
Contracts ulti's out, Faker with a nice kick back in with the keg. CLG did in fact stay for more waves. This is a 5v3 right now, because the two side laners who do have teleports are off pushing, but no kills there for Dig is real bad news, because CLG are just taking everything now.
Look at that gold. That was like a plus 800 for Palafox. Those second turrets on the side waves are so valuable. If Palafox gets to death cap before Neo can get magic resist, it doesn't matter if they have a stronger 5v5, because one RFC Lichbane gold card is going to be 80% of his health.
Yeah, it's like 100 Thieves merch drop. As soon as it pops, money just falls out everywhere. Down to the bottom side again, just cleaning up the waves that CLG are pushing in. Now CLG will take a reset for realsies. I do like that they kept the pressure up with their solo laners. And the 1-3-1 still on the table was a 3-1-1 in that instance, but Luger 4 items and counting. Palafox, I assume, is just heading straight for death cap as fast as he can at this point.
Yeah,
he's almost full.
No, he's basically got it. He's 20 gold away. Scuttle Crab is spawning right now. That'll give him death cap gold, and he'll recall. And right now, Neo is sitting on 1,400 gold. Does buy the QSS, which helps significantly, not only with the burst, but so he doesn't get CC locked. Problem with that, though, is the actual 5v5, because there's like a 8,000 gold difference, and a Bloodthirster completed on Luger. You have a max item Twisted Fate. I think Jenkins should be moving closer and closer to another item completion now that he's at 322 CS. Even though the champions are slightly stronger for Dig in the 5v5, I think with these items, CLG might just have the upper hand.
Yeah, not there yet. You know, eventually that gold will effectively equalize, but definitely not at that stage right now. CLG can continue to use their gold. This Palafox is trying to set a trap here for anyone. River, though, unperturbed, will look forward for contracts, doesn't find it. Blue still trying to find that poke. Does have the package here. 50 seconds till that dragon is up. It is the soul for Dig if they can get it.
Yeah, it's almost like Fake God has to find an engage of some kind. It's just so difficult to get it onto Luger. Mid priority is very important right now with Baron up in 2 seconds, and the potential soul for Dig is up. This game is still winnable for Dig if they can get the right setup for a fight, or if they can just get that soul.
All right, well, CLG definitely feeling like they can 5v5 at this point, but Jenkins is busy with business in the bottom side of the map, but he's forced Faker to hang out with him. I feel like the 4v4 doesn't feel good for Dig right now, but they are looking. Contracts, oh my goodness!
They gotta be able to land more poke like that. No MR on the Xin. no MR on pretty much anyone, and those missiles from the corner.
Oh my goodness, they're going for it. Power
This
Fox.
back door.
They're going for Fake God, missing the Everfrost. He flashed out of the way, but nothing left there. Under the towers, diving in. They get the kill. Inhib left open, but Baron started now for Dig.
They might just win here because they have 2 people. If they can stop the recalls, watch boom.
Blue, no, doesn't get counted. Does move
can
in, but
still
they can
kill
go for
him.
the dive. Jenkins is sending it. Power Fox looking for the card, doesn't grab the gold fast enough. And now the Nexus towers are dead, but they're not out yet. Is on the other side of my screen. I'm trying to play by play in the world's smallest screen.
Make it bigger.
He's popping up. He's got a double kill. And it's going to be A-OK. The next
over, though.
and it doesn't matter. And CLG just brute force straight through. They'll take the dub here in the first game of the day.
GG, well played by CLG, ending this lock-in group stage at 2-2. It was a testy one, for sure.
Yeah.
They held the gold pretty close the whole time. They had a bit of a stall between, I'd say, 18 and 28 minutes, but when they needed to clutch up, they found the right engages, and then they ended the game with a pretty beautiful play.
Yeah, really cool to see CLG kind of adapt throughout that game and like adjust the game plan on the fly because they had to, right? There was nothing else they could really do. The strategy they wanted to play had been stopped by Dig very successfully, I might add.
Yeah, I think for most of the game, Biofrost was in pretty good spots, keeping any TF ult pretty neutralized. Dig didn't have wave pressure for pretty much the entire mid to late game, right? But if they were moving closer and closer to that soul, you thought maybe the win was in hand. It was actually just a very close game. Well played by CLG.
Yeah, really fun one there for CLG. And with that, we are going to be heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break down CLG's win.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. Definitely well played by CLG to take that one over Dignitas, moving themselves to 2-2 in the lock-in group stage. But I think emphasized by the fact that that first gank looked rather clean by River. And you started to wonder, Raz, like, oh, is this guy stepping off the plane and just ready to run amok in the LCS, you know?
Zero sleep.
Yeah.
Let's
He's
go.
off the plane. He's ready to go for it. Exactly. So I was
He
like,
almost did it.
welcome.
He almost
Welcome
did
to
it.
LCS, yeah.
Yeah, CLG able to rebound there. Let's talk a little bit about Champion Select real quick because one of the people we talked about top of day was Palafox in the mid lane, and he jumps for that TF, and immediately that puts some onus on him to be a playmaker for the team.
Yeah, so they touched upon this in cast, but I really love this draft from CLG. I think there are some execution points where it could have been a little quicker. But the way that Palafox did use that TF come like early mid game was very, very good. And they had they did a really good job of paying attention to the side lane pressure that a composition like this with the Gwen and the TF, who you kind of want to be permanently in side lanes, they did pay a lot of attention to that.
Yeah, and the simplest way you put it as a coach is when you're playing with TF, you want the map to be big. You want him to be able to use that global ultimate. When you're playing a 5v5 comp, you want the map to be small. Right. And what Palafox was able to do at certain parts of this game is make the map very large. You look at that last play for the push to the end.
Yeah.
He's in the base with Gwen whilst they're winning a 3v3 on the other side of the map. CLG obviously understand the fundamentals of the comp very well. However, as we said, there were just a couple of little execution points, mainly highlighted by the fact that Poom lost his flash in the mid game, so it made a lot of these plays a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and I think just the last replay kind of exemplified this, and of course it leads into him TPing top lane, being there for the skirmish. When you have a TP, or at least a Twisted Fate, especially when you have TP, but with Twisted Fate, your whole team's a part of the plan. Like, everybody needs to chip in, and if a play is available, because that bot lane TP on towards Gragas, bot lane needs to be all in on that idea and give the heads up as well.
So what pushes Twisted Fate over the edge at the moment? Because when you can make the map big, the champion's already very good. However, at the moment, his item build does excel also in 5v5s. And that's what we saw when champions like Ryze and TF can also 5v5 team fight. They are OP in the current meta. And you can just see pulling gold cards, able to hit members of the fight that are crucial. This one picks off the Aphelios, was just able to set up good 5v5 wins.
We are, in essence, jumping over that 10-minute period that we talked about where it felt like CLG couldn't find the answer, right? And so I guess my question is, was it just a matter of building up the confidence to pull the trigger and actually make the play? Was it a misposition by Dignitas? Where did this breaking point actually, what was it derived out of?
Well, this is the breaking point for Dignitas in this game. I actually think Dig could have, instead of going for the steal, we talked about this off camera, they could have just gone in and gone for that team fight, because I actually think they could have won it. However, in terms of what happened with CLG, I think it's just tightening up, like, okay, we talked about them having side wave pressure. Well, what does that mean for the rest of the map? And like, where are we actually going to execute plays with the pressure that we do have?
Yeah, and I think that whilst we credited CLG for their understanding of how they wanted to play this comp, I do have to question Dignitas in 2 areas here. One was a steal attempt and not being able to create enough zones in the fight for your Corki to be able to hit. The second one is contesting mid lane priority before a dragon when the enemy team has Baron buff. Very, very hard to get mid lane priority when the enemy team has Baron buff. I think if they had have just gone to the dragon and dared CLG, do you want our mid lane inhibitor or do you want to give up the salt? It could have created a little bit more tension and a better situation for Dignitas.
Especially when you consider that you're the team with the Corki, right? And we know the power of that package on a 4-minute CD alongside a 5-minute cooldown for Drakes. You do have the option to have that up for every single Drake fight and use it to your advantage.
One thing that if I zero in on CLG is say, hey, for the next time if you have a comp like this to make it a lot better, is if you have one timing to give a slight vision for your split pusher in Gwen.
Yeah, please use it.
Yeah. that bot side of the map was looking pretty dark for a while.
It would go a long way because there were multiple times they have full vision of the top side of the map, so deep into the blue side jungle, and they couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah.
Where ultimately, if no kills arrive, and if that mid play doesn't happen, you can just start out Baron, your Gwen's already like hitting inner, like those are the kind of plays you want to see, so I think that's easy to fix.
Well, we said it was an open field for mid laners in the LCS this split, and we put the onus on Palafox to step up and show us what he's got for us today. We're going to get a word from him in just a minute, hopefully, with the Verizon post-game interview. Before we get there, one of the other questions I posed to you guys at the top of the day was around the CLG roster and who will become the star. Luger was one of the people that we called out. I do know the Twitch chat has now begun to affectionately spam Clutch Luger Gaming.
Oh, I like that.
The new brand? Is this the new brand for CLG?
I think so.
I like it.
I like it, right?
Yeah.
And so here's the thing I will say, too, is that for a long time, maybe unfortunately, part of the identity of being a CLG fan was living in the disappointment.
Despair.
Right? And hey, maybe the mark of the new era, right, is that kind of that full rework of the roster, fresh faces, and people getting excited about the young guns who are out there performing for them.
And what I will say is they obviously believe in Luger to be able to carry, because as soon as he hit that Infinity Edge, they changed the whole game plan around how this game was going to go. So I think that not only are fans starting to believe in him, obviously his teammates believe in him as well, and they're playing a very cohesive style around that.
This is a pretty easy game, at least from the perspective of being able to play through Luger, because you do have the Twisted Fate. When they don't have that, I want to see what the team dynamic is going to be. I mean, Jenkins, when he was on Team Liquid's main team, was like just a standard weak side player, so I expect that to be the case.
What I will say is Jenkins loves to be left alone and then can do damage in the late game. However, this game, once again, if I was going to be a little bit critical of someone on CLG, I felt like the Gwen probably didn't do enough for me, given the fact that he was like 80 CS up. Ultimately, they did win the game through his split push, but I think it could have come a little bit earlier.
All right, Coach Spawn showing through just a little bit there. Couldn't let it go with all positive notes. He's got to come in and teach somebody something.
I like
Gotta love it. All right, we're going to a break. When we come back, we're diving into one of the big ticket matchups of the day. It's going to be Cloud9 up against 100 Thieves. We'll catch you right back here in just a bit.
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great. The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright
Hey, what's up, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS Lock-In Tournament. We're diving into our next matchup at C9 versus 100 Thieves, a battle for first place. And while the teams don't enter with identical undefeated score lines, it is still an all-important matchup that will determine first place in the group.
Yeah, we got to see the best go up against each other in Group B, and now this time around you get to see that. Unexpected losses we already talked about at the very beginning of the day with 100 Thieves, but I have, you know what? I had high hopes. I had high hopes in the last
hopes,
game.
and now
I have high hopes.
Are they
I'm now
middling?
second-guessing myself after losing the last predictions.
Oh.
So it's a little rough over here.
Well, we got Fragile Ego Raz over here. How are you doing, Spawn?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I really love watching teams like this play against each other because I think we are going to see a little bit of a similar style coming across. Both teams rely very heavily on their jungler. I personally think that Closer was in great form towards the end of last year. Blabber had a little bit of a slump, but Blabber now picking it back up is looking to be that jungler to be able to take it to the next level.
You talk about a little bit of a slump for Blabber. I know Raz, not a very big fan. Where
did that come from?
What do you mean, where did it come from? You've been espousing
In your head.
that crap all day.
You're crazy.
Let's talk
Raz
about...
goes home, he has the Blabbers Crabbers t-shirt on, you know?
What's this?
Let's talk about Blabber, though, just as a player, because there was that small downtick. But in reality, this is a guy who's still been at the top of the league for 98% of his career.
So I think, like, I would argue that a lot of his expectations, right? Everyone just sees the crab fights from MSI in their mind and just pastes that over, like, whatever Blabber is doing. I think Blabber is still an excellent jungler in the LCS. And additionally, I think the thing with Blabber is that he will force plays if he feels like he has to. So if he feels like he's in a position where he's gonna have to force a play, he will. And what happened on C9 last year a lot of the time was I felt like the top side of the map with Fudge and then the rest of the team, especially like mid with Perks, didn't really seem to coordinate on what they wanted to do. And Blabber seemed really torn between those two things. Right now, he seems to be working really well with Fudge thus far.
And the reason I love Blabber, it just depends what kind of jungler you like. Back when Dandy and Insect were both junglers in the LCK, you're either a Dandy fan or you're an Insect fan. Did you want to get every camp on the map? Did you want to have perfect vision score? Or did you want to play Zac and just jump onto turrets? And I think that Blabber has really revolutionized that style of jungling in the LCS. And he will always be as good as his team in that regard, because when you go for these high-risk plays, if your team is playing well, more often than not, they work out.
Yeah, and this is a good challenge for Blabber just because with Closer, he's been with the same team for quite some time. If you even want to span back to being on Golden Guardians, he's been with Huhi, he's been with FBI, so like he has like a good amount of familiarity. Hasn't been that's not the case with Blabber. Now it's a new team, and it's not even going to be the final form of that team because, you know, once the players come in from Korea, then he's going to really reintegrate with them. But just based off the sets you've been seeing, like really integrating well with Fudge, mid lane. I know, you know, being able to speak with Fudge and work with him all last year on the top lane is completely different working with the mid lane, but throughout the offseason, they have been playing together and it's very visible with how the stats have been showcasing it.
And for me, it's just kind of cool to always bring back in the mid laner to the jungle conversation, particularly this year because of almost the stark contrast you have between the roles. We already talked a little bit about like the flatness of mid lane this year and how there's just a lot of room, I think, for certain players to make names for themselves individually. Whereas in the jungle position, you've got plenty of stars. You've got a lot of stacked people in that position in the LCS. And so then when you bring those two roles together and you ask these duos to define themselves in the LCS, it's a whole other animal.
Yeah, especially with how Champions League currently works. You have a lot of champions like Victor, Corki that need their jungler for vision and the ability to scale. Then you have a lot of things like TF Rise that need your jungler to be able to go proactive against these kind of picks. And what we saw from Fudge so far is that he is very heavily leaning on that scaling side of things at times. I think that when you are newly swapping to a lane, you're going to have a small, effective champion pool because you would practice it a lot. And I would like to see Fudge continue to do that and continue to lean on, his support, his jungler to be able to unlock the map for him.
And one thing that Fudge, I know he talked about this in an interview previously, but to your point about draft, one thing that this does give C9 once they get more comfortable with Blabber and Fudge is that we've already seen like Fudge play mid lane Jace, for example, right? Which isn't something that's like totally out of the ordinary, but they can flex based on matchup if they want to.
Oh, I would love to start seeing some lane swaps come through later in the year. We'll have to see if it happens. The teams are ready, so I hope the casters are ready. Pastry, Jack, take it away.
Handshake.
Oh, I'm ready, Ross. Whatever you had to say at the end there. This is going to be quite the game here. Unfortunately, 100 Thieves aren't also undefeated like Cloud9, but hey, this is a marquee matchup kind of any day of the week.
Yeah, and has been mentioned before, but the winner of this game wins the group. Woo! Because even though there was a game dropped by 100 Thieves, if they become 3-1 and Cloud9 is 3-1, 100 Thieves would then own the head-to-head tiebreaker. The, quote, disaster scenario, though, for 100 Thieves is if they lose, because then there's a chance they could still pick up the 3 seed in the group, which when you get into the crossplay, which will literally happen tomorrow and the next day, they'll be playing one of the top 2 teams from the other group, which is looking like either EG or TL. And that's just like too early in the tournament to be facing that team in your head. So very, very important game. I think more so for 100 Thieves than for C9.
Yep, we'll see how it goes though as the draft is kicked off. Caitlyn getting banned, Twisted Fate, get him in the bin alongside Xin Zhao and Diana, who have been pretty popular junglers as it turns out. Nice to see them both banned here. So Blabber going to lose a touch of power here.
Yeah, Palafox had a really nice game on Twisted Fate in our first game of the day. None of that nonsense in this one. But the question will be, what is the Corki priority? Because as we mentioned at the start of the day,
very high.
Last week, a lot of mid laners were falling to 4-5. This week, I think kind of across the regions I've been watching, it's going way sooner. Corki first pick was in our first match of the day. Could see it again with that Twisted Fate ban.
It's a quick pitch to the analyst desk out there listening, and actually to Jet. If anyone wants to do a Corki Weatherman segment, I'm here for it, because it's raining Corkis at this point there, and it's going to be doing it again.
What is the pitch for that? Like you just point to the screen, it's Corki, and you're like, looks like Corki.
Corki here, Corki here.
Back
Corki
to you guys.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good way to do it here. It's Gay Corki. Now for Avadaga in mid lane.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so, I mean, every team is going to be different. Last game, we saw Xin Jinx on 1-2. Xin Zhao was gone, though, so the power pick jungler isn't necessarily there as strong. And we also know, or at least we're hoping, that C9 plays a slightly different meta than just whatever is internal to North America, especially when they have actually a whole team scrimming in Korea right now with many of their intended LCS starters and LS. And yeah, I would say picking Jhin with only Caitlyn banned from AD carry is definitely not normal in North America, but I don't necessarily think it's bad.
Maybe he misclicked. You know, the other champion we see also starts with J. No, it is, of course, going to be Jhin here. For Sven, looks like Lee Sin lined up here for Blabber, although it could change around. This does give closer the infamous Viego, but I think Blabber knows it's coming. He's okay with that matchup.
Yeah, Viego could definitely work into Twisted Fate, into Lee Sin, but there are still a lot of options. A lot of times, like traditional 100 Thieves would do, like Thresh is open, right? Jinx is open. You would see the Jinx Thresh, see if they go in that direction.
Ooh.
That's something completely different.
Yeah.
Actually. That's a very early Gwen pick. It actually gets locked in.
Yeah, I mean, somebody looks incredible on Gwen. In fact, we've had a number of just complete runaway games with Gwen in the top lane from a few different players. So, I mean, I don't mind the pick here at all. I think Gwen's very powerful, but certainly hasn't been the focus of a lot of the way, you know, teams have been building their drafts, at least after week 1. So J4 here as well for closer. More in line with the, you know, get stuff done junglers. Not that Viego can't get stuff done, but another very popular jungler these days.
I think it's pretty necessary to actually pick specifically Jarvan right there because of who their solo lane picks are already. And even though this gives C9 the ability to take some shots with their 4 or 5 bans towards FBI and Huhi, it at least allows them to pick their bot lane in a pair. So they can usually get something pretty good.
I'm rubbing my hands together. You can't see it on camera, but I'm excited for potential Fudge LeBlanc. He's back to the scaling.
No, the block is just not. We'll see if there's consistency in the C9 style, but it is not what I expect the C9 style to be. If you put LeBlanc into Corki, Corki will build Hex Drinker, neutralize the matchup, and outscale, which is, as far as I know, never the position Fudge or C9 want to be in. So they'll do their best to match scaling, throw Victor into it, and win the game elsewhere.
You're gonna see Jinx Aphelios banned here by Cloud9. I forgot that 100 Thieves picked Gwen and this J4 so early that 80 carries can actually be snapped off here by Cloud9 for phase 2 of bans. So Jace banned on the other side, still respecting Darshan's, you know, pool of champions being very wide as well. He's already shown a lot this tournament so far, been a great player to watch.
Yeah, there's also like the weird world where they would throw Victor top and then match the Corki with Jace because they've matched Corki with Jace last week. So just I think mostly a throwaway ban. I don't think they would move the Victor top, but that's what 100 Thieves was thinking was possible.
Yep, could also swap. I guess you'd have to have Victor top in that case. So never mind, Thresh banned as well. So
yeah,
FBI and Huhi losing a lot of power picks here in the bottom. I'm going to have to show something a little different. Aphelios is still going to be up if they want that though. So they'll put something together, but it won't be kind of the premier, you know, dual lane that we've seen so much of.
Yeah, if they didn't have so much magic damage already on 100 Thieves, I would actually like to see them... never mind. I was going to say Kai'Sa, but they don't have enough things to combo Kai'Sa off of to fly in. They don't have enough LCC elsewhere in the comp. So yeah, I think it'll be an Aphelios lane.
To a new event. Again, showing respect to Darshan's carry pool as Cloud9 going to show us pick number 4 here. I imagine Isles is going to get a support here. Seems good to continue blocking picks from that lane because 100 Thieves are actually giving counterpick as much as they can to their duo lane here.
Absolutely. I can still see the support coming in on 5 if they wanted to, but there's an ability to just match the top laner right here, and then for sure they get support counterpick, which in the past I think had a lot more value. There's definitely been metas where support counterpick could really just decide the lane.
Yep.
I don't think we're there right now, and the Aphelios Leona should be just pretty powerful generally for 100 Thieves.
Yep, I think they're particularly unafraid. It's funny that you mentioned that though. I had to do this manually at some point last year, but Core JJ, that guy kind of picks support a lot in that particular meta. So
yeah,
definitely something that was more of a thing. I think I agree with you though. Less of a concern right now. FBI and Huhi more than happy here, and just we'll see what Isles wants to line up in the 2v2 with.
Yeah, in terms of like the ability to try a counter pick, C9 technically got that in all 3 lanes in some shape or form, right? So they blind picked the jungle and the 80 carry, which are the 2 least, I guess, like formative things in terms of counter picks go. That allowed them to counter pick the Victor for the mid lane on 3, they counter pick the top lane on 4, and they counter pick the bot lane with support on 5. Once again, like I don't necessarily think Victor is a counter pick to Corki, but positionally they had the opportunity to counterpick in every single spot, which I think is kind of neat.
Yeah, Rakan also, for everyone playing at home, not a counterpick into Leona. In fact, you often see it flip the other way, but...
It's a fingers matchup.
Yeah, exactly. You're picking Rakan for other stuff, you know? Saw Poom do very well on the pick last time, I think, as supports often happen. Perhaps not as much spotlight as could have been shone on Poom and Contract setting up so well for his team, but they're gone. We have 100 Thieves and Cloud9 here in this game. We'll see what Isles and Sven can do in their 2v2. And a very fun one to kick things off. I'm really looking at Sunday's Gwen, actually, because he already had a great Gwen game, and I'm just curious, is the priority worth it, 100 Thieves? Because so much of the texture of this draft changed because of how much priority they wanted to give their top laner.
Yeah, it's an interesting move because I still firmly believe that 100 Thieves works best when they are playing through FBI and Huhi's pressure, when Closer is pathing towards bottom side, and they're just letting the rest of the map exist, and then they group up and have good mechanics and team fights. that for almost every team, especially when you're in January, will want to be rejected. It'll be, and we've even seen in the interviews, Closer, we're going to be able to play through every lane this year. We're a very versatile team. But I don't think it's bad to not be versatile, honestly.
Yeah.
I think it's very acceptable and sometimes good to have a strong identity. But I do know from what they've said, they're very interested in playing towards other lanes. With that being said, I also think Gwen is kind of fine on weak side as well, so they're still capable of playing through bottom lane if they choose.
Of course, the other thing that every team is very concerned with is winning. So you know what? Whether it's through all your lanes or just through the bottom lane, as long as it wins, you'll be happy. 100 Thieves, of course, eyes back on defending this title. That is the pressure they have now. Obviously, it's very early. Lock-in is not a determination of who's going to win the spring split, but they will come back into that split with the expectation by the community and themselves that they are going to win again. And that is a lot of pressure on a team, even a team this talented.
Yeah, and one thing I'm going to track as well, once again this game, is Fudge and how quickly he can get to his mythic item and if he takes advantage of that power spike in lane.
Oh goodness, they're going for it. Ignite's already down. Sven is getting shot. Isles does trade some back onto FBI, but Sven loses that trade at level 1.
Or does he?
Ooh.
Because he has 4 potions and biscuits, and Hui doesn't have Ignite anymore. So I think that's actually totally fine for Sven. They don't burn summoners, and he'll get that health back right away.
Got Fleet as well. The bigger brain perhaps outsmarting the aggressive instincts of the 100 Thieves 2v2. They'll be very happy in this spot. They're about to ding 2. Definitely have to avoid this particular situation.
That would be the perfect caster. It's like, or does, and then he dies.
I was going to get thinged up. Ooh, I think he was looking for a juke there, but Sven not going to bite.
Oh, wow. Blabber with a 3-camp bot gank, so his whole top side is open, but he might go for this.
I love the mind games here. Oh, Isles going in, looking for the flash. Very nicely placed, but definitely dodged by FBI's flash.
Yeah, that would have been a huge kill for C9. It does mean, though, the Aphelios is flashless, and you always have to see what happens on the return of ganks like that, knowing that red buff, Raptors, Kruggies are all up. And why is Closer going in here?
We got spotted too, just barely, but yeah.
Unless he's going for a dive, he should know all these camps are clear.
We'll see, but
What are you looking for?
I don't know, because if it's jungle camps, you got bad news. Hey, he's like, wait a second, what's going on around here? Where are all these camps? I mean, this must be something else. Waiting for crab. I mean, at this point, I guess you're just taking the crab.
I don't get it. He's just sitting there.
He's
staring at people.
Can someone check?
It must be a dive.
Yeah,
it must be a dive. And he doesn't want to show the tri-brush in case it's warded. They're hoping to stack this wave and go.
Here we go. Closes in. Sven, you have flash, you have cleanse. Good flash. Gets himself out of there.
This is vintage 100 Thieves. And I apologize to Closer. In that case, he was staying up there because that's the least likely spot to be warded.
Right.
And they didn't want to give early knowledge to C9 that gank could be coming. So he didn't decide to punish Blabber, generally because they had no mid or top priority, so any invade in red buff wouldn't necessarily work, and all he's doing is delaying his clear of his own red buff by going for that, but in return, he's almost bailing out FBI a little bit for not having flash. He burns the flash of Sven. Sven loses a whole wave of turret. He's now down in experience and also doesn't have his flash, so bot lane advantage, 400 Thieves.
Yep, and as you said, certainly vintage, but hey, if it ain't broke, no need to fix it there. As we do have TP back from Arbor, hanging out with Fudge. He's probably going to come back to his lane whenever he can afford his lost chapter. That's typically the timing Victor wants to look for. But we haven't seen it much yet, but Darshan feeling pretty fine in the 1v1 early on. Graves, very exciting as a top lane pick. Not fully sure of all the matchup spreads just yet, but Darshan's having a great time.
Yeah, will be interesting to see if he goes the Shield Bow build or the Eclipse build. We saw Whippo have a lot of success with the Eclipse Graves build, but the Shield Bow one is definitely the one that is more prolific across the world.
Which one do you like? I like the one that kills people more often, which is usually Eclipse.
This will be a lame answer, but I like that it depends.
Ah, the classic analyst answer.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what the other team's, burst is. If they have really low burst, I like the Shield Bow Bloodthirster build because you can possibly, infinitely drain tank throughout the game. But if there's multiple squishies on the team, and they theoretically would have enough burst to kill you through Shield Bow anyway, I like the Eclipse build because you still get sustain and you just get more damage.
We're at it again, but this time it's a 3v3. Closer going to be there just in time. Good gravity route there. And now we go in. That looks like a kill on my screen. Sven low and is going to be dead. It's first blood, but they trade it back and forth. It's actually Sven that dies first. So 100 Thieves going to grab that one for closer, but can anyone get any more kills? It's a big old party. Alcove Gaming, Isles with a great knockup. Blabber finds the Q. Closer though finds the knockup on the other side. And the shields keep on coming, and it's absolute carnage from the supporting crew. But it's only both ADs dead.
How did that Sonic Wave land?
Oh no!
The minion wave. That's a Corki. That is a Corki.
Oh no, a second AD carry has arrived to the bottom lane. Blabber going to be the target there. He's got flash, so going to be A-OK. Very nicely done to help Isles out, and Arbor doesn't have enough to get a kill.
Yeah, actually, ends up being a fairly ineffective roam. That's just going to give Fudge more time to push minions in the mid lane. But this is what we sign up for. Graves, Gwen, you have fun. Corki, Victor, you have fun. Bot lane is where the party's at.
Oh, nice cancel. Sven finding the W there onto Huhi. FBI already back. Back to course. Both ADs back from their recent visits to the fountain.
Wave's in a good spot for FBI as well. It's pretty precarious for Sven to be up this far.
Surely Blabber wouldn't be back again. He's not. He's actually topside jungle, as we know. So Sven probably, using some of that intuition, some of that experience. Feeling all right, but CS in the direction of FBI. Attention certainly been in the direction of the 100 Thieves bottom lane, so see how much more Avadaga and, of course, Closer in particular want to pay towards that side of the map. Because, as you said, it's, island time on the top side. It's almost a tragedy on the blue buff, but Ava saves it with the rocket.
Yep. The jungle item, which has now disappeared because smoked 5 times, no longer burns the blue buff below 1 health, which is a relief to a lot of mid laners.
Certainly so, as Avadaga with that fresh blue buff, trying to poke on to Fudge. Lots of little dodging there, back and forth there, as Fudge's laser doesn't quite connect. But he's feeling all right. Blabber's here in mid lane right now. Isles here as well, actually. Get the tension, there's the kick. Blabber with a very fancy flash around the horn, and that is going to be a kill. Fudge is going to grab it. No, it's Blabber that'll finish it off.
Oh, very nice timing on that gank. Right after a blue buff. It would have been even better if that could have gone over to Victor, because then he could have just taken his blue. But honestly, he's going to be fine with the Lost Chapter and the Monoflow band with his early spike to continue shoving that in. Not to mention, that assist gave Fudge the upgrade on his E, so he can just shove forever now.
All right, solo kill incoming, perhaps. Don't think somebody has enough left in the tank. Gonna go for it, though. Darshan forced a flash. Woo!
Red team has slain.
Last little needles miss, and Closer's gonna start the Rift Herald.
Yeah, but does that mean he's taking his eye off bot lane for 1 too many seconds? No, it's fine. Good job.
Blabber was in the area.
Yeah, Blabber was thinking about it. I didn't know the health values. Like, if FBI was at half health, that dive would have happened for sure. But instead, it's just a nice Rift Herald taken by Closer. I think, as we said earlier, usually Rift Herald for Dragon trades early. The Rift Herald teams are going to be very happy.
Yep, and Cloud9 did get the first Drake, picked up the Chem Drake for themselves. Infernal on the menu next, as Darshan looks to be forced back here. Somebody's starting to get a little bit of leverage here in the 1v1.
That does bring up a very interesting stat, though. That Chemtech Drake, so C9 is now in their 4th game. That is their 14th Dragon. And opponents have 0.
Oh!
So they've had 3 Soul games, 1 Elder Drake, and the first Chem Drake in this one. They have a rather high priority on Drakes so far.
See if that continues, because they're that's 15 then?
This was 14.
That was 14. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll keep count.
But it's still 100%. That's the more impressive stat.
Okay, I just have to watch when 100 Thieves gets on. That's all I need to care about. No more counting for me. It's Fudge and Closer about to do battle. Fudge with a flasher gets out from the gank. Nicely set up by Avadaga.
Simply just a minigame that I'm tracking. But
oh, yes.
This is going to delay Fudge's Mythic. He really has, he's followed really specific recall timers in most of his games. He will recall as soon as he can get Lost Chapter. He will usually get another recall for Blasting Wand, and then as soon as he has enough to Futures Market purchase his Mythic, he'll do that. 2 out of 3 games that was before 10 minutes. That gank might delay him a good chunk.
Fudge also helping out Blabber there with the jungle. Closer ready with the Rift Herald. Oh goodness, that would have been a tragedy. Blabber though is going to get the red buff. The flag does not steal it, but I like the attempt at a Closer. Darshan shooting down Someday, but oh, that W is just so powerful. So it's a smoke screen, excuse me. Someday just dodging out as now the attention is going to be turned towards top. Darshan is low. Closer's there, Dunkaroonie. Closer slays Darshan, and Blabber just can't do anything about it.
I love that move by 100 Thieves. And it's obviously not scripted because the game is dynamic and the players definitely play a lot of instinct. But I believe this is the third game 100 Thieves has spent just like a huge amount pre-7 minutes on ganking bottom lane. Then they will get a Rift Herald, they will kill top, and then they'd actually drop the Herald top. They didn't do it this time. Not completely sure why, because it would have given Gwen maybe the advantage she needs to run over the game. But that's kind of the pattern I've seen with Closer. He puts a ton of resources into bottom early. That buys him time to sneak up top and take the Rift Herald. He gets that one turnaround gank on top lane, and then they've snowballed the game in their 2 victories. They haven't quite snowballed it yet. And we'll see if they end up doing a return gank or where that Herald eventually goes.
Yep, just taking stock. It is a lead for 100 Thieves, but not a huge one. Almost up to 1,000 gold, but not quite there just yet. Mythic time for Fudge, not as good as previous attempts, but under 11 minutes at least, as Fudge has already got.
Still faster than every other mid laner in Lock-In.
He's very fast, and Abadaga is feeling the pain of that poke. Every laser that connects is fairly damaging.
Yeah, this should be a big moment in lane to punish the Corki. Obviously, the Mythic timing game, when you play Corki, like you're just not going to build Ludens first because you need to stack up the mana immune. But for like the next minute and a half, he'll have the wave clear advantage if he wants to, like if they have River and he's not too worried about being ganked, which should make it easy for them to set up for the second dragon. And therefore, they'll be on their way to Seoul as is planned.
Certainly is. See, they close it with those 2 kills. For that nice bit of pressure top lane, Gordrinker done. FBI feeling healthy on the CS front. 20 up, actually, up against Sven, even taking the Kruggies as well. We're going to get some extra money out of those.
Yeah, and a really small thing we can point out too while there's a bit of a lull is because C9 has Graves top, it actually makes Fudge's lane easier. Because if there was an AP champion top, Abadaga almost certainly would have gone for Hexdrinker. But he's disincentivized to build Hexdrinker when he's only against 1 AP in the other team. Just so happens that AP's in his lane, so he just has a harder lane because he doesn't want to spend that gold on a Hexdrinker.
Right, and you were mostly right, I would say. The Herald did get dropped top. It just wasn't right after that gank, but somebody's going to get so much gold off of this play. He takes the first tower. All the plates are his. That is huge injection of cash into Gwen's pockets.
I think it was really smart to use that time to go up top. C9 had spent a lot of time getting bought. If they can kill Fudge here,
no
it's
flash.
massive.
Easy off for Leona, and Closey just gets his 3rd kill.
That is a big mistake, I think, by Fudge. Knowing that 3 people had just been top, they had a bunch of river control, and they just didn't have the timings. Dying on that timing possibly stops them from getting Drake, but if it doesn't, it's maybe it's fine. Maybe I misspoke.
We'll have to see, but certainly the Drake stat is in peril. You do, in fact, miss 100% of the Drakes you don't take, but you know what? They're starting anyway.
No Leona ult. Abadaga can move down from mid, but, I mean, he's recalling and teleporting. He's not going to be back in time.
Yeah, Fudge already TP'd actually to the tower, just running it straight to the dragon, and C9, clean sheet still there.
Just go. Just get it. How many plays does FBI get off of that? Just one.
Oh, I love this. Set up here onto FBI, get the slow. Blabber with the tag onto Huhi, though. Not what he wanted. Closer also reinforcing alongside Abadaga, so Cloud9 think better of the play.
It's a pretty big gold gap that's opened up, though. These 2 Drakes and the successful turret take 500 Thieves. Back and forth here.
I did say it was less than 1,000 gold, like 2 minutes ago, maybe. And now it's 3,000 shot up there for 100 Thieves after somebody took that tower. He's got the Riftmaker. He's on top of the gold charts right now. Going to be an absolute menace for Cloud9 here to try and deal with this Gwen.
Yeah. Closer's also very, very strong at the moment. Geez, this is a really interesting game. It actually feels like the teams are being very, very respectful of the other team's turns. So there's been a couple moments here where I thought like a kill would lead to an objective afterwards, but instead it's actually leading to a reset, and then they'll take their chances afterwards because they don't want to get caught by like overstaying somewhere. That was evident with the first gank top lane where they didn't drop Rift Herald, and then when 100 Thieves ganked mid, but then didn't turn for Dragon, and instead also recalled so they could get back on the map faster. It's very interesting to watch.
Certainly is, but does feel like 100 Thieves starting to mount a bit more pressure here. You can see Blabber's just kind of been forced to farm. Like, he's got a decent CS lead up against Closer, but Closer's been busy killing champions. Now going to kill Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, get another Rift Herald, drop in mid, try and continue to break these turrets open.
And Victor without a mid-outer turret. It's a sad time. Roll Victor loves to be able to just sit there and push the waves back towards the enemy, but it may be reversing in the wrong direction for Cloud9 here. As Closer and friends easily take this second Herald here.
Yeah, C9 just everybody resetting. Got to be in a bit of a defensive posture unless Isles and Blabber can find a nice... Jeez, the big one at level 11 Corki. Even without eluding, still chunking fudge.
Oh, that's nice!
That's
so
it!
Nice! There was Van, what a bait! As he gets the kill on Zavadaga.
Jin Rakan right there. It takes one tag from a full range Victor laser. They land the W, they flash engage. That's beautiful.
And C9 going to need more of that here as they look to stay proactive. Isles no ulti, but he's got Ignite at the ready, sweeping through the enemy jungle. Cloud Rift letting them zoom through a little bit faster. We'll need to take some structures here. There's not a lot of space for Cloud9 to keep that stuff up, but a very nice job to basically lane gank in mid there as FBI trying to turn it back onto Isles.
Yeah, Jin the only champ that can do that. Oh, that makes me so interested for the rest of this game because I've been talking a lot with Emily in the analyst desk about just like the Corki Victor matchup and how a lot of times it's just kind of decided on range, and it seems like once Corki gets Ludens, right, the team with longer range just ends up pushing people off of objectives. But I really want to see if the Jin can flip that. Because if they can basically make it dangerous for Corki to poke with missiles because they have Jin Rakan threat, it'll flip that matchup a little bit and maybe allow C9 to take space later in the game.
Very nicely aimed Zenith played there for Huhi, but Blabber is more than mobile enough to get away, and there was not enough follow-up there to try and get a kill onto the Cloud9 jungler. Dragon back up in 1 minute and 25 seconds as we keep our eyes back on the Cloud9 Drake stats, but gaining ground here around the rest of the map. 100 Thieves FBI is going to take their team's second tower of the game. We said it already, this is definitely a game where there's a lot of respect being shown.
Yeah.
But 100 Thieves, even if it's slow, they are starting to continue building that advantage.
Yeah, they're definitely in the driver's seat right now, even though they are...
But they're obeying the speed limit.
2 dragons down, yeah. It's not a blowout by any means. It just puts a little bit of pressure on C9 to not make any big mistakes because, especially as we approach 20 minutes, the Baron threat will become a lot higher. If they lose the mid turret, then the gold lead could just get out of hand. Right now, it's a manageable difference because you can look across, like, let's say the mythic completions and items are basically even, but when 100 Thieves gets to their item spikes and they can hit 2 items before C9, that's when it's going to matter. And, I mean, as of right now, it looks like we should be pretty even power for this next Drake fight, even though there's a 3,000 gold disadvantage for C9.
Yep. Someday still being a menace, but Darshan's just deflecting it. Has gone shield burst, so at least going to have some durability for the upcoming fight. It is, of course, well past 14 minutes, so TPs can come in wherever you have a convenient locale, and Blabber is trying to find the angle on who he's not the player he wants, though does dodge the incoming Zenith play, but there's that TP I mentioned. Darshan joining the fight early as Cloud9 look to take this Drake.
I mean, let's see how much they just try and burn this versus defending the zone and trying to fight if 100 Thieves walks in.
They're shooting it right now, but the flank is there from Sunday. Gwen is very threatening when she gets in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, Gwen does have a flank. Darshan's trying to mark Gwen, though, which seems to be effective.
Yep, doing a decent job here. Fudge, though, kind of turning back around. Gwen absorbing a lot of the damage, and now the rest of 100 Thieves go in. Sven, the target. It's going to get locked up forever, and FBI is able to shoot him down. Sunday low, but he's not dead just yet, and him living is an absolute disaster on the Cloud9 side. Fudge is going to die as well, and that is going to be an ace as Darshan is the only one left to die at the hands of Huhi, as Abadog is going to sweep in and steal it. A triple kill for the Corki and the ace for 100 Thieves.
What a gold injection for 100 Thieves and Abadage. Now they are in firm control of this game. That just ended up being a total disaster for Cloud9. So look at this. They were first in River, but they're unable to defend any of their zones. So now it's just a straight eye contact fight, and when someone gets behind C9, they're just looking to fall back and push Someday out. But both their solo laners go for Someday, and C9 isn't far enough back to dodge the closer engage. So that's when it turns into a total disaster. 5-for-0 ace.
Oh, here comes Fudge trying to get Sunday, but I think Sunday might still have a little bit of gas left in the tank. Gets stunned on the edge of the gravity field, but Fudge is getting done. Sunday almost makes it happen, but Fudge gets his revenge.
Just barely. He gets him. Woo! Not sure what Someday was doing in the grot, but he gets punished. Either way, still a 6,500 gold lead. The Drake timer has been pushed from 6 minutes to 12 minutes, or 5 to 10, whatever. And Yeah, 100 Thieves is looking like, again, they're going much faster in their driver's seat now towards being first place in this group.
Yep, and they've hit the freeway. Bit of traffic on the way. Finally starting to rev things up. Sunday finished Cosmic Drive. We've got 2 items done now for Abadaga as well, who's got his Mythic. Nice and on time there for Corky, who of course wants to get the 10 per second, and even 2 there for FBI as well. So things are looking good across the board here for 100 Thieves. They even stop the potential Drake Snowball. So Cloud9 can't even lean on that soul as a potential way to force a fight in their favor.
And what a game it's been from Closer so far. They just have so much power at the moment. They also have the Manamune Luden's spike for Corky. Well on his way to his 3rd item as well, so I mean, he might get to 3 items before Fudge gets to 2, which would be ludicrous.
And this is the kind of game where it's just so hard for Cloud9 to get anything done. They still have 0 towers taken in this game, so it's just, again, we talk about it so much. One of the reasons we talk about the mid-outer tower so much is like, when you don't have access to the areas of the map where you need to be contesting with things like Baron,
I love this.
Can't do anything.
Yeah, I love this. They have a package time and they have great vision. They have Gwen with teleport advantage, so if C9 steps in, Closer's just going to ult, they're going to TP in and try and clean. If C9 doesn't step in, they just get Baron. They're very aggressive with this force. The disaster would be a steal or too much Jinpo.
Yeah, and they don't even give them that opportunity. I was about to just salute Blabber and say, good luck on the 50-50, but 100 Thieves aren't even going to give them that, and that fog is so good! Hoo-hee! Absolute immaculate aim onto Sven, and the Doom Jacuzzi is a little different, but it's still enough to get the kill there. Fudge will turn one back around, but that's not the kill they're after as Someday TP's in. Whoa. And my god, this Gwen rips Cloud9 to shreds!
A little bit strong on the Gwen at the moment. Abadage doesn't even have to join. He's going to get 800 gold for himself by killing that top turret. It's good for about 2 kills, actually, in terms of Corky's income.
You know, the KDA maybe not there for Sunday this time, but Gwennis the Menace has officially arrived. And they're going to take more towers. They're going to keep Cloud9 shut out in this game as they rocket towards almost 10,000 gold ahead. They're almost at 9. Dragon to fight for another 2 minutes. They can reset for this Baron, and Cloud9 have to start praying at this point, because it's very tough to come back from this spot.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to try some very creative things, whether it's like a double teleport in by Fudge and Darshan, but to do that, they'd have to have like Isles go on some rogue mission to get a ward behind somewhere since they don't have any of the waves pushed. We'll just watch this one more time. Like, Corky is top here and Closer's half health, but they're just so geared towards aggression. They just decide to fight. Gwen doesn't even use TP. Someday was just on a timing from top lane. So it was a good time to engage because it was going to be basically 4v4 with a gold advantage, and that not only gives them the kill, they end up getting mid and top turret off.
And you know, I did ask the question in draft, so I guess I'll answer it for myself. I did ask, was it worth the priority on Gwen for Someday? I'm gonna say yes. Obviously not the game that the champion, not the champion that this game has been played around, especially in the early game, but the investment has paid off after he gets out of that side lane. Had a great looking lane there against Darshan. Had Closer come up to get that nice initial burst of gold from the Rift out and that first tower and all the plates going down, and it is paying off for the rest of 100 Thieves, and he's not even the strongest champion on the Rift right now.
Yeah, I see 11,000 gold in the pocket of Corky. So
it's a lot.
He's a strong boy.
I would say too much if you're on the Cloud9 side. 100 Thieves side, get that man more paychecks. Corky's expensive. Ooh, Death Dance.
Interesting.
It's a fun one.
Yeah, good amount. I mean, it's definitely not a bad Corky item.
Are there bad Corky items at this point?
So I think the best Corky 4th item is GM.
Okay.
Arguably 3rd item. And that's just because of the absolutely absurd damage of the package. And if you...
See this one already. He has flash, by the way. It just doesn't matter. I think he's going to die to minions. Oh, he is! Closer had enough burn. Hops up the happy bee as Sven goes back to the fountain.
He's so strong.
Yeah, the 505 J4 is doing all right.
Yeah. Oh, Sven is so sad right now.
Yeah, he was like, I have flash. I'm probably okay, right? And then used flash and still wasn't okay. Feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, look at the FDX Gold Mountain.
Yeah.
Thieves just building up the bank.
The chances of a comeback are very low, I would say.
Pinpoint analysis.
Yeah.
Oh, an objective bounty.
The sound of the objective bounty does give hope, though. Whether, like, the gold does not give much hope, but the sound.
The objective bounty sound, that's the sound of Hopium.
Yes.
Dragon goes down. It is unfortunately over to 100 Thieves. Cloud9 continue to lose. The objectives are after, and see what happens. Again, there is always fight left in a game, but it's just rough goings right now as 100 Thieves are just starting to... I feel like anytime a team is this far ahead and starts to play like a little more loosely, and not like they're throwing things away, but they know the power of the position of power they're in. And when you can start playing more freely and a bit more recklessly and it still works, that's when you know the game's going in the right direction.
Yeah, like Closer just 1v1ing an 80 carry that deep into the map.
With a team
Is it necessary? No. Is it fun? Yes.
And, you know, it gets on the highlight reels. Gets the MVP points. As Closer's looking to run the campaign back from finals. Maybe win regular season MVP this time around. Certainly a long way away from that, of course. But 100 Thieves are going to chase Cloud9 out of their jungle because they want to take this Baron.
Yeah, they're really just looking to find a fight rather than flip Baron. There's no need to flip Baron with a 9,000 gold lead. Look at this though, Isles, this is the miracle attempt.
Well, we're going to go ahead. Ooh, a little... Ooh, actually, something never mind. Great defensive line there. As Isles now does get sniffed out, is going to have to back away. Still has his ulti though, but the poke damage is obviously in favor of 100 Thieves. As C9 will be forced back to their base.
Yeah, mid wave, top wave, bot wave, all pushed. No vision for C9 in the Baron area. They're actually out of blue trinkets. They do have that one ward outside, but I don't think that actually sees right now that they're doing Baron.
No, it doesn't. Good call there on that vision. Look at FBI's damage over the wall.
He's
like
got the right
perfect gun to take this out. And it's just gone. Like, they're waiting as well in case someone's in the area for a steal. They check the area, they see no one's there. The smite goes down, 100 Thieves. They'll crest 10,000 gold ahead as they snag their first Baron of this game.
Beautiful. Now Someday sets up shop in top
Goodbye,
lane.
Darshan. Ooh, maybe not. Actually, it's a 1v4 for Someday. Now going to be interrupted by Closer and who he is. They are going back in. Someday's still alive. Abadaga over the top with the TP. Darshan with the shield bow. Not so immortal now as Abadaga's on a rampage. And Cloud9 just keep getting routed.
Yep, they do. It's still 5 alive for 100 Thieves. They're a little low on health, but they can go in. Abe, if he had GA, he could have packaged into the base, but he has Death Stance.
If only.
So he packaged away from the base.
Ah, okay. Well, Inhibitor's going to go down, and I think the rest of the base may fall with it.
Oh, yeah.
Backing up again, 100 Thieves. Not overplaying. No need to. I mean, it's fun. Why not play with your 11,500 gold lead?
They want first in the group. Like, I also want to challenge the narrative that some people are spreading, not on the broadcast, I would say.
Absolutely not.
Maybe this is like Reddit or Twitter, that like lock-in doesn't matter, teams don't care about lock-in.
Oh, it matters.
For the standings, obviously it does not. But in terms of like the teams wanting to win, they definitely do.
Yes.
I can say that from competing in lock-in last year with Team Liquid. Like, the prize pool being $150,000, which is more than spring or summer, is actually still quite significant. The momentum you build for the start of the year, and just like the reason these guys are pro players is not to make money, it's the competitive fire. And like playing best of series at the start of the year after not playing competitive series for 4 months is just intoxicating. So these guys really do just want to beat up on each other with people watching, because that's why they do this.
Yeah, I mean, it might sound silly, but you talk to any player and they'll say the one thing they love most is winning.
Yeah.
And you know what? You win some money, you win a trophy, it's still winning at the end of the day, even if it's just to kick off a very exciting LCS season. As 100 Thieves look to right the ship after their loss. Cloud9 still putting the pieces together, of course, with kind of split rosters, but Closer, he's in there. It's time to make the highlight reel. Put him on the telly, everyone, because Closer's going up again. No deaths. 508. Abadaga's unstoppable, and 100 Thieves are sending a message to everyone here in the LCS that they are back to still claim that second trophy.
Really smooth game by 100 Thieves, trying to erase everyone's memory about their defeat to FlyQuest at the end of last week. That 3-1, because of the head-to-head over Cloud9, will lock them first place in Group A. So they will play 4th place from Group B in the lock-in elimination bracket later. But as you said, Pastry Time, really just a picturesque game from Closer.
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for 20 seconds in the empty blue buff jungle at the start of the game.
Okay.
Good play. It ends up giving FBI that advantage. The timing of his Rift Herald take into top lane ganking, he actually found a way to get every lane ahead, which is just so impossible for most junglers. never died. Bunch of great engages. Just beautiful game by 100 Thieves.
And of course, always great support there by Huhi. I know he can play Enchanters. I just hope he never does, because his engage supports are just so much fun to watch. And a very dominant game for 100 Thieves at the end of it all. With that, we are going to be heading over to the State Farm Analyst Desk to break down 100 Thieves' win.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. It's 100 Thieves who will secure themselves the first seed out of Group A in taking this win over Cloud9. So for those of you at home who go, wait a second, they're tied in record. How is that possible? It's head-to-head, and as it's best of ones, you win that matchup against the team that's challenging you in the standings, and you lock up the 1 seed.
Yeah, and one thing we brought up going into this was that these two teams have had the same exact strength of schedule, right? So it was like, okay, this is a test for both of them. C9 said they hadn't been tested yet. 100 Thieves had the unexpected loss to FlyQuest. I thought this was a great game from 100 Thieves because it showcased a lot of things that have been hallmarks for this team since all of last year, especially with the dives in bot and top.
I mean, how do you evaluate that from the coaching position? We heard Jat talking a little bit about it as well. Jat and Pastry Time, kind of that general early game flow and focus that would result in a Rift Herald, the types of dives that they like to set up. Do you feel like, number one, they're holding true to that, and then two, is that what 2022 is going to support? Is this the way to play League?
Yeah, I think that, Jat really hit that they like to play through bottom lane, and that when they play through FBI, it's when they look the most dangerous. I think the good thing about this game, however, was they were able to translate that pressure very early into getting someday ahead as well. You saw Blabber go for a little bit of a cheesy gank as well in this game. Against Closer, that's always going to be a risk because he just will take the tempo and punish you later. And I think that Closer is a really smart jungler from what I've been able to see. He is able to impact the map, and he is very good at capitalizing on small areas.
We also saw him forced off of that Viego and still performing, and I think that's a good thing to see, right? You're gonna want to fear that Viego, but you have to remind yourselves that there's plenty of picks behind that he's willing to play.
True, it's a lesson to everybody that he can damn well play anything, and so this was just a straight-up highlight reel. Not only was he able to get the dive top lane, full clears his jungle, gets the Rift Show placed down top, then goes for a gank through mid, knowing that he already burned flash on Victor. I thought that Closer had an exceptional performance here, and even kind of talking about queuing into what we talked about really early on, about textbook 100 Thieves looking for dives and being aggressive. They were a step ahead in terms of playing a smarter game, right? When they looked for a dive bot lane, if it wasn't too much, they were just, okay, we're just going to deny the minions, back away, right? They got the gank, the dive top lane, didn't immediately look to push Rift Herald. They looked to full clear for Jarvan, and so I liked this look.
I don't really have a great way to get into this clip other than reading exactly what's in the teleprompter, which is a quote from Spawn. This doesn't seem important to the game. So if that is the case, Spawn, why are we watching?
That was obviously said very facetiously.
Yeah, sarcasm.
Because it was just so funny. They're like, you want that replay? I'm like, nah.
Can't be that relevant.
But I know one thing that Jat really loves to set up when he talks about Drakes is areas of zone control. And I think that what Gwen gave us in that fight, the ability to control the whole backside of the team fight and take the control mage out of the fight, meant that was always going to be a wipe, and I think that you have to be very conscious of Gwen on your flanks if you are going to set up for a dragon like that.
Someday was so huge this game that, especially in that, just specifically focusing on that team fight, because everyone can look at an amalgamation of plays and be like, yeah, someday. But not only was he pulling Darshan to mark him on flank, he was also pulling in Victor. He was pulling 2 people. The moment they see this, it's like, okay, just full on dive. In goes Leona and J4, and they win the fight off of that one. So, he pulled in a lot of pressure in that specific moment and had a great game overall.
We were talking previously about Fudge's, comfort on, Victor in terms of how they did set up for Drake fights previously, right? And how he did use that area of effect. So I thought it was a really good, it's just a smart decision in a team fight anyway to have the Gwen there to zone him out. But that does take away some of the comfort that we've seen from him. And we also didn't see as much focus on making sure that he had the push in mid against the Corki. So he didn't get as much help from Blabber. I remember he got help in the Akali Victor matchup in one of his previous games too. So looking at that mid jungle, a little bit more coordination early as well.
Also, maybe discussion for later. I do remember all the way back to Champions, there was calls for maybe a LeBlanc, a different pick other than the Victor, but sticking to comfort is Fudge in the mid lane so far. For 100 Thieves, they bounced back from a loss last week to lock up that #1 seed here coming out of the lock-in group stage. We're going to join the Tigress and Abadaga for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, Dash. Really excited to be joined by 100 Thieves mid laner Abidaga after that victory against Cloud9. The desk was just talking about it, the mid lane matchup, so I want to get your thoughts directly. What was it like playing against Fudge and the strats that C9 were bringing against you?
Yeah, so today coming into the game, I got a bit cocky because in my mind I'm playing against an autofill player, and I looked up Fudge's runes choices and his gameplay in general, and it seemed like he's very passive. So I adapted a bit in the runes, took a more greedy approach that will give me better scaling, and I knew I can even win the lane if I don't even take the best runes for lane. So it felt very good that it worked out.
Yeah, I love hearing about your specific adaptations compared to how your opponent is playing in lane. I know that 100 Thieves is going through a lot of adaptations right now. Closer mentioning not wanting to always have to play through bot, but find ways to play through other lanes. How does that affect you and your development within the context of this squad?
I think it didn't change too much, except that we are also playing more towards top. So for me, it would mean that I'm spending more time topside. But our gameplay didn't change too much around mid. I'm just doing my job, and right now it's playing control mages because that's the meta, and it doesn't feel much different than last year. But I think we are progressing a lot as a team.
Yeah, it doesn't feel much different from you, but there are some changes in your overall competition. You already called Fudge an autofill mid right here. What mid laner are you looking forward to playing against most in the LCS this season?
I guess I'm looking forward to play against Bjergsen, because I used to look up at him a lot and kind of idolize him when I was growing as a player. But those times have passed, and now I'm the king. So we will see if he can come back and take his crown, but I really don't think so.
Looking to outshine him, knock him down from the pedestal in your mind at times fast. Abidaga, thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations again on the win today.
Thanks, GG's.
GG's, everybody. More GG's to come as we get into game number 3 after this break. We have Mortals taking on Team Liquid. See you there.
Revenge is here. Revenge, where are you calling from?
From the bottom of Group B.
I'm calling from the trenches of Group B in Lock-in. Yeah, it's really nice. It's cozy down here, honestly. Like I mean, I think I'm getting used to it. It's feeling good. I have a serious one.
Okay.
How has it been
to destroy the Nexus? You kind of need to learn that, actually.
No.
Shit.
All right, no, you know what? Honestly, it's fine. We haven't versed TL yet. He can talk all the shit he wants, but it'll just make it feel better when we shit on them. Like that's all. Either way, like I honestly, yeah, the funniest thing, I don't even care. All our losses do not matter, but beating TL will be the juiciest thing. Like that's the only thing that matters right now.
Next time you play against us, you can already play without pressure, right? Because like first week you're already out of Lock-in.
Oh, I mean, dude. It's true. There's no pressure.
Just do your best, you know.
There's no pressure now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, Andre, I'm a bit disappointed, man. I thought going to TL, your analysis and coaching would improve, but I mean,
yes, it would improve too, but.
Oh, okay.
How can you do this? How can you keep talking shit when you're literally losing to CLG and Dignitas? XU.
Wait, what?
Now, whoa! I'm not sure CLG and Dignitas deserved that kind of. They got caught in the crossfire there between Revenge and Gilhoto. We're gearing up for the Revenge match, and thank you again to Travis Gafford and Mark Z for the hot content coming out of Hotline League. This is going to be an interesting matchup because actually, funnily enough, as Gilhoto says, the pressure should be off for this Immortals squad. Yes, unfortunately, they find themselves locked into 5th and therefore not making it to the next stage of lock-in. But that just still means they've got one more game to throw it all out onto the Rift spawn.
But this Immortals roster would still like to stick it to Gilhoto, who went across from Immortals to Team Liquid. And whilst there is a healthy amount of respect, I assure you that these matches do get slightly personal when you play against people that you have worked with in the past.
I also think that, I mean, you've talked about this with, like, we talk about this all the time with scrims versus stage and how teams tend to be a lot more aggressive in scrims just because there's so much pressure off. I mean, there is no pressure, right? Like, Gilhoto's kind of right. Like, you know, hopefully IMT can come out and look a lot more proactive because I think proactivity was definitely something that they were lacking in their losses.
One thing I will say, however, is everyone always tells me it cannot get worse, but I assure you, it can always get worse. You know, when people say it's 0-3, no pressure, it can't get any worse. Right. If you lose a game in 15 minutes, it gets worse from here.
It's the way that math works.
I mean, and ultimately, it's just, I think, for Immortals, them just being able to go through the lock-in and just take a better look at themselves, right? And just taking a look at the roster here. Of course, it's going to be Jan and Core JJ coming in.
Right. Yeah, let's talk about that spawn because this is actually the lineup that took the one loss that TL has so far here in the lock-in tournament.
Yeah, but this is where context is really important because Ayla and Hans played against arguably the weaker opponents, and Jan and Core JJ played against EG, who are currently sitting at the top of the group. I'm sure Jan would want to prove himself. This is a player that's coming out of Academy, obviously, from TLA. Before that was on actually the 100 Next lineup that had like Kenvi, Tenacity, Copy, a lot of those players there. And I think he's incredibly talented.
Yeah.
Like, I think that the Aphelios game did not do him justice. I think even in moments in that game, he nearly turned the game on its head, and he is a big X-Factor player.
That's the big one right there, because a lot of people, brains a little fickle. They forget about the actual context of the game, and especially like the fight around Raptors where he was able to make a huge play for this team. Like, he's a big playmaker, and when you think that, you know, nerves are going to come in, perhaps it did. Perhaps he's going to say that, but it didn't look like that. So I'm excited to see him actually get the perform versus IMT today.
Well, there it is. That's all we need as the precursor to this matchup. We'll see if Revenge can get it done and put a win on the board for Immortals, or if TL will take it and push themselves to 3-1. Back over to Pastry and Jack one more time.
Thank you very much. And you know, for a match that is not going to influence the standings at all, or who's playing, I guess who TL are playing because they're locked in second, I feel like the stakes are somehow higher for this game.
Yeah, I do like the trash talk that goes back and forth.
It's a good time.
I love what Spawn brought up on the desk about how it can always get worse. And also, I like the point about how, like, just because there's no official standing stakes doesn't mean that it's different than a scrim, because people watching you makes what you're doing carry more consequence. Like, I don't care who you are. Like, if you're playing League from your desk, and then 3 people walk behind you and watch you, suddenly there's actually more pressure.
That's true.
Anything you do in this game can be clipped and will be on the internet forever.
Yep.
So proceed with caution.
Why is it that you're always in your promos too when the 3 people walk up behind you in the game? It feels bad, man. All right, we'll see what happens here. But yeah, you know, plenty of memes to make, plenty of trash talk to be had, plenty of highlights or lowlights that can be highlighted and will by the denizens of the internet. But we'll see what happens here in the drafts here. Twisted Fate, Lulu, LeBlanc there on the IMT side. And hey, Victor and Corky from Team Liquid.
Yeah, a lot of mid lane bans. I think that's going to push us to a more interesting mid lane match, which I think is probably in benefit of Bjergsen. As they mentioned, Bjergsen actually did play 4 Academy games in the past 2 days, and that has a couple of knock-on effects. One, it means that the main team actually had less time to scrim because the Academy games happen from 3 to 5 p.m., and that's during the normal scrim block. Secondarily, I also don't necessarily think that the Academy team was 100% drafting to like win every game, and they were letting Bjergsen explore champion pool a little bit. So he got a Sylas game in, a Zillion game in, a Vex game in, a Ryze game in. Those are all champs we actually haven't seen much of in lock-in since it's been Corky, Victor, TF. But with those banned, they'll be pretty natural for this draft phase.
Yeah, pretty excited to see how it lines up. But first pick, Thresh, feels like a nice way to kick things off here for IMT, especially taking that one out of the clutches of Core JJ.
Yep. Absolutely. It was a champion that was first picked by Team Liquid in both of Team Liquid's blue side games. So almost a certainty, if it wasn't picked there by Immortals, you'd be dealing with Core JJ's Thresh.
And we'll see what TL want to pick up here. Caitlyn available, Caitlyn selected.
Oh, that thing's up.
Yeah.
100% win rate, Caitlyn. The question here will be, do they throw Core JJ onto the Lux and do the Caitlyn Lux?
I'm down.
Or does he play a range support? I know Core is actually really, really good at range supports. He's generally a really, really good player. You traditionally haven't seen him on them as much because finding other sources of engage was difficult in some iterations of Team Liquid. So I think with Whippo, especially having such an aggressive mindset, it's something I want to see Team Liquid explore more of this split.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they do want to go for that, because they do have the option. I mean, Whippo, yeah, he's played Graves, look really fun and flashy with the Eclipse build. He's played Sion too. You know, definitely got range there. Whippo, in general, I have to say for me personally, has been a very exciting player to watch. Win, lose, or Whippo, it's like always fun in the top lane 1v1 especially. But Sinzao selected there for Team Liquid, and Akali has gotten through alongside Jinx there. So Total and Destiny set up well. But this Akali, maybe for Revenge as well, we could be seeing the dreaded Chemtech Akali.
I think we will see the Chemtech Akali. It was seen pretty frequently in LEC. It's really gained a lot of speed. Speed. It's gained a lot of prevalence in the meta in the past week since the build was pretty much widely discovered. And we do see the Caitlyn Monk lane.
Very excited here. He calls Lux in action there alongside Neon. I'll see what happens here in the other bands. And we could probably take some time to talk about Akali a little bit, because obviously, you know, AP Assassin don't really associate a tank mythic with a champion like Akali. But we'll get into that a little bit as the game goes on. Diana also banned. I think I may have missed with none in the first round, because I was so excited that Corky and Victor were moved out of the game. But J4 are going to be taken out of the hands of Xerxes, who I don't want to like pigeonhole him to say he's like a narrow player, but he does have the champions he likes. And he can definitely play more than that, but I think he is a player that is often worth targeting because he is so much of Immortal's early game plans.
Yeah, I can... And it's also in one of those situations, like, even if it wasn't Xerxes, Xin was picked, and then they decided not to match jungle because they were trying to get likely revenge on a champion that they hope he can 1v9 with. I will say if Akali does get ahead, whether he's building Turbo Chem Tank or not, he's going to have immense threat on 2 squishy targets. So understandable, but it just puts Xerxes on the back foot from the start.
Yep, and probably going to lose another one here as well. You have to think Renekton ban for IMT. Team Liquid running the clock down for Viego. That is definitely a champion Xerxes has had in his hands already so far in lock-in. We'll see how it lines up, because again, we do have a number of I feel like we've had a lot of drafts that have been mismatched. I can't think of one today, at least, where the teams have selected the same positions. So definitely is some back and forth. But I think again, with the power picks floating around so much, you have to kind of take concessions sometimes and ban away game playing.
Yeah, I feel like this will be Whippo's pick, and then they'll save Bjergsen's pick for number 5, so they can get hopefully counterpicks in both solo lanes. It is possible the Power of Evil plays Akali mid.
Yep.
I just think fairly unlikely, but we shall see.
Not that one.
I mean, who knows? Lux mid.
We haven't gone all the way back
Hold
to. Oh, hello.
Nice. Nice. Bjergsen even got a rep in during Academy on the Zillion.
I am excited for promising Academy prospect Bjergsen, 6-time LCS champion, to show us what he's made of here in the mid lane.
The CC chains could be pretty obnoxious.
Yes.
If you get a Lux binding into a Caitlyn trap, into a Zillion bomb, or any other iteration of those three I just said. It's very possible to mix and match however you see fit.
Yeah, we saw that in the first game of the day, as Orianna is going to be a selection here alongside Hecarim there for IMT. Very quick lock-in of the mid lane there, but obviously Power of Evil certainly is aware of the Bjergsen Zillion. It is one of his most successful champions in his career. I was about to say LCS career, but that really is just Bjergsen's career at this point.
Yeah.
And we'll see what TL have cooked up here for Bwipo in the top lane.
He played that one split on Copenhagen Wolves, got the Cinder pentakill, went to Disneyland with Reggie, and then landed on TSM.
Goodness, what is going on?
Rengar!
That is what's going on.
That is what's going on. I don't know how that matchup goes.
I told you Bwipo was fun to watch.
I'm guessing Bwipo does know how that matchup goes. This has been actually like a Bwipo special for a while. He's played a lot of Rengar top in competitive matches from his time on Fnatic, so this is... I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Okay, I'm ready.
And say that because TL is locked second and IMT is locked fifth,
yep,
there's a little bit more liberty to play the champions that are fun.
Yes. And to give your opponents champions that are fun. Give over Akali. See if you can't find something fun there in the 1v1.
Yeah, Immortals definitely has what I would say are the traditionally stronger picks.
I agree.
But you never know. It's about the pilot, not the car.
Certainly true, as we'll see what happens here. Very excited to learn more about the Tank Akali versus something. Rengar, we'll find out what build Bwipo wants to go for at some point throughout the game. Bwipo definitely been on the bleeding edge of a lot of builds, I feel like. So if there's something interesting in the technology tank, we're going to learn it here in this game, as IMT have sent everyone top lane and TL have sent everyone bot lane, which unfortunately for us means no one's going to do anything.
Okay, I'm like 90% sure we're going to see Akali go Turbo Chem Tank. So if you've just seen it built by a lot of Akalis and not really dove into why, since it looks like nothing's going to happen in the early game,
You are correct.
I'll take maybe a minute to explain this.
I'm here for you.
So
You're on the clock.
the way the passive works for Turbo Chem Tank is it stacks up. When it's fully charged, your next basic attack will deal additional magic damage. It increases based on your maximum health and your movement speed. The reason it's so good on Akali is it stacks based on movement. So Akali flies around all over the place. When her passive is up, she's moving backwards. When she's Eing, she's kicking back and flying forward. When she's R'ing, she's dashing like crazy. So it's so much easier to land many empowered autos during a long trade. So even though it is traditionally a tank item, Akali can get the durability while maximizing the damage creation. So I don't think this would catch on as much if it wasn't for that absurd damage interaction.
And you know what? Empowered autos, already part of Akali's trading patterns with her passive as well. So it makes sense there. By the way, Jet, you came in about under 10 seconds to spare, so very well done with your minute of time. As we will see things kick off here in the bottom side of the map. It is Turtle and Destiny up against Korra and Yeon. Korra and Yeon, as we heard from this, did take the loss, but against a tough opponent, and it was quite a long game, if memory serves. Yeon looked pretty good on Aphelios. Very curious to see how he does here, alongside Korra with a typically very domineering 2v2 lane.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing how aggressive Yeon and Core JJ can be. Expect them to try and pressure that turret early, but then basically the problem that TL is going to potentially have later on in this game is that they do have like a very squishy backline, and Immortals is going to be doing everything they can to dive it with Hecarim, Akali, Orianna.
Yeah, definitely curious to see how all the diving works out, but Bwipo feeling pretty good right now. Oh my goodness, actually. I just looked at the CS. 15-1 right now as Bwipo has been really bullying at level 1 there. Revenge also not clutch, does have Ignite instead.
I mean, stand in the bush.
Yep.
If Akali
Click
comes
on
near, Whippo's confident he's going to win that trade, so he gets to stack a full wave that Revenge is going to try and pick up as much as he can at the turret, but so far, very good for that top lane.
Yeah, Whippo actually already going back as well, so taking all that advantage, pushing the lane in. Now Revenge gets some time to farm, but you know, dominating push on the top side, dominating push on the bottom side for Team Liquid. Going to free up some space here for Santorin if he wants to make the rounds, but he's just happily farming right now on the Zen. So Destiny, ooh, getting aggressed on Yeon and Core lining up so well there with the CC chains.
Yeah, so already one plate, 3 minutes, 30 seconds in. And no sign of relief, really. The Hecarim could technically try and get a Ghost gank in, but you can see Bot Crab already secured by Santorin. Yeon using that little window he has to get a ward in the Tri-Brush. Again, with Thresh and Flash and Hecarim and Lantern, like, ganks are still very possible, but they're really going to have to brute force it if they want to get something done.
Also love to see Bjergsen's accuracy on display with the bombs. Getting a nice little bit of trading there onto Power of Evil. As Revenge rejoins the top side, Whippo's going to get aggressive. Revenge actually at a very brief level advantage, just equalizing CS as well from the early levels. So we'll see how things develop. Lethal Tempo, Rengar, and I think I understand what's been happening.
Jump hit. Oh, better run away.
Classic Knife Cat. By the way, Rengar ulti already terrifying when he runs at you. Zillion empowered Rengar speed is quite a sight to behold. Zillion kind of turns every champion into a turbo champion.
Yeah, that, I hope we get to see some ridiculous combos of a really fast Rengar flying into one-shot someone.
Put a bomb in his head too, help him out with the DPS. If you time it really well, you can sometimes get a stun. As well, Turtle's getting aggressed on here in the bottom side of the map. But he's going to get lanterned out to safety there by Destiny. But things are not feeling all that hot right now in the 2v2, as I think expected. CS is even for now, as Ewan and Core up about a wave, but not sure that's going to last if they keep getting pushed back like this.
Gotta try and get this gank off to give them any breathing room whatsoever. But that ward sees them. Oh, it hit Core!
So nice there onto Core for Destiny. Core is going to be forced to flash, though.
Oh, interesting. So Xerxes didn't use Ghost right there, even with Hook confirmed. So he didn't feel confident he'd be able to get behind Core for the flash. And now the wave gets hit to the turret. Yeon is consistently hitting it, and the control ward is bye-bye.
Yeah, and this is the thing with Caitlyn Lens that I feel like I often forget, so it's good to remind myself at least. It's not just the CS that Caitlyn can build, because I think the people are pretty good now at keeping it at least, you know, respectable, but it's the constant pushing and the plate build you get that really kind of gets Caitlyn going in the early game.
Yeah, and also just the inherent pressure it puts on the other team's jungler. Like, look at what Whippo has been doing in this top lane. He's had that wave frozen. He's had it frozen for like a minute and a half, right? It's breaking now, and it's going to crash into Revenge, but it's on a level 6 timing. A lot of times, Revenge would be like, dude, please come help me crash this wave. But bottom lane really wants the help from Hecarim as well, so it was just a really nice combination of pushing.
All right, Revenge is oh my goodness, Whippo! How did you get that kill? Even against Ignite, now Whippo's gonna try and alcove game Xerxes out of there. Oh, this is so nice!
No, no way.
Back in, gotta be dead. Gotta be dead. Ward from Xerxes is nice. One more order, you can do it. Xerxes finds it. Eventually gets the trade.
Oh, he almost charged enough to escape that one, but it's still gonna be kind of mission accomplished for Whippo right there. Getting the solo kill, building a 20 CS lead. Yes, a kill does go over to Hecarim, who is one of the champions who, if gets fed, could lead to an Immortals victory, but you're going to take that any day of the week if you're TL.
I can't see them, but I can hear the pings, and I just really hope that's Whippo pinging Revenge for himself, you know? We'll see what happens, though. TP is burnt by both top laners. I would love to see that exchange again. I have no idea how Whippo turned that around, but obviously has his way around the Rengar. And Jat, I spy something I will call curious in the top lane, because we have not
the
only
Bruiser Rengar?
one little Barmy Singer. Yeah. We have two.
I'm gonna make a confession.
Okay, I'm ready.
I am not up to speed on the current Rengar meta, so give me a second to try to figure this out.
You know what? Maybe it's just chem tanks for everyone. We'll have to find out. Whippo though still having a blast. Revenge is dancing around, trying to make it happen. No Ignite though, no ult. He's going to make it real tough to do anything about this. Santorin also, the great equalizer, who did, by the way, get the dragon very freely, thanks to all the pressure in top and bottom lane that Team Liquid have. And now he's on the way to the Rift Herald. Although IMT do have the speed trying for that vision right now.
And also, it hasn't spawned yet, so
that's
he's
right.
a little early. Yeah. But still covering River. You can see leading leading the game in gold. I'll also let you in on a little secret as well. If I don't know the way a matchup plays out, I will generally just go to Lolalytics, and then I'll look at the highest win rate moves and items, and I'll usually have like a decent idea of how it works.
That's very smart.
So I'm trying to do that right now.
Oh, this is very spicy. I don't think Revenge has ulti. Oh, he does. He used it already. Has one card left. Yeah, has R1, but not R2. Uses it on the wave. Whippo managed to fend off that all in.
This is a little dicey because they're trying to do Rift Herald without bot lane move. So a fight could work out for Mortals. The Zillion ult is so huge in fights
Nice
like
hook. I think Little's a bit generous for the top side play, by the way, but bottom lane, it's all action. Core JJ goes down, but Yeon gets the counter kill. And now it's Destiny versus the Caitlyn. That's not a good time as the Rift Herald goes over to Team Liquid.
Just fight.
Here we go, shockwave there from PoE. Bjergsen ults himself, time to resurrect, but it's still 3v3 and Bwippo's chasing PoE. Now back on the Zerg, Bwippo! It's Paradise around all the brushes, and now he's gonna keep on going. The bomb come out. Bwippo goes at it again. Bjergsen gets the kill. Another bomb there as Bwippo finally gets felled.
I did not think the last jump was going to work, but the rest of the fight worked beautifully for TL, not only in the kill trade and bottom lane where they get the kill onto the Caitlyn and the gold for Immortals ends up going to Thresh. They also get the 2-for-1 and the Rift Herald, so just huge wins across the map for TL.
1,500 gold ahead as a result, and TL feeling good there as Bwippo showing off there in that little fight. And I can confirm he has finished one of the first mythics of the game alongside Yeon as they both got gold. Turbo Chemtank now ready for the Rengar as well.
Yeah, so it's definitely not the most purchased by Rengar. It's built in about 4% of his games, but it does have a competitive win rate, so I think it's totally a fine build for Rengar to go. We're going to watch this fight one more time, and once Core gets caught like this, he is going to die. So it's all about trading as much damage back onto the Jinx as possible. Yeon actually flashed forward to get the E headshot, which was really good. That gets the kill. Watching this fight, even if they burned all the damage on Bjergsen, the fact that they have the Zillion ult does give a really big advantage in these mid-game fights. And there's enough brush in the river that Bwippo can kind of fly all over the place. This was a little dicey, but getting that last bomb pickup, he thought he'd have the burst, but he did not.
He was ready for it there. But you know what? We have to respect the Bwippo again. High octane player. 2-2-1 on the Rengar, but still keeping that CS lead, still keeping the pressure. Has his mythic. People are excited about Zillion, but I think people are more excited about the Bwippo Rengar. Certainly that's what I'm excited about, as Rift Herald is coming down. That's quite a spam, I like that a lot. Centauri maybe looking to drop the Herald here, because that tower, again, as we said, the 2v2 push being so consistent means that tower's a Herald away from being felled.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get all that gold down onto Caitlyn and start moving and opening around the map for the very, very, very fast Rengar that we're going to be seeing later. He'll get 40% move speed when he activates his Chem Tank, and then a lot more move speed from Bjergsen Zillion as well if they decide to do that. Zoom, zoom.
Yep, Bjergsen's all right. Able to save himself there, sets up a stun, but not needed there. Rift Herald does get dropped right on time there as Santorin gives Yeon all the plates and all that first turret gold over to the bottom lane. And already gold lead ticked up about an extra K. 2,500 or so up for Team Liquid as they also get the second Drake of the game.
Yeah, look at that item gap in the bot lane. Gale Force to a Quiver. And Boots. But really, if we're talking about combat stats, just completely untouchable. They need to move that Caitlyn around the map while there's still plates and maybe get an even bigger advantage.
Don't we see that as looks like top point is going to be the name of the game. Bwippo has definitely got the wave curated there if they want to come up and push, although there is some attention, a lot of attention in fact being paid. Bwippo is out of there, he's already hit the recall button, should be okay here indeed. No one is leaping forward there and Bwippo is going to be able to recall safely because, oh goodness, he's going for it. Back onto Revenge we go, but he's in a 1v4, does have flash. Good play there from Destiny, that Glacial Augment kicks in, and that should be a kill, indeed it will be.
Almost out of that one. Getting the kill onto Wild Turtle is actually very big since he's been denied so heavily being in that, trapped in that lane against Caitlyn Lux. So Bwippo's definitely played fast and loose so far in Lock-In Tournament, whether he's on Sion, Graves, or Rengar. That one, he gets a little burned.
Yeah, and unfortunately, swap kind of red there by IMT. Up there nice and early there before Yeon and Core can get up. So even though Caitlyn is maybe going to get some plate gold here with this wave pushing in, not going to be the lead they would have wanted to try and generate there alongside the Rengar there with Bwippo. But hey, you know what? One plate ain't bad, maybe two as well here. Got a minute to keep mining.
Wow. So many shots on the turret. I mean, as long as Santorin kind of shadows this lane while they're pushing, I think TL's pretty confident in these 3v3s, so they're really just going to maximize this push as long as they can. The Zilean Orianna lane is pretty washed right now, and I actually really want to see how the Rengar Akali lane plays out now that they both have their mid. Here they go, though.
That's the dodge of Trump. Xerxes going up. Yeon, good flash. Nets himself out of there as well. The hook lands onto the front line, but Santora's going in. Ace in the holder onto Xerxes. Santora gets the knock up. They're trying to confirm a kill, but they can't get anything.
Oh, wow. I thought that was a really good window for Xerxes to go in there, because I really think Yeon should have been playing to the other side of the lane, which is closer to Santorin and Core JJ, but he still gets away with it. They kind of chunked him out in the fight, and they get another plate.
Pee-wee at it again, though, but that roam's maybe going to cost him a plate in mid, although 5 seconds to go, probably not able to get one more done. But hey, they went up here for a couple plates. I think they've got 2 or 3 there for the duo lane of Team Liquid. So job done certainly there for Caitlyn.
Yeah, it was 3, so I think that's 8 plates for the Caitlyn lanes, all things considered. It's going to make him significantly ahead in gold.
Revenge does not press E again, so Battle of the Chem Tanks won't happen quite yet, but it's definitely on here in the 1v1.
Yeah.
Some E's exchanged. Whipper, though, just holding back.
Yeah, I don't know if Revenge would have expected the Rengar.
Yeah, I wonder how many times he played this matchup.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, top laners grind a lot of 1v1 matchups. Yep. But these fringe picks,
you only have so much time.
Yeah, they're so hard to practice. They're also so hard to practice against. So having little pocket picks like this, also hard to practice, right? Unless a champion is very meta in scrims, which maybe Akali was this last week, might have allowed Bwipo to get a few reps in against it.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes in a lot of cases it's like either prior experience, right?
Yeah.
Which Bwipo does have on this champion, or just like enough confidence and intuition to be like, I think I can play this. I understand how this should work, so I'm going to give it a go. And Bwipo is not afraid to give it a go.
Definitely not. Think of how much chem tank he's stacking by flying into the bushes, because it's about the distance he covers with move speed to stack it up to 100 stacks.
It's coming. I can't wait for this Zilean Rengar. Someone's going to get absolutely shattered as TP's coming in top now for IMT. Revenge going to join the squad. Does have Sork Shoes, does have Chemtech ready to go, trying to fight for the Herald. But Bwipo's up, he's popped the ulti. Xerxes clicking on him. Who's going to get the roof down, by the way? Now Shockwave in the front line's not bad.
Whoa!
And that looks decent there for IMT, but the resurrection is so good as Xerxes is barely going to live. Santorin looking for the kill, but can't quite find it, but he does get revenge in the end. And now the snare on the Power of Evil is going to be a kill for Yeon, and they get the Herald as well. What a fight there from Team Liquid.
Wow, how obnoxious that must feel for Immortals. I don't want to take away from how well executed that had to be from Team Liquid. Spacing the Zilean ultimate the first time on Xin, and Santorin just not ulting out of like reflex and instinct because he'd been engaged on. But the amount of cooldowns Immortals spent onto Santorin to get nothing has just got to be a gut punch. Like, he must feel very bad after that fight.
I mean, this is one of the things that makes Zilean so annoying, and Bjergsen's certainly no stranger to the champion as we watch this one again. As you said, very tight timing.
So they cut off one entrance point with Caitlyn Trap, so it has to be this 5v5 straight up. And honestly, like, the Akali into Orianna into Heckermalt seems lethal, but yes, the engage is completely absorbed by the Zilean ult, and then they hook him again, but they still can't get him because he still has Xin ult afterwards. And by the way, that took like the entire fight, so TL can actually hit the opponent back and get a couple of kills.
Yeah, really nice traps and snares there set up by Yeon and Core. Definitely to lock up those 2 kills, make sure they could happen, and they get the 3rd dragon as well, charging in towards the Cloud Soul, which of course would be the soul we get in the Chemtank Rengar Zilean game.
Speed, zoom, zoom.
Zoom, zoom. Power of Evil. There are 3 champions in mid lane. Destiny, though, back up there alongside Xerxes. This tower in mid looking pretty low. Revenge, little too far forward. Does get himself out of there with the Lantern, though, but that tower's dead on my screen. Oh, even Herald, they're making sure it's absolutely dead.
Ooh, they're going to go for a deep push here. So Wild Turtle sees that objective bounty up top, so I think TL is just, they might even try and get the inhibitor turret off this.
They can, because Herald's got enough for another charge in. They're going to get the wave through. Yeah, at least take a lot of damage here. Objective bounty claim, but it may be too late. That sweet sound. One of misery, perhaps. That inhibitor tower is broken in mid.
Woo. What a push. Triple turret in change for the objective bounty. That's definitely a... Oh, they got it though.
They did get it.
They got it.
They did get it. Total did get the extra money.
I don't think Turtle being there would have been a great defense. It probably would have stopped the third turret from going down, but maybe the first two still could have gone to TL, who is very, very strong. Immortals has just got to start running around and hoping to get some picks.
I know you said you find joy in the objective bounty sound, and I do agree with that. The Zillion speed up sound is one of my favorite in the game. Just a little clock zooming forward. Bjergsen, again, playing with respect, like knowing Xerxes could be down there, not wanting to really get into an altercation with Revenge, just playing nice and back. And with that tower still there, yes, there's an objective bounty to be claimed by IMT, but Bjergsen can just bomb the wave and go into a different screen.
Yeah, and if Revenge can't threaten the Zillion in the side lane either, which, especially with the current gold values, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to, the game just gets increasingly rough for Immortals. Their 5v5 is still pretty good because of their Hecarim Orianna trigger pull, but again, if they can't get the Ori ult onto multiple squishies on TL, they're going to have a rough time.
All right, well, 4,000, actually almost 5,000 gold. It was 4,000 30 seconds ago. But Team Liquid have taken 5 towers now. Still got the Soul building up. They're about 2.5 minutes away from having that one, something they can take off the map here. And Baron will spawn in 30 seconds as well. So definitely an embarrassment of riches right now for Team Liquid. As, oh my goodness, Santorin able to just invade and gift Yi on the enemy red buff. That is so much control.
Yeah, RFC right now as well. So just, you get within about 800 units of that Caitlyn, you're going to lose about 400 or 500 health.
This tower should be forfeit here. And Revenge almost copped it, but Bjergsen wasn't quite able to land the stun. Does back away in respect. Destiny gets tagged, but Santorin already got the job done. No need to dive in any further.
Yeah, such nice game acceleration from TL so far as well. Okay.
Speaking of game acceleration.
He saw the angle. He had to get him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. Did get the ulti out of Xerxes. Core definitely bloodthirsty right now on the Lux.
I think Core's a little bored. I don't think that was on the the chess point value for pieces. Yeah. Like Lux Flash versus Hecarim Ultimate. The Lux Flash is a lot more important when you're 2 minutes away from the next objective and the Hecarim Ult will be back up in time.
But if it hit it though.
I mean, then it's a highlight play. So.
Then it's a genius.
Yeah.
All right, well, a couple more mythics or items, I should say, done. It's Titanic Hydra actually second there for Whippo, which is very exciting. Cosmic Drive there for Bjergsen because, as we've noted, speed is the name of this game.
If we get Whippo for post-game interview, I'm going to let him do the analysis on the Rengar build. Instead of trying to do it myself right now, I need to do a little bit of research after this one.
I'm sure let us know on Twitter.
Yeah.
Very forthcoming person with the info. Santorin knock up there onto Revenge. Revenge! Just stunned into Oblivion. Decent shockwave there. But now the rest of the team's going through on Whippo. Trying to rampage with the chem tank there. Lux Laser does get Turtle low. They get a kill in trade. But now Turtle definitely under fire there as Whippo did fall. But Turtle's going to live. Santorin now. Bit of a dicey spot, but he's going to be all right.
I think he leaped out of Zillion ult range on his death there. But both the top laners will have teleport with this Cloud Drake spawning, so I'm expecting the setup for this one to continue. And the Ori ultimate is down, which definitely lowers the potency of the Immortals' potential contest. Very hard for them to get in here.
Yep. No vision. Cooldowns running low. Revenge is already back. He's going to walk over to the pit, but Team Liquid, I mean, they don't even have to start it right away. I think they will because they know how quickly they can do it. They know IMT probably not going to challenge. And in fact, IMT are just top side of the map. They're giving away this soul.
Yeah, and now it's just about TL safely retaking this part of their jungle because that's the only thing Immortals can hope for is just control over the Baron area. But unless they immediately convert it,
all right, Whippo,
that wasn't safe.
That was not safe at all. Whippo, wrong way home on that one as Xerxes grabs the kill thanks to the Turtle ulti that came through there.
That was a mistake by Whippo. That's exactly what Immortals was hoping would happen. But now, can they convert it into something more, right? Like after getting a pick, I'd actually be of the opinion that against a Cloud Drake, when you get a free kill onto a Rengar, you just flip the Baron, because I think that would be their best chance. But maybe they think they have a little bit of a scaling advantage and they can get a bigger pick later.
Maybe, but they do have Muramana now finished on Hecarim. So, you know, got some damage. Shadow Flame done for PoE as well. Gonna help out for those combos that they'll need to do together there with the Hecarim Ori Wombo. As Team Liquid still hold a very clean 5k gold lead here. Soul's gonna, of course, be there for the rest of the game for them, which is always nice. And now they're gonna move their attention over to the Baron side of the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, I don't think the game is doomed for Immortals.
No, not at all.
They have so much engage and burst. And if they can somehow catch Bjergsen where he can't reactively ult and get the like a CC chain down on him, like it's a no Merc Treads Zilean. So if they get a good hook or a good fear from the Hecarim, it is possible that they'd be able to take him down.
Well, Xerxes getting a very brief bit of vision, but Core looks for the snare and then is able to clear that vision out nice and quickly. Whippo is busy farming the enemy jungle, and Team Liquid just happy to create more space for themselves here. Again, they have Caitlyn. Their siege power is so good. Great get of the flash there for Santorini. Is supposed to pop the ulti in response. IMT.
They should go.
Moving in. Whippo does have the TP. Great route there out of Core JJ. Just running interference as Caitlyn traps everywhere. Just no one can run through anything.
Could not get through. Here comes Ren.
Whippo's run here, by the way. Still has TP. Revenge. Of course, going to be the target. He gets the route. Woo! Not enough, though.
Pretty close. Yeah, he covered a lot of ground.
Yeah.
The Cloud Rift helps speed him up as well.
Just going for it. Oh, and now the Baron. I love this from Team Liquid.
Yep. Here we go. It's going to be difficult for Immortals to try and retake this vision, but they have to do it fast. They do have a blue trinket on Wild Turtle. He needs to use it as soon as he can.
He did use it. Oh, look at you. Now halfway done with the Baron, though, and Xerxes like, wait a second. Core JJ also running interference. Everfrost will whip. Core JJ, they're going to get the root. They just want the kill here, and they are going to try and get it, but Xerxes relatively tanky. It's Santorin now under fire. And someone is in the wrong spot. It's Revenge. Just stop punched in the middle of the enemy team, and Whippo took him out. I think he hit a trap.
I think he walked into a trap. He must have missed it. You can put the traps in some pretty sneaky spots, and once you hit a trap, it's double bomb into death.
Yes.
So that'll be Baron for TL now that the Jinx Rocket has it stolen.
Well, Turtle's objective bounce streak continues, but the Baron, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the rift for IMT. This Team Liquid looking to put the finishing touches on this game at this point. Very dominant position.
Been pretty smooth from start to finish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with Whippo, you know, running a lot.
Yeah.
It's very fast, this game.
He is running it in a direction.
Yes.
But it could be towards victory. Occasionally it is not. But he's still running.
It's always towards the enemy.
Yeah. He is definitely running.
You can tell.
Look at him go.
Oh goodness, Destiny found a hook. I don't think he wants this. Destiny's just gonna get taken out. Yeon nabs the kill. Bjergsen, he's running forward, ever-frosting people there. And I think they're gonna get at the stun land. That's all they need is revenge. Eats death number 6.
The important thing for Whippo is the opponent top laner has more deaths than he does. So you can't say that Whippo has died too much because he has died less than the other top laner.
And now Team Liquid, still 2 minutes left with Baron. Gonna try and knock down some structures here. Oh, I forgot about this.
Yeah, it's already gone.
It's been him just ready to go.
This could very well be the final push.
Certainly looks like it. Much like Cooking Show, here's one they prepared earlier. Is it going to take 2 inhibs now? Still a minute 40, my goodness. That is so much time left on the Baron. And Team Liquid just going to watch the walls collapse around IMT. It's been a very fun affair. Team Liquid knew it wasn't going to affect the standings, but boy oh boy, was that some pride on the line as Xerxes looking for the final flank. Eon's the target, could flash there, and Xerxes getting ripped up a little. Zilean ult used a touch early there onto Bjergsen, but the flash forced on Destiny may buy enough time that TL have to back away. Shockwave finds Santorin, pops his in ulti, and he's going to be fine.
I like how Bjergsen used his ultimate so early in that fight, knowing kind of the only way they lose is if they somehow like 100-0 the Zilean. It does stop the game from ending though, which leaves the sliver of hope for Immortals. Like as grim as the game is gone, when it does get to Elder, there is a finality in that fight where maybe there's going to be a chance. It's just going to be so incredibly difficult to find an angle for this fight.
And the good news for us is that we still have opportunity to see a Whippo, Zilean-empowered Whippo running across the rift. Because I think every time he's joined a fight, he's been like in another lane, just popping ulti and like hoofing it.
Yeah. which is fine.
Oh,
Gets
yeah,
there
he's-
fast enough
yeah.
without the Zillion. Oh, he's in early.
Centurion going through. Bjergsen around the other side. Destiny already poked down. Whippo trying to leap in there. Bjergsen actually maybe caught out of position, but the Everfrost there. Poptioti on himself, runs at the enemy. Already got revenge for death number 7 as Whippo tackles maniacally there. Watching the top lane is KDA. Centurion man's on a killing spree. He takes out his opposition as the enemy jungler falls down, and they can grab Elder Dragon if they want. I just don't think they need it.
They probably don't.
All right, they'll get it.
Someone should block for the Jinx ult.
Yes.
Because Turtle has stolen a lot of these in his LCS career.
Yep, Eon's there. Destiny's trying to find a hook. Ooh.
And now that no one sees him, he should just shoot it.
Coach J is like, yep, I'm trying to be the battle war. Does go down, but you know what? They'll take it.
This is a form of blocking.
He did get vision.
Far up.
He
Yeah.
did get vision of the enemy.
Wild Turtle never shot one in. That'll possibly delay this game a little farther. But yeah, looking at the items that have come through onto Yon, like he is just so incredibly powerful on the Caitlyn. You have the chaos that is created by the Rengar in all these fights. We'll see if TL is able to push down this third inhibitor without Baron, or if they need to wait for the next Baron to close out the game.
Yep. 2 minutes of Elder, 2 minutes and change until the Baron itself is up. Centauron already getting things prepared there on the left-hand side of the rift. He's actually just running through the enemy jungle cloud patches looking for Xerxes. Bjergsen also threatening their level 60 now on the Zillion, so maximum value off your resurrection there from Zillion. Of course, maximum cooldown. That thing comes off cooldown real quick right now for the Zill.
Yeah, really absurd once he's at this stage of the game. Still very difficult to execute though. Like Zillion just takes so much practice, which I guess is good that TL is getting this practice in early as well. Because not only does Bjergsen need to know who to ult, the team needs to know when to rely on the ult.
Whippo's going in! Oh my goodness, the Elder Dragon buff almost finds 2 off Whippo's engage. Team Liquid,
We've
no
seen
kills.
this fight before.
We have, wait a second. Alrighty, Xerxes is gonna get zoned out. Core JJ is face checking the enemy. Eon is a melee champion. Look at him go, hitting the tower. Here we go, that's a good AD carry as the rest of IMT are just trying to find an angle. Whippo though will not be stopped. Pops revenge for the final time as the Nexus and the thumbs up will give Team Liquid the victory over Immortals in a moment because they still have some business to attend to. Whippo's heading in the fountain if he can get a chance to. Unfortunately for him, the Nexus is dying a little too quickly and it does go down as Team Liquid a very fun finish to their group stage here in Lock-In.
Yeah, you love to see the Rengar and the Zillion fly in, be fancy. I also am preferential to Core JJ Lux. He doesn't get to play range supports very often, although I know he is very good at being lane dominant. And that concludes the group stage for these two teams.
Yes.
Unfortunate 0-4 for Immortals. The silver lining is in 2 weeks, they'll be 0-0. And they'll get to start this all over again.
That's good.
And for TL, it means they're 3-1, second place in the group. We'll cross-play number 3 from the other group.
Cloud. No?
I don't think it's locked down yet what the third seed is, but we'll find out in the last 2 games of the day.
That's true. That's what the rest of the group stage is for. I said at the top, I guess I'll repeat it again. Whippo's a player to watch. Again, it doesn't matter if he's winning, losing. It's so fun.
Yeah. And that is definitely, like, for the viewers what this game is about. Teams can have other objectives for it in terms of trying to develop synergy. But for us, yeah, let's just have a good time watching Whippo run it in a direction. Yeah, towards victory.
Every cardinal point, Whippo found a way. After a decisive Team Liquid victory, though, we're going to be joining the State Farm analyst desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, gents. I'm not sure how we follow up that hard-hitting analysis by Matt there. Whippo just chooses to run it in a direction.
Yep.
Here's the headcanon I've got working right now. Hotline League plays out, right? Gil Hoto goes right back to the Alienware facility after that, and he goes and finds Whippo. He pulls him aside and he says, "Okay, what kind of weird cheese do you have to bring into the top lane and absolutely hard smash
Just
revenge,
to tilt him,
just so that I can tilt him?" After that back and forth, and he's like, "Don't worry, bro, I got you."
Yeah.
It's Rengar.
It's not even weird cheese.
For him, it's not.
Because we were talking about like QNTMPAY and like what other champions would kind of fit.
The abuser.
Yeah, you know what? Rengar fits, and Whippo. The last person to play Rengar in a major region was also Whippo in the LEC. He's
How many years ago was that? Was that like
it was
3-4 years?
last summer.
Was it last summer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good for him.
so, you know, like so my point is that he knows the champion really, really well.
And this is the thing about drafting when you have a team of veterans. Every now and again, Bjergsen's just going to say, just give me Zillion. I know, because he did it to me 2 days ago. And then every now and again, Blippo's just going to be like, just give me Rengar.
Right.
And as a coach, it's like, all right,
Okay.
Jesus, take the wheel. Like, we'll see how this one goes.
All right, so Bjergsen is now Jesus.
There it is. Hey, Zillion has a wonderful beard.
That's true. All right, so it's
So,
all
great comp.
falling in line there.
There it is.
I mean, it is interesting what the confidence of a player, you know, specifically on individual champions, can kind of do for a team in unlocking strategic options. But I want to jump down to the bot lane because we talked about the switch in lineup. That yes, this was the TL lineup that had suffered the one loss earlier in the tournament. But you talked about strength of opponents, Spawn, being very important. So another shot here, Beyond and Core JJ, and they showed up. Particularly the young AD carry.
Yeah, and that kind of play is exactly what Yun will bring to a team. You know, Core got caught there. A couple of times it actually happened in the laning phase, but the blind aggression that sometimes can take over an AD carry and the willingness to flash forward, use everything to be able to pick up the trade kill, actually made that an advantageous situation for Team Liquid. It was a very proud moment for me. I like to see the players pop off, and I'm just really happy that Yun was able to have a great game because this is kind of disrespect from Immortals. We've seen Caitlyn nearly be 100% pick ban so far. And not only do they not pick or ban it, they give it over on red side, which is, I think you can just take Kate Lesk straight away and bit them.
Well, and I mean, I think we talked about Yun, right, in his previous performances, and this is something we did already see of him. And you were talking about, you know, this team of veterans. Well, he is the one who's not like a veteran of a major region on this team. So I think it speaks well of him that you can say, okay, we're picking this entire comp, strongest bot lane, pushing bot lane right now, a bunch of comfort champions for everyone else, and they executed it really well.
And what I will say about Team Liquid, and this is something I've noticed across like the last couple of years, is they integrate rookies into the lineup very well. You know, you think back to Jenkins' debut, who was able to get Gangplank, which at the time was his most played champion. You think about Ayla's debut, he's playing Thresh, that's his most played champion. This is a roster that obviously prioritizes getting rookies comfort and then allowing them to have good games and playing around them.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw that one replay. There was also the time where Caitlyn full comboed the Thresh under turret. Like, bot lane was a slaughter. And it wasn't just bot lane. It was mid, it was top, every lane. And we ran the stats, so everyone had already seen it, had showcased like how much of an early lead Team Liquid had just based off the lanes itself. And there were times where you were looking up at that top lane, and yeah, Rengar was straight up pounding the Akali, had a wave frozen on him. The jungle was straight up in the opposite side of the map. Like, it was painful.
We had a brief conversation during the game about how to deal with a top Rengar, and the solution was level 1, you have to 5-man top side just to get control of the front brush, because if you concede that brush to the Rengar at level 1, there's almost no winning matchup there against.
Yeah, and I don't even know if like doing that on Akali, because I was thinking through it, like Akali's level 1 is so weak. I just think that this is a situation where Bwipo is always going to have lane control. And just to Raz's point, when you're playing Hecarim, there is nothing more demoralizing than being like getting dragged around Summoner's Rift. This is a champion that requires gold and items and experience to be able to function in the game. And at one point, you know, bottom's getting pushed in. Can you gank? Top's getting frozen on. Can you come push out this wave? Zillion's just scaling for free, and Xerxes is just sitting there sweating in his jungle because he's like, soon they're coming for me. You know, it started with the other people, but soon they're coming for me too.
Right. Yeah, no, it all starts to collapse in that way, right? And so you did. It definitely felt like Immortals was a bit at a loss. Again, for me, one of the big notes is how incredible it is that, yeah, you're now going to have to consider the fact that Bwipo always has this kind of aggressive top lane laning option to kind of abuse you if you draft improperly. Bjergsen still has pocket picks like the Zillion, which find their way into pro play, at least by his hand, seemingly every time he's in the league.
And it's good to see them get back into it, right? Because for both Bwipo and for Bjergsen, they had to get back into their former roles.
True.
And so, like, for both of them, we're like, I'm just going to start with this champion. Or even looking at Bwipo, and he was like, oh, I'm playing tanks just because I need to learn, you know, matchups. This was in the off season, right? So, like, now, the gauntlet's down. You just have to deal with these champion pools.
Yeah, exactly. Go with what you know. And I tell you this much, we know a little bit about the quarterfinal bracket and how it is ultimately breaking down with a few of our teams done with their group stage play. I want to pull that bracket up onto the screen and kind of get a lay of the land. 100 Thieves, having won earlier today against Cloud9, have secured themselves that matchup against Dignitas. You can see Team Liquid there awaiting their opponent. Evil Geniuses doing the same, but we also know that Cloud9 will be going up against CLG on the bottom side of the bracket. So 2 matchups so far figured out that we have to talk about. Raz, which one are you most excited about, or how you feel ultimately about the way that this bracket's breaking down?
So of course, because of how it's built, you're gonna have the first seeded team have like a pretty strong matchup there. But already I'm looking at the very first day of this tournament, we said who was going to be the finalist, right? The predictions. It's impossible for Team Liquid and 100 Thieves to be the finalists.
That's true.
Yeah,
So Jat
this is true.
is already wrong.
Boom.
Welcome back to the LCS, Jat. You're wrong about your finals prediction. He could still be right about who wins the whole tournament, but
Probably won't be.
but probably won't be.
No.
You make a good point though, because that means that the semifinal matchup, assuming those two teams win, it would be a 100 versus TL semifinal to figure out who goes on to face what is expected to either be Cloud9 or EG.
I actually want to take that back because I think Jat was the only person that picked Team Liquid, so probably
He was.
will be.
No, he picked Team Liquid, but he said TL versus 100 would be the finals.
Yeah.
and TL
but I
winning.
said he would probably win.
did think TL was the winner.
Just in
And
case
now-
Steve was watching.
Steve? Hello? Steve?
You're
Do you know,
exactly
does he
right,
watch
Jet.
this late into the broadcast? The team did just play. He might still be tuning in. Emily, what about you in terms of the way that the final 8 is kind of shaping up?
I'm super curious about C9 CLG actually. Like I want to see. I'm favoring C9 obviously, but I do want to see how they bounce back after today's loss. And then CLG is just, we covered this prior to the day starting, but CLG is just a really interesting team to me, and I want to see them evolve as a unit.
Contracts and Palafox up against Blabber and Fudge.
Yep.
That's a really interesting duo matchup, especially considering what we talked about today, a little bit ahead of the 100 Thieves versus Cloud9 matchup of Blabber and Fudge having to take the synergy that existed between them in the top lane and move it to the mid lane. But likewise, Contracts, who's been an absolute star, coming back in summer, but up alongside Palafox, who is still kind of looking to carve out his name here in the LCS. Could do a lot in terms of determining where those guys ultimately fall in the power rankings.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a little bit Shakespearean, the fact that he would have to go up against his former organizations in C9 and Evil Geniuses to kind of get there, of course. But that team has a lot to handle. I mean, they're mechanically strong across the board. They know that to be the case. It's everything else that they need to work on. And you can see the difference between the first, day of action to now, where they have worked on it. They're a lot more well-coordinated. And so I hope the time between now and the bracket stage makes it so they look better enough to take on C9.
A few of our teams have locked in their quarterfinal spots, but we have a few more who need to determine which of those slots they'll dive into. We're going to head to a break. When we return, it's do or die time for TSM and Golden Guardians. See you there.
Initializing legendary moments.
Take a look while you can, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
I'm sure you've heard the news.
Gold, gold, and more gold. Here comes the big play. Oh, that's perfect timing. You can see this one coming. They get what they need. They got the mid. They got the support. They got the top.
Are they going to give you some fun League of Legends? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Welcome to the LCS.
FTX, official cryptocurrency exchange partner of the LCS.
Sequence complete.
I want to play a lot more for, I guess like I want to be a bigger voice on the team. I think I was a big voice and that's why I was brought into the team halfway through the year. But I think it's kind of ironic, but like what I've been talking about my coach and is like having stronger language and less about like, I think we should do this and more like we should do this. And then we learn from our mistakes. So that's what I'm trying to get into is no soft language, just like we should play for this. We try it. If it works, it works. Like just like trial by fire. Last year, I had a lot more of like a collaborative, like I'd suggest ideas or I'd make calls. It was kind of like both. And I think now I'm trying to just do one or the other or just one really. And I think that's my mentality going to this split is that if I can be like a firm shot caller for the team, that'll be like really good experience rather than like kind of giving myself the backup of saying, I think we should do this. So then if it doesn't, we don't do it. And then I don't learn if that was the right or the wrong call, I guess.
Special thanks to Digon for that clip from his conversation with GG's Chime. You can check out more of his interviews on his Twitter at Digon and the Face Check podcast on the G4 TV Esports YouTube channel. Hey, everyone.
By the way, yeah.
I'm in a different place than usual. I got Mark here. What to do?
I'm excited. I'm excited to be your wingman on your first official play-by-play cast on the LCS. This is exciting.
I know. I'm super stoked. I actually had to come scout out where it was before because I realized I've never been this high.
You're usually looking up from behind.
Yeah, I didn't even know where the stairs were. So luckily I didn't get lost, and I'm here to join you for what's
Thank God you made it.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I'm also stoked about Golden Guardians and TSM. This is a must-win game for both of them in the end, falling towards the bottom portion of this group. So really trying to make it to that knockout stage. But it's been interesting to see what they pull out against a lot of the other teams, especially having their academy rosters fielded.
Yeah, I mean, these are the two teams that had to go full academy into the lock-in tournament. TSM still have their, boot camp that they did after their large combine, scouting out all those players, haven't brought them over. But Golden Guardians as well. I mean, a lot of these players are recognizable, at least from this side of the lineup. TSM Academy guys are really fresh-faced. I think a lot of LCS viewers have probably never heard of them before, which makes it fun to watch to see, like, who is the up-and-comers in the scene.
Yeah, really getting to know what they bring to the table here in the LCS. I had spent a lot of time the past year or so watching Academy, casting some Academy, so no cap, I was super excited to find out that GG and TSM would be my first matchup because it's been so wonderful getting to see them evolve. I mean, Golden Guardians, for instance, we talk about the number of games that they have under their belt, right? Competing both in Academy as well as the Unified Grand Prix and the LCS lock-in and seeing what they can bring to the table.
I mean, most teams, in the regular season, if they don't make playoffs, they're just playing those 18 games and that's it.
Yep.
The fact that they played, I don't know how many games over the last week and a half, but it has to be more than that, I would assume.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous amount, and it's very much in trend with Golden Guardians' approach to how they like to take on practice. Golden Guardians Academy last year, for instance, between the end of their Academy season and when Proving Grounds started, already got 27 additional games through their third-party competitions, and it looks like they're going with that same trend. Ryoma speaking out in interviews about the fact that they're able to take each of these games seriously to make sure they're evolving as individuals in a cohesive unit.
Yep, so going through the draft, you heard them talking about earlier on in the cast about the rising priority of Corki. Seeing globally a lot of people going for first pick on it. It hasn't quite risen to ban priority for a lot of people. You still see it, Caitlyn, the TF in a lot of the times, but a lot of the power picks have gotten through here. Golden Guardian saying, nope, we still prefer the TF. Go ahead, TSM Academy, effectively, we don't expect to be able to pilot a global focused champion strong enough to outdo the scaling of Corki. We'll have to see if they can actually put him in their place for TSM.
And Ryoma being such a trusted individual to pilot a pick that has been so core to a lot of the compositions. Meanwhile, on TSM's side, obviously taking the Caitlyn off the table, a couple enchanters as well. Chime having a lot of prowess on the engaged supports, but really leaning into some of those meta picks. So instead, you want to take him off of something like the Lulu that can really enable a Xin Zhao, for instance, that just got locked in on the opposite side for Iconic.
Yeah, a lot of focus down on Chime. We'll see if they want to get a specific matchup or just limit the scaling potential, because even combos with the jungler too. Talk about a lot of the combinations with Xin Zhao, that's all off the table. They already have their entire top side of the map locked in. The Gwen, Corki, and Xin Zhao all taken straight away. We've seen 80 carries kind of dropping a priority. It felt like last week what happened was a lot of people would take these safe picks, which are usually jungle and 80 carry, because it's hard to just counter them out right immediately. And since then, people have been like, most of the power picks don't have that many counters, so we're just going to actually grab our solo lanes right out the gate. And so TSM trying to match them somewhat. They did grab the Victor in response to the Corki. They didn't want that one to get banned out. We'll see what Golden Guardians targets now. Probably top lane bans for the most part, as TSM just keeps throwing more at Chime.
Yeah, the Yuumi is something that he had recently played in their Academy game and actually did struggle a little bit to get some effective ultimates, but it was because the composition overall lacked a little bit of that go button. So if they have something like the Xin Zhao or something, they can actually make plays happen for their team. Excited to see Tony top on that Gwen too, but oh no, Akali.
Sag banned. I wanted the Chemtech assault Akali. I liked Whippo's idea. I was watching MidB stream and like some of his videos about the Chem Tank Akali to prepare for it. He was thinking like, what other mana-less champions can go up, because most mid laners, you're still gonna need some kind of mana problems if you don't go any sort of item there. And then Whippo was like, well, if you put it in the top lane, I'll just go Rengar. There you go. So I'm curious to see what people will continue to do if Chemtech is just this broken item, Chemtank, on more than Akali, or if it's just this Akali specific thing. I think it'll be something to keep an eye on in the meta, or if it's just going to get nerfed as outright an item in the next patch.
While we don't get to see any Akali play in this game, we are going to get to see a Graves hovering the Vayne for a moment, which was the threat over on Viper's side, but another prominent pick that's been coming to the table.
Yeah, the Graves into Gwen was a matchup we saw earlier in the day. It should be a little bit more favored for the Graves early on, I think, than what we saw when Someday took the Gwen and was actually just in control of the matchup, it felt like, the entire time. No TF to support this time around, of course, so a couple more of those range matchups that would potentially bully as well. The Jace taken off. Here, Jinx, Thresh locked in. Surprised to see it available so late in the draft. Yeah, you ban out all these other supports and just leave up Jinx Thresh. I guess that's a shot at Chime's Thresh, that they're like, we don't really care what else you play. Your Thresh is just not good enough.
Especially in such a high-pressure game where you're determining whether you're going to have a spot over in that knockout stage, but instead it is the Aphelios locked in. I believe that Instinct has played Aphelios for every single game here on the LCS stage thus far.
I mean, it's nice to have a couple players who are willing to just spam pick the same thing, give you some stability in your drafts. Because Viper does get a lot of these crazy counter picks in the top lane. Someone's got to sacrifice to enable that to happen. So far, it's been Instinct, but I have still seen him not just play it in the back foot. You know, like, yeah, Viper's aggressive. I'm aggressive too. I've seen a lot of his kind of Gale Force ins, trying to find pickoffs. I've been impressed overall with the TSM mindset. Yes, they are still a very young team, a pretty inexperienced team to a lot of their competition, but this is one of their best opportunities. And they did take down that FlyQuest last week, so definitely gotta give some respect to them.
And it wasn't just because of some faltering over on the FlyQuest side. TSM showing their own prominence, and Instinct being one of those bot laners that we are still looking to learn more about. Him and the rest of the team being vocal about the fact that he's a new pickup coming over, I believe, from the 100 Thieves Next side, now making his way into Academy, and is still in that moldable stage. He doesn't really quite have a style that he's locked into, willing to try different things, and right now, by having a consistent pick, can work more on the team macro and synergizing with his teammates.
Definitely. I think this is going to be an interesting game. I really want to watch the top matchup because, like I said, when we watched the 100 Thieves C9 game, it went very heavily in the Gwen's favor. This is the second time the Graves has been counterpicked into it. And the top lane meta in North America has been a little different than the rest of the world. We see pretty much 0 Renekton priority. And all week as I'm watching the LPL and the LCKs go through, Red side banning out the Renekton in the first phase of bans, and we just keep seeing it go through here. So maybe there's a different read that they have here in North America, and we'll see if they can start actually using these counter picks to punish the Gwen blinds that people have been taking.
And nobody wants to feel the bite of that Gator, but everyone wants to find a way to try and take down the Gwen and the dominance that she has shown across the board. But here we are, everybody, on to the Rift we go. Golden Guardians taking on TSM to fight for that spot. And when we're talking about that top lane matchup in terms of champions, I think the players piloting these picks are very exciting as well. Tony Top has brought in a lot of experience, loving those split pushes and being able to carry on his own right.
It's kind of funny where like the biggest mismatches for each team are just totally opposed to each other. The most experienced player on TSM is Viper. The most inexperienced player on Golden Guardians is Tony Top. And then on the side of Golden Guardians, it's a bunch of people who played in the LCS last year, basically, and a bunch of players who you might have never heard of if you don't follow the academy scene for TSM. So this is a situation where I expect TSM to try and get Viper ahead against Tony Top as a potential weak point that's a little less experienced. And then the rest of the time, I mean, Golden Guardians probably playing around the Jinx Thresh lane would be my the most expected thing, because the Corki, you just don't play around Corki early on.
Jinx is just too powerful or something for you to ignore when it comes to the power that she offers to the rest of the team. And Viper, even though it had been a bit of time since we saw him on the LCS stage, he's been putting in the work, a Proving Grounds champion of last spring, finishing 4th with the Mortals Academy during summer, and now here showing out in the LCS.
Yep, so as expected, a lot of control for the Jinx Thresh lane early on. The Jinx Rockets combined with the Thresh range means it's pretty easy to control the lane. You see them kind of pulling it forward a little bit. I like this. You also have the Xin Zhao starting on the top side, both teams clearing top to bottom. You know, like you heard in the cast earlier, the Graves kind of wants to be on an island, just be able to perma push the entire time, and both people want to end their clears around that bot lane where the most action is expected.
And then speaking on that bot lane and the way that it was shaking out with Jinx and Aphelios being so prominent, wanting to get stronger into later portions of the game, Yerson and Chime on the picks that are gonna allow them to roam and affect other portions of the map and be very effective in the team fighting as well. But already a shove up here on the bot side, Stixay getting plenty of CS under his belt off of the aggressive ways that they were able to pose. Obviously, when you're playing something like the Thresh, you can continuously threaten with things like that death sentence, so that Instinct has to be careful to not get popped.
Yeah, I like how they're playing lane right now. 6A is, hold on here.
Up, going in with the E, a Flay to bring Yerson back inside. Somewhat of a drag, but it's just going to be poked for now as both of the supports get chunked down and the ADCs stay nice and healthy.
Yeah, but Yerson felt like he panic ignited there. There was no chance that they were actually going to kill anyone, and that was definitely a look, I can deal a little bit more damage to you. Maybe they're trying to get some pre-chunk in. Sometimes you do an aggressive trade early on so you can go in again later, knowing that they have the Viego in their back pocket. But it was warded out early by Golden Guardians, knowing they had the push. Now we're going to get a Scuttlecraft fight.
Oh boy, haven't seen many of these in Season 12 ever since the changes to the early Scuttle Crab. Hyper's just going to let that go over to Iconic. They knew the warding that was afforded to GG on this bot side prior, so this is additional vision that GG can have on the bot side to try and play to that strength when it comes to the future Drakes.
Yeah, they're just going to keep letting that keep pushing in. They're going to go scuttle to scuttle potentially. Ryoma was looking like he wants to reset. You have Iconic running across the map. There's going to be a TP back in from Ryoma, and they're going to be able to get double Scuttle Crab here. It's not the end of the world, though, with the decrease in experience and stuff that the Crab gives on the first Crab.
Just some additional vision across the line of scrimmage. Meanwhile, on the top side, pokes galore between Tony Top and Viper. We're both about 20% HP, a flash away from Tony Top, knowing that Hyper is right here on the horizon, but Iconic is looking for the collapse. Channeling in with the Maw. Tony Top's gonna go down, but not after they get first blood. Iconic drawing it through effectively. Flash away here from Hyper, but he is still pursued by the enemy jungler. 2 kills, and on the bot side, the action continues. Chime flashes all across the board from both sides here. Not gonna be additional contest from the bot laners, but 2-1 on the scoreboard at that.
TSM and Golden Guardians getting out in action early, testing you. Your play-by-play pipes, yeah, that was a really scrappy fight in the top lane. Looked like an early flash by Tony Top. I'm not sure why he went exactly then versus holding it for the Viego stun and then try and counter out there, but Iconic was still in range and able to collapse and take that trade. Not only did they win it, but Hyper kind of wasted a flash there, so Iconic was able to hold his, wait for his second set of cooldowns. Big advantage in the top lane now, or at least in the jungle for Iconic picking up both those kills.
kind of quick fingers on the side of TSM, but a little advanced with their Summoner Rift.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about here. I think he knows, like, when the board gets swept out, obviously he's like, oh, I gotta go, but I don't know why you had to flash right then. Here it'd be really nice to have so you can try and flash over to Iconic and dodge out on that stun. He does time it with his reposition, so he kind of ate the stun during that movement period and could then get damage back out. So that portion was played very well by Tony Top about when he actually used his movement ability there. Well done to still make the most of a bad situation and set up Iconic to get those 2 kills.
And hey, Hyper still managed to get a kill for himself. Viego waiting to get that opportunity to pop off on the kills to have more of an effect in the later portions of the game, but a blast cone used by TSM on the bot side. Flash forward, goes in with the E, a nice stun up onto the enemy support, and Chime is all on his lonesome as Stixxay flashing under his turret as well. A nice kill achieved in the favor of TSM.
Keeping the tempo up there, basically straight off the reset for Hyper running down to the bot lane, and with all the aggression that we saw, I'm not quite sure how they got the initial flash out of Chime on the first time when we were watching the replay top, but they did a good job communicating that. Obviously, Yurson and Instinct were like, hey, Hyper, come down here. They're pushing up in lane again, and they have no flashes. This is an easy chase down. And they're going to potentially keep repeating onto the Thresh. I mean, Thresh is a lane-dominant champion with Aftershock, which he actually went Guardian here. I'm a little surprised not to see the Aftershock so you can't get exploded like that, because that is one of the things. If you start getting targeted, you can kind of get chain killed here. The Flay angled it a little bit, and Yurson was able to sneak through, and then just really easy to kill him here. And I like the reposition by Yurson there to be like, okay, you guys have the Thresh, I'm gonna go after Stixxay and force his flash.
And Yurson and Hyper in particular is a duo that we need to keep our eyes on in terms of TSM's success, because earlier on in the week when they were playing the Academy games, they did falter a bit, keeping some losses when they weren't quite on the same page, and their victories when they 2-0'd in their most recent matchup were because it finally felt like the support and the jungler were on the same page. And getting to see that execution of plays, capitalizing upon the absence of summoner spells is something that you want when going for the victory.
Now past 7 minutes in the game, level 6 is unlocked. Corki's first package should be up soon. We'll have to see what they choose to go with. They might not be able to control the bot lane anymore. Like we were saying, that's going to be one of the strong points. And when you're a new team starting out, you want to have some early game plans. Hey, we have bot control most of this game with the Jinx Thresh. The Corki package will be a great time to go for first dragon. Let's try and do something like that. But once those things start going awry, that's when the veteran leadership becomes very useful to be like, hey, I've been in a situation like this before, now let's make this adjustment. They don't look like they're totally out of control of the lane phase, but you can see how much more, how scared Chime is now compared to how he wants to be playing the lane without his flash.
So maybe turning towards those veterans, as we mentioned before, with those objectives on the rise. Dragon on the bot side has spawned. We're at the 8-minute mark, which means not only is Corki patch available, but the Rift Herald on the top side for someone to execute and take for themselves if they desire.
Yep, here's the package. Well, see what they choose to do with it. They have really good vision control in the bot river. TSM has snuck a couple wards past the actual vision line. They have one on the jungle entrance as well as the river brush there right under mid lane. But for the most part, Golden Guardians are going to know where Hyper is showing on that ward. They're pinging that. We'll see if they want to contest this or if they feel a little too weak. 6 on Stixxay and Instinct. Support's still looking.
Iconic hovering around this bot side. Hyper keeping his eyes on the Drake that he's pulled out of the pit somewhat after controlling or clearing out one of those control wards. Manages to finish it up, but over on the bot, a nice hook onto Yurson and the Flay to continue. The attempted ultimate from Instinct on the opposite side, but it does not net him a kill. Instead, they lose 2 on TSM's side, and Golden Guardians coming up with an advantage.
Yeah, kind of a slow burn response by Golden Guardians there, not rushing to contest the dragon, saying, yes, you can take the dragon, but Corki, Ryoma pushes in mid first, so the Victor has to choose exactly what he wants to do, and that allows him to basically go 1v1 Hyper after the dragon. Meanwhile, Iconic showed in the lane, and it felt like TSM were a little unsure. Are we supposed to go help Hyper, or are we supposed to just run underneath our turret? And it was a nice hook by Chime there to set that kill up.
And one of the biggest things that on the Golden Guardians roster that you're looking at is Iconic. His time spent within this particular lineup is in hopes of getting him to be more vocal, taking that leadership role as a jungler, and seeing when you can find those opportunities to capitalize upon some disarray that TSM might find themselves within this game. 3v3 hovered around this mid side, but the warding is in TSM's favor, so they're not too worried about any potential plays from GG.
Yep, both supports showing up, seeing if the other team was doing the Rift Herald. Not quite yet. We have the bot laner's left alone, and Instinct just got his recall off. Wasn't able to finish his Gale Force there, unfortunately.
Not quite the position you want to be in when, hey, every ADC loves getting that Gale Force, especially in mobile ones like these. But we're finally getting to see some Rift Herald action here, prioritized by TSM. We knew that this was coming based on the vision that they had established before, and GG not wanting to contest it, instead going and retreating to their lanes.
Yeah, there's a bit of an assist me ping there by Stixxay. It looked like they weren't sure if they wanted to contest the Rift Herald or not, and enough people stuck around that he couldn't get quite as much chip damage down onto the turret plates as he wanted, but they're still trying to make the rotation faster than the rest of TSM, who have to get there from Rift Herald. They have a bit of an inside track now, getting behind Instinct.
And plates coming down in favor of Stixxay. Iconic, the target of the Leona, and the ultimate landing onto 2. The route to follow throws down the box, a flash out here from the GG side, but Hyper, he's coming from the jungle. He goes in for the ultimate, manages to get one onto Chime, just askew. Yersan misses the E, and Iconic finds his escape.
Double teleport, though, completed by TSM. Pretty defensive. That gives Corki and Gwen alone time to push into the lanes. 2 kills, or a kill and a flash, I guess, for Iconic. It was well defended by Yersan by himself. It feels like a bit of an overcommitment, but they do have the Rift Herald to drop down here now as well, so they might be able to finish off the bot turret after TPing everyone in.
Pop, lock, and drop some of those plates. Stixxay and Iconic knew that they weren't going to be able to contest that. Finish off the Jelly so she doesn't get an additional charge. And GG really taking the opportunity to capitalize upon these wave states. And as you were saying, push in some of the solo lanes as well. Tony top finding Viper returning to the lane.
Yeah, it's like one of those times where everyone wants to be a team player, but maybe you're being a little bit too much of a team player. I mean, we'll see if we get another look at it, but Yersan actually stuffed that dive on his own. And it felt like everyone else was just finishing the TPs because they thought they were going to need them. And he's like, nah, I got it. And then the rest of the team actually could have just stayed in their spots. Golden Guardians in a pretty good spot. This is the Hex Drinker rush that they're talking about when you have double AP usually. Here he goes it just against the Victor. I'm a little surprised to see that out of Ryoma, as opposed to just continuing on with your build, picking up your mythic item right away after getting your tier and Muramana rushed.
A lot of double AP in some of the compositions we've seen so far in the season, eh?
Yeah, it's not too rare, especially if you're the side with the Gwen. You're often going to be that double AP, but Corki into mostly physical damage, it is a little bit of a surprise. Nice interrupt there by Viper. I mean, it makes you very good in the 1v1 against the Victor. You can be a little bit more aggressive with just like trying to package on top of his face. Potentially we'll see some aggressive plays by Ryoma.
Yeah, I'm liking the look of it. Yersan and Chime, as expected, just not really spending as much time bot anymore. We saw a good chunk of time where Stixxay had that free farming. He's up in that CS right now. Still a kill to both of these AD carries as well. Yersan escorting Hyper into enemy jungle territory. Not quite gonna run into anything just yet, but hoping to establish some vision safely. Comes down through the Herald pathing. Chime, though, knows that there's some danger on the horizon and instead comes to protect Stixxay, even throwing out a lantern just in case.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I like TSM working together here mid-jungle, or jungle support combination to get vision control and want to finish off this bot lane turret. As well, Tony Top just finished his TP into the top lane, and so there was a potential there that it would have been hard to force that turret down if Tony held his TP, but I don't mind Tony kind of playing a little bit more selfishly when you're on the Gwen here, wanting to get a good reset so you can keep the pressure up on the Graves potentially, who has both them completed their first item, though. Riftmaker, a little bit stronger of a first item, it's like.
Just a little bit, and with that Riftmaker can try and pull some of the attention towards that top side if needed, while Golden Guardians off of their shove can go ahead and pick up this second Drake, the first one taken by TSM. Infernal now in their pocket so they can stop that stacking. Woo. And what do you know, it's going to be a Mountain Drake on the horizon.
That feels good to look at too. The FTX total gold, your 3 carries, each 1, 2, 3 in the game. Golden
Let's
Guardian
go.
In a pretty good spot.
Oh, Yersan goes for it, manages to get the connect, a defensive ultimate from Chime here. Also got the solar flare out from the Leona, so some additional poking between the 2v2.
Yep, not too bad. I think it was a good attempt by Yersan. You weren't sure exactly where the thresh was, but he was somewhat able to turn that engage back. No summoners forced out. Both reset.
Back over to the bot side, just a bit more of that continuous chunk. There was a moment right there, Ryoma and Takeover still chilling in the mid lane, and the junglers here as well. But the top side might be the next focus. Hyper actually going to go for a back here. Iconic is in the vicinity, but won't know that he's over in that tri-bush, so he's going to get that back.
That's a loud skin recall. I don't know if it sounds as loud to other people. That's That's an obnoxious
Well, that's
skin recall.
I didn't hear that loud.
Maybe it's just me. It's like rock music playing the whole time he's recalling.
You got that supersonic hearing over there, you know, making me
Maybe
feel a
that's
little
why they
deaf on
picked
this
that
side.
skin. They're trying to annoy their team when they just recall in their face. I'd be spamming recall in Baron situations so they can just keep hearing that.
What is more annoying, the spanning of backing or the spanning of the instinct?
I think they're equally as effective. Whatever the animation is that's more obnoxious. Depends on the champ, I guess. As Jat said, the analyst answer is, it depends.
It depends.
Even when you're memeing.
Always the clear out if you're an analyst trying to break it down. But I know that's not always the priority for the players. Some of them do kind of have that aficionado for trying to tilt their opponent off the face of the earth, but not necessarily in this case just yet. Tony Top and Viper just spending a lot of time chilling, matching each other over in this top side, pretty even in farm as well. As we mentioned before, already had that mythic completed. Gale Forces also now picked up for both Stixxay and Instinct ahead of any future team fight.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow game for making these big plays, it feels like. After that initial explosiveness in the top and the bot lane at the same time, there hasn't been a ton for each team to do. Victor Corki, notoriously slow. The top laners feel pretty neutral right now, and the junglers and supports are roaming around trying to make something happen, just poking back and forth at each other. Might not see anything until the next dragon. Each of them have one, though, so it's not even like anyone's bum rushing soul point, you know? It's going to be a little while.
Yeah, a little slow, just a 1.3k gold lead for GG. Even distribution of these objectives. You do have the Rift Herald up, the last one previously taken by TSM, and it looks like they're trying to pick another one up for themselves. Curious if Iconic and the squad are going to try and make any contest for it, but in the end, it's 4 members of TSM that have locked into it. Tony Top also still hanging out in lane. But no action thus far. Ultimate from downtown, and that's the Rift Herald going down.
Yeah, now they just have to pick up the soul. Instead, they're going to go for an engage.
Yursan going for it. Chime flashing out of it. Double teleport coming in, and Chime is still the subject of Viper. Manages to land the hook, which means that Stixxay can free farm right here. But it's a little bit of chaos as some of the fight is still going down in the pit. Hyper getting the kill onto Iconic. Ryoma trying to create some distance. Throws down a phosphorus bomb for some additional poke. But Takeover not dead yet. Flashes, and it's an auto from Stixxay that manages to land. Viper quick drawing on through. It's Hyper that's here to try and get you, but GG are standing strong. So many chunked HP bars. Ryoma picking one up. It's the 2-for-2 trade thus far, and now everyone walks away safely.
What a crazy Rift Herald fight there. TSM flashing in on Yursan to start it up, and it just got so split with the focus of Viper trying to finish off Chime. Led to one fight breaking down in the pit that came down to the double marksman. After all the craziness happens, they just didn't have any ways to lock them down and finish them off. So Ryoma and Stixxay kind of played cleanup and were able to make it an even trade overall. Still slightly in TSM's favor. They did get a worse reset off the back of it. You see Ryoma healthy enough to keep pushing and potentially grab this turret. But on the flip side, TSM was still able to grab the Rift Herald Eye.
Everybody that was still up after that fight, their HP just so low, so close, and you got to give it to Golden Guardians to not at least try to over-chase in that regard for it.
Yeah, so like you said, Viper went a little bit tunnel vision here. This was a nice attempt by Stixxay to just shoot his ult out, see if he can snipe it with the explosion damage. Chime just trying to be annoying, so they just engage straight up on him. I like Iconic's counter engage here and hopping onto Instinct, almost able to solo him out by himself. Nice combo between Stixxay and Chime, able to stay away. Chime, nice footwork on the Graves ultimate. And then you see, because Chime went, or excuse me, oh my god, jungler, Golden Guardians.
Iconic
went in. Yeah, thank you. Iconic went in to try and save the fight. It allowed Stixxay and Ryoma to kind of pincer out onto both sides and just hit closest target. Hyper getting a little over aggressive, wasn't able to get the kill. Ryoma getting aggressive. That last rocket just barely missing on Hyper to get the actual kill, make it a 3-for-2.
So close, and now back to the current state of things. Another Drake being targeted right down here in the bottom, picked up by Iconic, so they do have a double stack of that, but it means that the Rift Herald can get dropped over here on the top side. Breaking down that turret, escorted by almost the entirety of TSM, everybody except for Takeover, so they can get the additional charge. Tony Top and Chime left here to defend.
It's one of the downsides of staying on the map after you win a team fight. The enemy team respawns. Yes, Ryoma grabbed the top turret, but it gave a window for TSM to do the same, and Stixxay was stuck holding mid lane against the Victor. So Takeover, able to keep collecting farm, staying even.
Is this one loud?
Yeah, the observers are trolling me at this point.
But I like that one. It's got some lock bugs too, so.
Too loud.
I don't know.
I'm a grandpa, I guess.
Are you a lo-fi listener predominantly?
No, I listen to like Screamo. You know that Fire Festival thing that's going around Twitter?
Yeah!
Everyone was like, I can't wait.
Oh.
That's gonna be a disaster.
I tried so hard to find all of the, maybe emo pics of myself that were out there, and then I realized I hated cameras and didn't take very many. I felt a little left out.
I fortunately never had like a phase in terms of my style matching my interest in music. I was aware enough not to do that.
That's fair. I liked the cargo pants and, you know what? Just anything comfortable in Minecraft. But sitting nice and comfy really at this game. A little bit of that chaos that we saw around the objectives, but back to just a more tranquil state.
Yeah, so in terms of scaling, I don't feel like there's a substantial advantage to either side. They both have someone who can side lane, but neither the Gwen or Graves really dominated the matchup and got super far off the ground. It should favor Gwen in the long run, but given that you're 0, 2, and 3, you're not very far into that game plan of outscaling the Graves in the side lane. So it's mostly front-to-back team fighting for both teams. You have the double marksman like we talked about for Golden Guardians, double backline for TSM as well in the Aphelios and Victor. Both have huge damage. A little bit better front line for the jungle position and Iconic and how the zone of control that Xin Zhao can give, but at the same time, their team has Leona. So both teams are actually very similar and very fragile front lines as the game goes on. You can easily get exploded if you get CC'd, so it's going to be one of those touch-and-go situations where every time they're squaring off and staring each other down, anyone who missed positions can get insta-killed.
And making sure that both teams are prepared for those team fights when they come through, because we're at that teleport territory unleashed for Tony Top and Viper, holding on to those and having them at the ready so they can join the team fight whenever necessary. But doesn't look like we're going to get some of that action yet. Right now, just continuing to establish some of the vision over on that top side. It is dominated by a couple control wards from TSM, so they know that Golden Guardians are pushing up into their jungle at this point in time.
Yeah, good job by Golden Guardians working their way in here. They've had a gold lead now for a little while. It's gone back and forth between 2 and 3 gold, K gold effectively. It's takeover. Whoa!
Takeover! Ryoma said, nah, I'm going to stop you right there. Nobody likes seeing you around this top side, so they eliminate him and just back off nicely to clear some of this wave.
Exactly what I was talking about with that Hex Drinker pickup. You feel a little bit more comfortable just falcing on top of the gravity field. You're not worried about getting 100 to 0 back with that extra defensive item picked up. So very aggressive play by Ryoma, who has quietly been having one of the better group stages for mid laners in Group A. I mean, obviously, Abadaga and Fudge are in that conversation as well, but Ryoma has gotten a number of solo kills over the course of this lock-in stage. So pretty impressive showcase for him as someone who's been effectively one of the best mid laners in Academy for the past year or so.
And very vocal about it in his interviews too, acknowledging that, hey, I feel I proved I was the best mid laner in Academy. I want to do so again. When he stepped down from the LCS roster and into the Academy system over on 100 Thieves, he was very much in an improvement mindset and trying to make the most of it. And I think people are wanting to see what he does under a different banner now, and if he can continue that growth that he has been working on for so long at this point. Alongside a lot of the other players within this game, we talked about the fact that TSM, a lot of more unfamiliar faces, and having that chance to prove themselves is right now Golden Guardians escort that mid wave so that they can take that turret.
Yeah, a little bit better macro by Golden Guardians, both in terms of grabbing that turret as well as the vision control around Baron that allowed Ryoma to find that sneak up opportunity on to takeover. And I think that is one of the advantages when we talked about the amount of veterans on TSM versus Golden Guardians. Viper, even as the veteran, is not that veteran compared to someone like Stixxay. So there's a lot more leadership available. You saw those assist me pings during some of the rotations around Rift Herald where Stixxay was kind of, you could tell, verbally telling his team what to do. I think this is one of the things that might work in their advantage over the course of this game as we get into these objective setups.
Stixxay's literally a coach now. I think you can look to him to kind of hold together the team in a mental and strategic perspective. And I'm sure enjoying this additional time on the Rift as well. Gotten to see a lot of aggressive play from him, whether it's on the Jinx or trusted picks like the Ezreal, and having that experience with Chime in particular so that they can bring that through in their performance.
Yeah, in TSM there, you see they ate 1 or 2 rockets from Ryoma. They weren't even that chunked out, but the difficulty of walking forward once Golden Guardians gets vision control set up, potentially getting hooked out, having to worry about the Jinx zap slowing you, just any poke that comes through. So now that they've fallen behind up to 3K gold now, and here comes the aggressive package.
Similar movement again. The package going all the way to the back line to try and get some of that pick onto Takeover, who did flash away. Viper teleports in. The majority of Golden Guardians are clumped right now. If TSM try to go for a play, the ultimate from Instinct popping over the wall. Chime's the first one to fall at the hand of Viper. Throwing back two with the ultimate from Iconic. Going into stasis, Hyper goes, but the rest of his team is chunked down. Tony Top starting to get online. Picks up one, picks up two, picks up a team fight for the squad.
Nice teleport there by Tony Top getting involved. Jace funneling them into his zone. Iconic brought them in as well. They overextended onto Chime. Yeah, nice TSM, you got that kill, but now Golden Guardians are gonna be able to grab the Baron.
They grab it, they take it, a few more hits will do it. Golden Guardians, 3 Drakes under their belt, a Red Bull Baron buff at their disposal to capitalize upon the pressure they have been offering across this map.
Ryoma also the one kicking it off again with the
Yeah.
package, looking very nice.
Let's go, Tommy!
304 right now, on his way to picking up the Ravenous Hydra as well. Using that more defensive build, I was saying like maybe I'm a little critical of it. You heard Jat talking about wanting GA third potentially to use the package in that way, but he understands what his threats are. He's not going to get 100-0 by most of the people on TSM. The one with the biggest amount of burst damage is the Victor, and if he can't punch through your health bar, then you're able to win.
And we get to relive that moment in the Rockcat Flip the Switch replay. It was quite a superb one.
Yeah, so you saw him go in there. He got back down to about 2/3 HP, really not that low. And then Yurson gets baited into over-engaging onto Chime. Yes, nice that you're able to insta-kill him, but now all 3 people are grouped up. You saw him take a fat burst of damage from Corki. They're able to get all of these needlework going through them by Tony Top, just running through the entire team, getting all those extra kills. It was just overextending on the least important member on the side of Golden Guardians. They have so many threats. Chime is not one of them.
And champs like Gwen love to throw the needlework in a single direction when, hey, we're in the jungle. I've got one lane that I can throw this down and get the damage. And Golden Guardians making sure that they do what they can with this Baron buff, bringing that power to the bot side. They've already chunked through a couple turrets, now setting their eyes directly onto the inhibitor. An attempt right now from TSM to keep them to the wayside. Yurson gets chunked down though, which means that there's a free firing coming from Golden Guardians onto 2 inhibitors at this point in time. Feeling good about it.
Yurson's lucky he got out with his life there. It was the classic Leona engage onto Thresh where you get flayed out of your E and hooked right back in.
Another hook, another flay, another flash away from Hyper. They lose their support Yurson in this, which means Golden Guardians have the okay to hit that go button. They hit onto one Nexus turret. That's half of the defenses that have been eradicated. Still have a wave coming from this bot side too. So if they want to stay, they can continue pressuring this. TSM throwing out the autos. What can they do about it? Another death sentence, another follow-up. Even with the stun up onto Iconic, he gets out of this safely. All eliminated except for Takeover. Double kill from Stixay here. A continuation for the triple, and Golden Guardians pull out the victory, keeping their hopes alive in lock-in.
Yes, they are able to. That's the head-to-head matchup that they have in their favor now at 1 and 3. Gonna be seeing them in the best of 3 stage, if I'm not mistaken. Nicely done by Golden Guardians to clinch it out when it mattered most.
And that's where you can really test your growth as players. Can you keep your head calm, cool, and collected? Can you be on the same page in the face of adversity, in the face of elimination, and now get to truly put themselves to the test when it comes to best of 3s?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what more we can see from this team. There's been flashes of brilliance so far. I think Ryoma has been very impressive, like I said, over the course of the group stage. And Tony Top, big bit of redemption for him this game. I think he's been someone that they've been looking at a little critically online communities and stuff like that. And this was a good game for him going up against Viper. We talked about maybe being the biggest mismatch given the experience that Viper has, but he really didn't struggle even in laning phase, which should be the best part for Graves. I think Tony Top looked pretty good this game as well.
He was one of the members of that Evil Geniuses Academy system actually last year, and then now finding the place on Golden Guardians to really expand upon that. Very aggressive player. I think Tim Sevenhusen also put him in his top 10 prospects going into this year before he even made his switch to another team. So definitely should be keeping our eye on him.
Yeah, I think that was all great to see. Unfortunate for TSM. I think that is the end of the road for them. We'll have to see if I'm correct about that. But it was a game where it felt like it was hard to navigate since both team comps did very similar things. Yurson felt the pressure to engage, I think, a lot of times there, but just got a little overeager at points.
In the earlier portions of the game where we saw those plays happening bot, right? Yurson being willing to make it happen, Hyper joining him into that action, using blast cones and things of the like, it shows you what they can do when they're coordinated. But when it was team fight versus team fight and then just clashing in a way where people like Ryoma were able to pop off, it was difficult to see how they were going to turn from that in that moment.
Yeah, I think a lot of things for them to learn from this game, but overall, TSM can hold their heads high. They still took down FlyQuest.
Yeah, still took down FlyQuest. Still a lot of play for them across the multiple leagues that they're competing in. We're going to go ahead and toss things over to the State Farm analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you very much, the Tigers. Can I just start by saying how good it feels to see our analyst desk comrades taking over the rest of the LCS?
It's great.
Between those two
I
up
love
there
it.
and all of us here.
It's amazing.
Who needs Jad or Freak or... No, I'm just kidding. They're all wonderful. What a debut there, the Tigers. We get one more game out of you as well in the play-by-play position. Excited for that, but it's going to be Golden Guardians who come out on top over TSM, keep themselves alive in this lock-in tournament, booking that trip.
Yeah, that quirky first pick keeps on giving. But this one's starting in the top side of the map where Iconic did get a double kill off of that one. So, you know, that one also gets a mention on the side.
And I really like the makeup of this Golden Guardians roster that's playing right now, because it is Golden Guardians Academy. Yep. And it does feel like Golden Guardians Academy is a lot of the players that could have been, that maybe weren't in their opening seasons. Tony Top there in the top lane. Iconic was very hyped coming straight out of university into the pro scene. Ryoma obviously spent a lot of time on 100 Thieves. And I think that they're starting to bring it together. Sometimes you just need a bit of a change of a scene or a new group of players to play with, because Ryoma especially is a player that I was so hyped up for. He played with FBI nearly his whole career in OS. He was like equal level to FBI. And then when he came to North America, something just didn't work. So he's definitely got the talent to be able to make it happen. And I hope it does now on this Golden Guardians lineup.
This is also an organization that made that decision, right, to invest in talent a while ago. And while it hasn't necessarily netted them maybe that, you know, placing at the end of a split that they aspire to, it seems year over year inching closer to that. And I like that they're sticking to their guns from that perspective and continuing to invest in these players.
Yeah, and for Academy players, like Golden Guardians is a location that you want to go there if you want to fight for LCS positions, right? If you truly believe that you can, you know, put pressure on yourself and that you can make it with time, that it's happened in the past. And so there it is.
You talk about fighting for LCS position. You're going to have to fight pretty hard against your next opponent as we take a look at Evil Geniuses, because this is the lineup that awaits them now in their quarterfinal here in lock-in. So that's a step up by no stretch of the imagination there, Emily, in terms of competition.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough time for them, I think, just because, like, in this game, I would say is the first time, and even then there were a few team fights where it's like, okay, you have someone coming in slightly late. That last team fight that was the game decider, I think, you know, maybe, oh my gosh, Iconic could have gone in a lot sooner because he is the Xin Zhao. He has like a deceptive amount of tankiness along with the Gwen. They did end up cleaning up that fight anyway. However, going up against EG, a team that we've talked so much already about how well they've clicked together as a unit, that's really, really going to be tough.
Yeah, and I mean, EG just turned into much like a lot of people's tournament favorites, right? They just looked too damn good right out the gate. And for Golden Guardians, I remember just like, it wasn't today, but it was like a game back for Golden Guardians. The coordination was an issue where it was definitely Tony Top's Camille. He was looking for a flank, couldn't find it there. The team engaged far too early. Like, there are multiple examples that they for sure have gone through to kind of perfect themselves. Now, this is a test of a lifetime. but the amount of games that they've been able to play here in amateur and in academy, it's making them a better team.
I mean, they've basically already run a gauntlet, exactly, in terms of the number of games played.
And I think you have to take it as a test of a lifetime, this one. Because, you know, you got to set yourself realistic goals and expectations so you're not, like, brutally disappointed if the series goes the way that we're predicting it's going to go right now, as EG is one of the favorites. But once again, it's all about those individual moments and the ability to stand up on the big stage. And I think if there ever is a time, and I think this is why a lot of experts find something like Lock-In very refreshing, to see players rise to the occasion, why not against a tournament favorite? Like, this is potentially the last best of you're going to play in LCS this year. like go out with a bang.
Okay, so then let's play out the thought experiment. What kind of goals do you set then for this Golden Guardians roster going up against EG, ignoring the win itself?
Well, once again, because I know him the best, I would be really challenging Ryoma to be like, okay, you're going up against Jojo, a guy that's coming in as one of the most hyped prospects ever in the LCS. You were the guy that could have made it and didn't. This is your opportunity to now get some of that thunder back. You know, you go in there, you beat Jojo in lane. Like, let's say they only play, like they get 2-0, but you beat him in lane twice.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big tick for someone like Ryoma. And I think down the line, you can set individual challenges like that for a lot of the players.
And similarly, the way that EG have played around their bot lane, 100 Thieves do as well, but EG have been so much more focused on making sure that, you know, Danny's laning phase is improving, making sure that Vulcan gets those really crucial roam timings to set up everything else.
Yeah.
You heard Chime talk about how he wants to prove himself again as someone who is LCS ready, an in-game leader on the team, and also being able to initiate some of these plays. That sets it up really well for him. And I'm just saying, Bard is an option.
Bard,
it's good.
yes. I consider it a success if they pick Bard.
Just pick Bard. Just do
against
it.
Vulcan is going to be a tough one, especially when you consider all the things that Emily just mentioned in terms of how Chime wants to grow as a leader. Now let's go ahead, though, and join Pastry Time, who's standing by with Ryoma for our Verizon post-game interview.
Woo. Thank you very much. I am here with the victorious Ryoma here. How's it been, man? How's been playing in lock-in?
Not bad. It's been pretty fun, actually. I felt like, I guess I'm playing Corki Corki for majority of the games, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. What is actually, I mean, I know you joke about it, but what is the mid lane meta like? Is it all control mages? Do you just have to pick these champions, or is there maybe a little bit more than, you know, the matchups we've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it was just like, you know, the old meme Corki Azir. Well, I guess now it's like kind of Corki Victor. But, I mean, Corki's just pretty fucking strong right now. So I feel like, you know, priority. I mean, I think across all regions it's going up. So, and win rate's pretty high.
And how is that for you in this game then? Obviously, you know, you have the powerful champion in your hands. It kind of gets the late game. You need to make the big play. How was the end of that game for you, piloting that champion?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about like, you know, I think at least earlier game, like, I mean, in my opinion, I think Victor should win early. Like, you should try to get some advantages off that, where it's like just a lot of lane pressure, I'd say, because I think that's the hardest part about Corki, just making sure he gets through the early game. But once he gets through the mid game, you kind of start piloting everyone and then trying to maximize, you know, everything on the map. And once those objectives come up, you know, you start packaging in and start farming people.
Yeah, makes sense. Doesn't look like in that game. Last question from me, and it's a bit of a different one here. Obviously, you've been here for a little while now, kind of adjusting to North America. You've seen FBI, one of your former teammates, do very well here in the LCS. How are you feeling about, you know, yourself, your play, and kind of your personal journey as you continue your professional career here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's been a lot of setbacks, but for me, it's kind of just about making sure I'm still just getting the most I can out of myself, just improving as much as I can, whether that's watching VODs every day and just grinding hard. I think this past month I've been grinding super hard, just trying to show that, you know, I am one of the top tier mids, at least in Academy. And yeah, I just kind of just want to show more work ethic overall and making sure I can get back where I want to be.
Yeah, seems like so far so good. Tommy, thanks so much for chatting with me.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we're going to cut to commercial, but there's one more game left of the group stage of Lock-In. Don't go too far. EG versus Dig is coming up next.
What is going on?
I can't afford streaming anymore, so.
Sure you can. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Oh, good. Because some true crime would be nice.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Hello and welcome back for another edition of State Farm Neighborhood Tactics. Today I am going to be talking about Evil Geniuses and how they set up Jojo Pyun's Twisted Fate in the mid lane against Immortals. So Twisted Fate is heavily reliant on how the rest of your team can help you pushing out the mid wave, feinting to Fog, and then making plays in side lanes, as we've discussed repeatedly on the analyst desk. So here, we're going to see on the mini-map, the most important players to watch here are actually going to be Inspired, who's just backing right here, and Vulcan, who's already reset down there. So if we roll the clip now, Jojo is actually going to end up pushing out this mid wave. And he's going to ping out this ward in a minute, where Vulcan is going to come up, help him, and this is going to set up the vision that they're going to have. They'll see this back. Inspired's going to come up. They recognize that they can then go and hang out up in this jungle waiting for someone, specifically Xerxes, who's going to be coming. He's already pinged the blue, actually. TF is already here. He gets spotted a bit when they toggle Fog, but he's actually, feinting from side to side. So he's ready to set up this entire play. We roll it again. Destiny is going to pop by first, and then Xerxes is going to get caught out. Immediately, EG are ready for this setup, right? Like, they've already called this play. Jojo comes in. The actual execution, obviously, Xerxes gets out. It's fine. It doesn't go exactly how they planned. But what happens is, just because they have so much control here, what ends up happening is when PoE comes here, this entire unit is already there, and all it takes is one gold card for the rest of the team to collapse. Kill power of evil here. And we talked a lot about just Jojo Pyun, what you want to do with a rookie player, right? And so not only is this a good example of like how you want to play around Twisted Fate and how much potential and power he has with the TP changes and top laners no longer being able to join outside of turrets, but then also just setting him up to make the plays with the team. It's just really great to see how well EG are communicating.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan as a coach of set plays. On this blue spawn, we're going to coordinate reset of our support, of our jungler, and we're going to show up here and we're going to contest this objective. As Emily said, it doesn't always have to be the first play, but playing off those tempo traps, allowing yourself to be put in a situation where you have the stability, you have like what you expect to happen in the game already laid out, and you're waiting for your enemy to make a mistake is always a great place to put a rookie in.
Right, an advantage doesn't always have to come in the form of a kill. Also, to steal a little something from the TAC FPS community, the trigger discipline, essentially to not go on the Rakan as he's creeping up to that blue buff and instead wait for the next person to come through. TF in general, though, I think is a really interesting discussion. I know Jat, not on the air with us, currently has some thoughts as well, though, about how good this champion is when in the hands of the best players and best teams.
Yes.
But that it could also kind of work to your detriment if you don't utilize the pick to its fullest and understand how to play it strategically.
Because you do need the full team's understanding of how to play out their lanes. Like a good example, the most consistent example of getting a TF ulti is just like your bot lane communicating on a bounce wave when it's coming back. How do you want to set up around this? Probably expecting the enemy jungler to be there, but like it's a full wide team play to make it right, or you're never going to find an angle, right? Especially with an early pick TF, because a lot of the times you're going to early pick it. So most of the time you're going to get compositions that do really well against it, like a Gragas or something sturdy in the top lane that's hard to dive. So you're going to be facing a lot of barriers you need to be able to take down with good team play.
And this is a difference between, good players and the best players. Good players can set up a wave state and then let you know once it's happened. The best players know 2 or 3 waves in advance exactly where they're going to be and how they are going to be able to manipulate minions to be able to create opportunities, whether it's through pushes, whether it's through freezes, whether it's through balancing waves. it just allows you to be able to set up these plays, off resets timing in advance and not be reactive to the game state.
Well, EG setting up Jojo Pyun for success as a young player out there on the Rift, but it also feels like they're doing that, and this org has found a recipe for doing that both on and off the Rift. We love them for the persona that they've created as an organization as a whole, to live evil, things like that, right? And therefore the rivalry with FlyQuest as an example, but so often I find that their players seem to have the easiest and most seamless time to kind of adjust and become fully immersed in the org's
culture,
persona and culture.
Yep,
exactly.
This is so hilarious. This is the second time I've seen this, and it's as if it's the first time opening up a present box. It's amazing.
I love it. I love it. So, as we can see that Vulcan has done in the past, scheduling out a tweet for mid-game, I thought it would be kind of fun to play a game for ourselves. I am going to challenge all three of my analysts here to right now schedule a tweet to go out over the course of this game.
I've never scheduled a tweet in my life.
Okay, well, get to it then. All I need you to do is make some kind of prediction about the game to come out, and your target is to be as accurate or as funny, who really knows, as possible to the moment in the game that you've scheduled your tweet for.
All right.
Now, the producers and the production team has so kindly acquired for me an abomination of a carbonated drink. It is a Flamin' Hot Cheeto Mountain Dew. Didn't even know these things existed. I'm straight up horrified at what this might taste like.
Is that spicy?
It has way too much sugar. A single can of this is 117% of your daily sugar intake.
Oh my God.
So I'm concerned for whoever
I'm
has to
gonna
drink
die.
it. But essentially, the person who is deemed the most accurate to their predictive tweet ahead of time will be dubbed the winner, and will be able to choose between the two remaining people on the desk.
Wait, two.
Who must drink the Flamin' Hot Cheetos
I'm not great at
Mountain
math,
Dew.
but one person wins, and there's
One
4
person wins,
people on
and
the
they
desk.
choose between the... Oh, you're trying to lump me in with this?
Yeah. No, I'm not trying. I think I'm succeeding.
Yes, if you're
Because 1 minus 4 equals 3.
Right, but I'm not making a tweet.
I think you should.
Oh, Lordy.
I like
No,
that.
I'll act in solidarity as I usually do with these kinds of weekly wagers with whoever the ultimate loser is.
Okay, how do you
So,
schedule?
Get to work here, Raz. You got some
I'm
tweeting
like
to do.
very confused as to how to schedule a tweet.
All right.
How to schedule?
Oh, Lord. Okay, well, this
Hey,
is already
tweet.
turning
I
out
can add
to be
another
somewhat
tweet.
disastrous. Keep in mind, if none of you even managed to get a scheduled tweet out, all three of you are splitting this Mountain Dew Flamin' Hot Cheetos flavored.
Don't make me do this.
Mark, Gabby,
Oh God.
it's my distinct pleasure to throw it back your way. Enjoy.
Step 1, compose tweet.
Mark, I think we found the perfect time to not be on the analyst desk.
I mean, I actually really like the weekly wagers and things every time we
I
do
love it.
But it was painful watching them all be like, how do I schedule a tweet? It's like,
I just don't want to drink that Mountain Dew. I don't know what the flavoring is, but it could be one of those things that has, a pleasant, surprising
I'm
effect.
hoping they don't drain the can before I get a chance to get down there and get a sip.
Yeah,
Even if
alright.
it's horrendous, live
You're
to
alone
experience it.
in that venture, Mark. You're alone in that. But you're here by my side as we get to go into our last game of the day. Evil Geniuses and Dignitas QNTMPAY. Evil Geniuses really have been racking up all of the hype, as the desk was talking about, not just because of their play on the Rift, but off. And then Dignitas getting to see the first look with the full of their roster.
Yeah, I think the EG hype train has officially left the station last weekend. I was watching the Reddit threads.
I'm on it.
Everyone was talking about how this is going to become everyone's new favorite team. It's America's team. It's North America's team. And so far, they've done a great job of earning those fans, as you saw with the desk talking about, not just on the Rift and their great plays, but off the Rift, they're a fun team to watch. It's a bunch of young kids trying to take names and cement themselves as the new future of North America.
As we get into champion select here and see that there's been the support prioritized ban by EG, we have Dignitas taking away the TF right at the table, but I am very intrigued by Evil Geniuses as an organization, and even with bringing in these newer players and having a different semblance of faces, they still have a similar identity to what they had prior. And a lot of these, like Jojo Pyun, for instance, coming from their academy side, really capitalizing upon the groundwork that they have already placed with this team.
I got to give a shout out to Sven Skaren, the original Live Evil guy, just spamming that like 2 years ago or whatever. He was he was really foundational for the organization's direction, I would say.
You know, that's the social media manager that they need to hire, because really good top-notch stuff from him back in the day, and top-notch play from EG in general. Now, Dignitas, on the other hand, I think they've had some great moments. Blue, for instance, making a splash, coming through, ripping his fingernail. I feel like ripped fingernails freak me out more than broken fingers, you know?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. Let's talk about how they just had a close game versus CLG to start the day. I think it was.
You don't want to be grossed out.
I think it was one of those things where they just didn't know how to play against the TF. Renekton. So this is what I was talking about in the previous draft, actually. Something that doesn't seem to have as much priority in North America as we've been seeing globally. I'm glad to see it first picked here. You see a very low pick and ban rate for the lock-in, but globally it just seems to be everywhere. It has a lot of strong matchups. There was a time where Gwen could counter the Renekton on release. Gwen was pretty overtuned and through level 1, and like only GP could really contest at level 1. But since then, I've talked to some people. I think the Renekton actually has swung the matchup back in his favor, which is why I think a lot of the times if you want to play the Gwen, a lot of people are banning the Renekton first. That's my theory. I'm not exactly sure why it seems so much higher priority, other than just like it's a pretty self-sufficient, tanky meatball who can make plays, get ahead, snowball, front line.
Dominus,
yeah,
hang around forever.
Kind of does everything.
And Impact in particular, ever since joining Evil Geniuses, has been going through an evolution away from I'm just that weak side, top side player. But when he is on carry picks, it often is the Renekton that he shows out on. So having something that he can comfortably pilot in this matchup. Meanwhile, on the opposite side for Dignitas, they lock in Lee Sin. River produced a lot of highlight reels on this particular pick during his international play last year. It's come through in dominance within a lot of the matches thus far within the lock-in tournament. And he got Jinx going a lot earlier than she did during the last game.
Yeah, Jinx obviously super high priority. Globally, we've talked about. The Lee Sin, I'm excited to see for River, something with a little bit more individual playmaking, especially with the Xin Zhao banned out by EG, one of the stronger bullies in the meta, though. I like the Diana pick as well here. We're getting something a little different. We haven't seen a ton of Diana, but we've talked about her a lot as being just under the surface of the meta, and we're waiting to see people pull it out. Now we have it here. This does open up some potential combinations, like the Yasuo stuff. We'll see if they're trying to bait Blue into picking, you know, the Victor or something like that. It's a mobile, and you can try and hop on it, though that can be a bit of a tough matchup. Instead, it's a LeBlanc.
LeBlanc.
Yep.
Time and time again. I am very excited about this Diana, though, because it is one of those picks that went through a little bit of tuning in 12.1, a little bit of easier time farming, a little bit of extra AP damage, and obviously has an ultimate that can be so effective in a lot of the team fighting later, and with so many teams going for that attempt to get stronger in the late game, something that you can play around. But yeah, LeBlanc, always hanging out.
And of course, I have to acknowledge the Senna. I think that's the first time we've seen it in North America so far.
There was a ban of her at one point, right? I'm trying to recall
There
who
might have been
it
a
was against.
ban. I'm not sure we've seen it picked yet, though. We'll have to see. Assuming it's fasting Senna, I think that means Danny's going to play it, and Vulcan will get some sort of frontline tool. I mean, Senna set was one of the most popular combinations of it, and I know I've seen some set support around the world still, even when not paired with the Senna. Dig banning out that Yasuo, like I said, that combination is pretty disgusting. And they just don't want to deal with it. Not too much of a surprise to see that. And you know, with some of the mismatches, mid locked in for Dignitas, they're going to ban those out. Support not locked in yet for the Jinx. They're getting rid of some of her strongest combinations. Thresh already taken care of. Lulu up next.
Yeah, the big old prominent supports that we have seen, and I'm sure we'll continue to see throughout. But I do like how this draft is shifting a bit differently than some of the other ones that we have seen today, and kind of that cascading effect of locking in that Senna earlier and how it affects Dignitas' approach to the rest of the game. And Nautilus, the last ban coming through for Dignitas. No Gragas will be played. We know that Fake God, for instance, has already piloted that pick.
Yeah, it's been weak side Fake God for the most part. 2 Gragas games and a Malphite so far in lock-in, getting rid of one of the most comfortable matchups for him. The Malphite is still available. Maybe they'll hold that for last pick to see what happens mid instead. Grab your support here. Yeah, I like this. They go for the Rakan. Even without Xayah being in the meta, Rakan has actually looked really good these last couple of days in global as well as today in North America. I've been pretty impressed with the Rakans that we've had so far. Poom had a great game on it. we'll have to see if Biofrost can pull it out this time.
It's actually one of the picks that Boom, for instance, played a lot last year during his time in Academy, now getting to show out. And it's just a lot of versatility within the kit. You've got the CC lockdown. You can build in a way that's more protective for the rest of your team and shielding up. All of those tools that if a support knows how to work them, you can be very effective in the team fights. But it's Leona on the opposite side for Vulcan, a trusted support pick, my baby when I'm trying to climb, and I'm always happy to see her in pro play.
Boo!
Not boo!
I thought it was gonna.
Yay!
I thought it was gonna be a cool support. Leona's fine. Don't get me wrong. She just doesn't use the extra gold that you get from farming quite as effectively as some of the other champions who can start really changing their build path with the extra influx of gold. For Leona, it's like you get to build a couple more support items. You get to be a little bit tankier, and that's kind of it. Though the Tryndamere, I was gonna say one of the nice things about support, or with when you take the Senna in the bot lane, a lot of times you don't play around it that much, and you can sink a lot more resources into your solo lanes. And I think with the Renekton and the Tryndamere, that's exactly what they're doing.
Tryndamere is not the first Tryndamere that we have seen within Lock-In, but the first one for Evil Geniuses, I believe. I'm very curious to see how this fares for our last game of the group stage.
Yeah, I want to see also exactly which lanes it goes in. I assume it's going to be Tryndamere mid, but they always have the ability to flex it around. The Gwen was taken as the response in the top lane. We were talking about maybe that's one of the reasons Renekton's banned. We'll see how much of an issue it actually is. Fake God, first time playing the carry matchup into Impact, who's been pretty good so far in Lock-In tournament. Not talked about the most because EG has a ton of players to talk about, but he's actually had some pretty great performances so far.
He's always been that rock, and sometimes you run out of things to say about the rock when he's being that good rock.
He's still good. Anyways.
He's still good. He still does the things, and we like it. But we're going to be taken to the Rift soon enough. Some interesting picks, as we noted, coming through for this last draft. And you love to see when on the Evil Geniuses side, for instance, they are 3-0 currently within their scoring. So having that opportunity to experiment a bit. We saw, for instance, in the Team Liquid game earlier, some experimentation coming through. So it's very on trend for the day.
Yeah, I think it makes sense given that we already talked about how EG is locked at #1. You can experiment a little bit more here. Jojo Pune feels like he's been playing the meta. You know, he's been doing what his coaches want. Yeah, I can play the Corki, I can play the Victor, I can play the TF. Now he's like, guys, it's the last game. Let me have some fun. Here you go. Here's your Tryndamere, Jojo. Show everyone why they should be excited about you.
He played a lot of things like Silas last year, just a lot of versatility in the picks that he brings through his pool. So I am pretty stoked that we get to see that.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big thing that people were talking about with him was like, hey, this kid's got great hands and he's really aggressive. You should be excited about him. You actually have to put him on something aggressive so we can see that. His TF was pretty aggressive. I'll give him that. That was a very good game out of him.
Now that we're actually loaded onto the Rift and we can tell you for sure, Jojo Pune, yeah, definitely on that Tryndamere. Impact definitely back on that Renekton when we haven't seen him there for some time. Also worth noting how inspired on this Diana, specifically calling out in his interviews how he likes to capitalize upon the aggression of the rest of his teammates. So maybe a lot of playmaking potential for him to take onto this pick.
Yeah, I think I'll be interested to see how Dig wants to attack this Tryndamere. Lee Sin LeBlanc is a pretty gross combination for setting up a lot of kills on mid laners usually, but the Tryndamere might be able with the spin away to survive some of that. Plus when you hit 6, you have your ult to pop and kind of run away. He's a little hard to exploit in the early game. Starts Doran Shield, mostly just wants to focus on hitting the wave and farming up. And you see Blue wanting to play really aggressive, basically going melee range against him. In Jojo, it's a lot more of a pick focus on getting into the side lane with a really strong lead and then it just being annoying to deal with. You see a lot of Gale Force, Navori Quickblade, and you just want to keep slapping away at things.
Definitely a lot of split push potential, and you noted how River could maybe make some plays around Blue in that mid side, but just being on a very early aggressive jungler in general can really play to his strengths. We heard from the desk, for instance, them talking about the fact that he can have more of a facilitative play when comparing him to XU and really work into the aggression when needed, but being cool and collected. Jojo getting a lot of poke there in the mid lane, as you expect with LeBlanc and the burst that she can have right up front. Meanwhile, down a bot, getting the shove from Danny and Vulcan. Over on top, though, Fake God, he's going aggressive onto Impact. He does have the Gwen with a little bit of that extended range when empowering her abilities.
Yeah, maybe it's still early matchup favored Gwen, apparently.
A little bit.
Yeah. Impact gonna be fine under the turret. Doesn't have to worry about a dive. Lee Sin not quite there yet. I assume Inspired, being the big brain, MVP jungler from the LEC that he is, able to say, hey, don't worry about the timing on Lee Sin. He shouldn't be there quite yet. You're safe underneath the turret. So going ahead, farm up there, stay safe under. And Diana, a little bit less aggressive, 3-6. Won't be making too many plays before then. Just working with his bot lane's priority right now to go secure the Scuttle Crab in River.
It's pretty wild when we talk about the young potential of players like Jojo Pyun, of Danny down bot, but Inspired, former MVP. Oh, never mind, hold that thought. A little bit of a skirmish here. Double brew onto Neo and Biofrost, but they are within the safety of not just their wave, but close to the turret as well. So some aggro. But anyways, Inspired, only 19 years old, already has those accolades. So we think about how strong he is and how he is this facilitative point for the rest of the team to grow. But River looking to maybe make a play over here. Root directly onto Tryndamere, goes in with a Q, spin it away.
No way.
Jojo Pyun
No
finds
way.
safety under his turret. River, can you get away? He just takes the shots and leaves. Inspired flashes for it, gets the burn down. That is first blood for the young gun.
No way, River gets baited underneath the turret. Blue set it up so cleanly. He has the root, the guaranteed Q. He just thought that the Q was gonna finish him off. Jojo Pyun had time to flash out of the E, and then after that, River was playing chase down. I wonder if he popped his heal to increase his health. I'd have to see if he was holding it there. Maybe that's why the Q didn't execute. We'll see if we get this in slow motion. Yeah, so River does a good job landing the chain for guaranteed setup, or excuse me, Blue does, for River to take this. Yeah, I think the Mocking Shout actually might have reduced the AD enough that it didn't actually get the execute. If he got that off before it came in, I'm not sure. Jojo Pyun did something to live there because River was surprised the Q would not kill him. I was surprised that the Q was not enough to kill him. And Inspired just doing a good job punishing the overextension out of Dignitas.
After that, just so much escapability, spinning, slashing away, and then, oh no, there's a jungler on the other side here to punish me for that. But what a way to crack open this game. Evil Geniuses taking that lead with first blood. But down here, bot, Neo is on the Jinx. A pick that we have talked about time and time again because of her prevalence within this meta.
Yep.
And starting to get that farm shored up here. A little short with the E from Vulcan, but looking for some extended harass to allow Danny to clear this up.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's nice about the Senna pick is just the sustain that you have to not need to be super clean with your engages. As long as you're not going to get all in, you're pretty safe to keep looking for them time and time again. So that is one of the things that Senna can do. It's why, like, yeah, Biofrost had a nice punish on Danny when Vulcan stepped out of lane you saw earlier, but it just gets healed up so easily. And the range that Senna has makes her pretty hard to punish, and it really enables some good roaming for your support to go out on the map and try and affect something.
And it's an eat good Senna who's going to keep eating good down there in bot one. So when Vulcan has the opportunity, he can roam up to make sure that there's some additional security from the jungler moving up there, but over in the top side, still going to continue getting that poke down. We saw Fake God on Gwen and how much damage you can output right off the bat. Level 6 means the needle work. The first one connects, but the second one does not. So Impact stays alive, having that dominance pop for himself.
Yeah, good job by Fake God, though, forcing the flash out with the use of Ignite. That's exactly what you want to do in this matchup. Make sure that he is not able to flash away should your jungler come back up there again. Now you have a shorter cooldown on Ignite for when you want to make a repeat play. Next time he won't be able to flash away.
Meanwhile, over on the bot side, the Drake was not quite completed when Inspired started poking it down before. Right now, able to get the Scuttle. A couple of red side control wards on the outskirts in the enemy jungle alongside that bot lane bush. So maybe have some kind of semblance of knowledge, but Evil Geniuses are taking the first Drake under their belts.
Yeah, Diana, now that she's 6, becomes a lot bigger of a threat. Now she actually has some crowd control to bring to her ganks. Her flash is on cooldown, but it should be up in around a minute and a half. And so you want to get kind of deep wards, I feel, against Diana to really see her coming a little bit early, because she can be such an explosive ganker. If you don't see her, you know, just coming flying out of the fog of war, pulling you in with an ultimate, especially if you're comboing with CC in the lanes, which both top and bot do have. So it's going to be something that Dignitas have to be very mindful of going forward now in the game.
And while Diana is level 6, River's still waiting to get there at level 5. Bot lanes too, not quite with the ultimates ready for them.
Yeah, I mean, River is in a bit of trouble after Inspired focused more on clearing. River went for that aggressive play underneath the mid turret. Not only does he die, Inspire's the one who gets the kill and gets to keep his farm up now. So already a 20 CS advantage for Inspired, as well as the kill. He's well on his way to picking up his mythic item. And then Diana can just kind of play pretty free, honestly, not have to worry so much about face checking the Lee Sin.
Yeah, which is why Leeson just going to hang out in his own jungle, say, all right, I need this time. Let me be for a little bit. I need my personal space. But Inspired pushing upon him. Red buff is the target, does get completed and finished off by River. A little bit of a Q thrown out by Inspired after blast coning over the wall. And since he knows where the enemy jungler is, it gives him that freedom to start up this Rift Herald.
Yeah, push him out. Vulcan moved up as well, yet was in the back pocket of Inspired the whole time. Now they're going to turn that into a Drake take. Jojopian playing zoning duty, though, chasing Biofrost out.
Keeping his eyes on Biofrost, steps away from the Q from River, who's now circling around. Impact has exited from the lane to keep his eyes on this objective. Jojopian getting some zoning out from Blue, who's making the rotation, but nobody wants to follow up here. So objective secured for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Neo even kind of made the move up there. I'm a little surprised given that Blue was half health and kind of low mana. It didn't really look like they had a way into that fight. And EG get it for free, and Senna already on the reset, gonna get a small tempo advantage now. And Vulcan's just gonna help shove this wave out and meet him down in the bot lane.
Yep, supports already keeping their attention elsewhere for the moment being, but then now with Danny going and finding his way back to the bot lane, should continue to get up that farm. Has been fairly even in the later portions. Jojo deep into enemy territory, swinging away on the Biofrost. Chompers end up landing directly below him, gets the zap as well, activates the ultimate in the Undying Rage to exit. Vulcan and Inspired were here for backup if needed. Oh no! Ultimate thrown out from Neo, gets the finish up onto Jojopian as soon as that ultimate expires.
Perfectly timed by Neo there, betrayed a little bit by his team. I don't forget which one it hit, but the AoE explosion finishing off Jojopian. Nice punish there. I mean, sometimes when you're playing Tryndamere, you really do think you're unkillable, but there is a window on that. Just a little bit too far forward there.
Just a little bit of something that you have to be aware of. Darren in top, though. Fake God looking to get the lockdown onto Impact after that ultimate. Feeling good in the 1v1.
Impact thinking that he could take him there. Ignite came back up. Might have mistimed that all in a little bit, but it looked good initially. Just couldn't get his Q cooldown up. I think he was waiting on trying to finish him off. Fake God finished him before his snip came back up too, so not what you want to see. It's going to get worse quickly for Renekton in the side lane. If the Gwen gets ahead and can complete her Riftmaker and start snowballing on the Renekton, it gets ugly fast.
And the games we saw earlier from Gwen, it was a bit more tempered because not getting that opportunity to really snowball. But at this point, with a kill under your belt, able to get that back, work towards that mythic item, so you can just be just that much more of a threat in the later portions of the game. But Evil Geniuses, while the gold is still fairly even, only about half a K, they're still maintaining that level of control, still warding up, and still looking for their opportunities.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting game because it's the first time that both teams are matched in the 1-3-1 idea. So if Jojopian gets ahead, but so does Fake God, what lane assignments do you start to do? It starts testing your lane assignment and knowledge of matchups a lot harder as he's trained up again.
Another lock with the ethereal change means River can follow up, but Undying Rage popped once again by Jojopian. This time he can safely retreat, but did have to expel those resources. Over on top though, we got the teleport coming in onto the red side turret. Impact, Vulcan, and Inspired on the retreat because of it. Blues made his way through. Get some autos onto Vulcan, who uses Hex Flash out of this. Meanwhile, Biofrost has come through, lands for a moment onto Impact, but just gonna get the disengage with the waves coming through in the fray.
Yeah, nice stun by Impact there.
Good though.
So a lot of map movements going on. They get the chunk out on Jojopian. Hold on, they're still going.
Oh no, Fake God now the subject of 3. Biofrost bringing his way into it to activate the ultimate after flashing. Or not getting the ultimate until this very moment. River finds the safety of getting the safeguard on to an enemy, but in the end it's Impact that falls. 2 for 1 right now. Dignitas losing, and Jojopian, after shoving up in that mid lane, finds Blue right in front of his face. Swings over the wall, a flash from Blue, answered by a flash into the red pit, and Jojopian a thumbs up just to emphasize his escape.
Oh man, Jojopian almost dies, but barely gets out again. This game is basically a highlight reel of Jojopian almost dying and sometimes getting out. Sometimes still dying. Yeah. That was a slight misplay. Hold on, there's a rocket going right for him.
Rocket right.
Whoa.
Oh, he saw it.
Yeah,
just
someone called it out. They were like, move!
Whew.
Oh God.
Oh, sweat forming on my brow.
Yeah, this is some white knuckle gaming.
You know, it's definitely, I think his goal is just to narrowly survive enough times where you forget about where he didn't actually make it out.
Yeah, this is a crazy game. There's so many similarities in the team comps. Not only all the 1-3-1 stuff, but the 80 carries having global ultimates to support team fights. You saw in that top lane skirmish, Biofrost actually had a nice counter engage, but then the Senna ult ripped through that fight, giving his entire team extra shields to help support there. So EG were able to snowball that topside fight after a nice rotation from Dignitas. They kind of chunked out JoJo and then felt safe enough to get the inside track after Fake God, you know, survived the attempt where they were looking at if they wanted to dive him or not.
You know, we've just known so many Jinx rockets and the like. Oh, Root coming on JoJo. He had the ultimate though, so he pops it again.
Yeah, might get the kill though.
Swinging, finds the right one, gets him down. JoJo Pune now 1-1-1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that was really well done. Able to sneak the auto in on the W and going to melee range, sets him up to then spin aggressively. It's something you have to keep in mind as LeBlanc. If you take your W in, you're going to end up back where you started. And if the Tryndamere hasn't used his spin away, he can spin back in on you and then slow you with your chicken chow and then keep hitting you. So there is a couple more nuances that you do have for the Tryndamere to actually win this matchup. If the LeBlanc ever blows the full combo there and doesn't actually get the chance to kill, this could also be one of those matchups that starts getting bad very quickly because JoJo Pune can build defensive stuff and lifesteal and all these things to help in the side lane where it's a lot harder for the LeBlanc to itemize against the Tryndamere going forward.
You're talking about the nuance. I like bringing it down just to what the tweets say. Spindamere! JoJo's nuts. That's all you need to know. It's enough.
Brevity is the soul of wit.
Mm-hmm.
I said how many words? The tweet got me beat.
Yeah, I like all your words, Mark. They're good.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Appreciate this game, too. It's pretty wild. We already talked about what we were looking forward to with the draft, but getting to see it in action and just kind of that high-octane moments that you're really able to see when you
still there.
It's like that. He's chilling. He's starting back. Oh no, JoJo Pune alone down here. Wave shoved in by Neo and Biofrost, and they have the range so they continue just poking him down to keep him out so they can focus down on the turret. Also, know that Vulcan is coming down from the opposite side. There is a ward that will catch him out, but Neo and Biofrost do back in time so they won't be sandwiched here. Biofrost almost looking like he wants to go for the play, but we also have Inspired coming down with Danny too, so multiple members of EG ready to contest if needed.
Yeah, I mean, right now, EG has already swapped their bot lane to the mid despite no turrets being down. I guess the top turret for EG, but the bot lane being up, the mid one being up, it's a little earlier than you often see, but you do get the inside track then on those rotations to come down and force the bot lane of Dignitas out of their pushing situation, because if you don't respect it, Vulcan's going to end up behind you, Inspired's going to end up behind you, and now that we're past 14 minutes again, they have that lane ward, so even the Renekton can join in on a TP play here if it's up.
Yeah, Unleashed teleport can be such a threat, the traditional teleport of
Damn,
times.
Inspired's rich.
You got that good money. Impact getting those good shots from Fake God though, throws it back, activates the Lord Dominus. Fake God gets the kill on the off of that action, but JoJo Pune manages to answer it back.
Fake God gets the 1-for-1 in 2v1, ends up at 2-2-1 now with his scoreline. Looking pretty good, but God, I just wonder, can he handle the Tryndamere?
That's the problem, I think, that we have to ask ourselves when JoJo Pune, we've seen it in some of those moments, but oh, all right. So let's see, what's Dash had to say? My weekly wager tweet, 14 minutes into the game. Dragons are even at 1-1, but EG finds themselves a 4K.
All right, this is BS.
Okay.
Dash tweeted this 1 second ago.
Well, it's a scheduled tweet, right?
That's what he says. I don't buy that.
You think
it's literally the game state. 1-1 in Dragons, Diana carrying up 4K. No. That's not real.
I need confirmation if Mr. Dash is actually a fortune teller or if he's just scamming us all.
Well, instead we might watch Danny die while
Maybe.
we figure out.
River's hanging out over in the Raptor pit. Go over the wall if needed. Vulcan clearing out the ward, so River has made his way actually down towards the bot side where Impact currently resides. He just shoved up that wave, still has a turret available, so he's not really in dangerous territory.
God, I feel like River has been so close to having an amazing game. Just ended up a little bit short a couple of times in a row. Lee Sin is a champion where you can run over the game. If you start getting fed, you get your early gore drinker, you start being able to 1v1 everyone on the map, and you can see the potential that River has and why he was brought over. But this game just showed up a little bit late a couple times, wasn't able to find the angle, or just slightly outplayed by JoJo Pune, and now you're in the Lee Sin situation where you actually fell behind the state of the game, and you feel a little useless. He's still looking for angles, looking for insect kicks in, because that's basically what he is at this point in the game.
you can see the wheels turning in his head when wanting to try and make those plays, but then just getting a little stopped up by EG in their positioning. As far as the map state right now, though, Impact still residing over in that bot lane, does have his teleport available. Same with Glenn, who's actually joining the fight. Whoa, what a burn down, Neo. They no longer have their bot laner, and meanwhile, over towards the Riverside, a solar flare to try and get an additional kill onto River. They have lost 3 members on the side of Dignitas, and Blue, he's got to escape right now. Uses the blast cone to get away.
Dignitas just not respecting the potential for EG around that mid lane turret as they dropped it. Jojo Pune saw Neo just positioned too far forward, jumped on his face. Blue able to get the W off during the stun to get out of there. Nicely done, but a quick 3-0 as Dignitas were mounting a counterattack. They were looking for flank opportunities, and EG were just too fast on the play. They're the ones who actually pulled the trigger.
And because of that, positioned in a way where they can safely drop down that Rift Herald, finish off that bot side turret. So now they have officially cracked into the side lanes. All right, let's see what Spawn had to say. Thank God for Jojo Pune. Sick of seeing Victor versus Corki. Okay. Glad an aggressive mid is changing the NA meta. Already 3-0.
This was supposed to be at 14 minutes. I don't think he was 3-0 at 14 minutes. He was 3-1 after that kill, so wrong.
Wrong, but what we got right is a play here for EG side. Danny gets the kill credit after a nice setup from Vulcan. So Blue and Biofrost, who were originally rotating down, have to back off. Fake God shoving up that top wave, though, so they can officially crack into a turret in their own favor.
Yeah, River and the rest of Dignitas trying to work their way in around that objective bounty in the top side, hoping to pick someone off in rotation, but just ended up face checking. Now EG have the control of this side, wanting to make a play on Fake God, able to get away, and a 7,000 gold lead out of nowhere for them.
Look at that. Bounties available to Dignitas because of the breadth of that gold lead that EG have established. Confidence in the way EG can funnel over towards this top side. Jojo Pune spending a lot of his tension in recent times to usher that wave to take a tier 2 now. And even if anybody tried to turn things back onto him, the rest of EG is here and ready to stay. Vulcan, all right, this isn't where I want to go.
Vulcan was like, I don't know if I need to flash here, but I just blast coned like an idiot, so I'm going to flash away so this doesn't end up in a montage reel somewhere. So nicely done there to escape potential death and join up with the rest of his team.
Still doesn't need it to get with the rest of them, so he says, hey, I moved quick enough on my own. It's fine, it's fine. But meanwhile, over mid, Jojo Pune keeps on the offset of 3 members of Dignitas, but Vulcan is looking for the collapse, throws down the solar flare to finish off the kill onto River. Another blast down from a Jinx rocket to get the kill onto Jojo Pune. Teleport from Impact, prematurely activating his dominance so that he can go in more effectively, and the stun up onto Neo. Immobile as he is, he cannot escape. 2 down on the side of Dignitas, 1 for Evil Geniuses as they continue their pursuit over onto this Baron side.
Yeah, River died early on in that. Jojo Pune again. Blue trying to save this situation. If you can finish off Danny, they might not be able to do this Baron. It might still be a little early, but that's the power of the Senna, being able to heal up so quickly.
Trying to take out any wards that Dignitas throw into this pit as well. The 4 members of Evil Geniuses have been funneled into the pit, and Biofrost standing on the outskirts to see if he needs to get some CC and try and turn it, but they decide not to. Evil Geniuses inspired, securing the objective and the Red Bull Baron buff.
10k gold lead up for EG.
That's a big one. I have scheduled this tweet to say that Inspired should be taking over the game by now, says Emily Rand.
Might be the most accurate since I don't believe in dashes. Jojo Pune did kind of take the game over. He's got a Flame Horizon going officially now in the jungle over River. He is absolutely monstrous. You saw the gold lead that he had. We talked a lot more about Jojo Pune just because he's like on the edge, knife edge between life and death. He's a little bit easier to watch, but Inspired really has the most dominant performance over his counterpart, you could say. Though Jojo has looked really good himself. It's been a crazy game, honestly. It's 16 kills, but I feel like every moment someone's about to die.
Highest bounty for Inspired too. I feel like there's a lot of little things that we could try and bring out to bring the argument in Emily Rand's favor. So I like the take, Emily. I like the take. And I like what Evil Geniuses are bringing to the table in terms of play. With the Baron buff that they have, they can escort this wave down mid. They've been able to just chunk down a lot of these turrets on the side lanes, and now taking down the mid one will give them the opportunity to crack open the map more and more as necessary. Already a lot of aggressive warding down on that bot side jungle for Dignitas. So Evil Genius is feeling secure in their push right now. Jojo Pune making sure to stand by that bot side.
Yeah, good job getting wards out in general between the two lanes that they want to move between. And Impact, the side that they don't have vision control, is in the jungle clearing them out. So Biofrost got an angle to try and find one side to get vision control, but EG know that that's the side they have to stick their tank on to mark any potential flanks. Doing a good job pushing in with this Baron buff. Jojo Pune playing off on the flank.
And Blue just wants to try and get in range to get some of the poke onto them and try and keep them away when they know it's going to take time for that next wave to come through in mid lane. Same with bot. Dignitas not working with a lot of vision of their own. They really only have some established over on that top side, so it's difficult for them to extend beyond their just base area right now. A solar flare thrown down by Vulcan to zone off Neo. Difficult for him to poke away when there's a lot of CC coming his way. Biofrost goes in, gets a charm onto 2, but gets stunned up and taken down. Inspired with a kill credit. Fake God now on the retreat, throws down some needlework, but it doesn't hit anybody, which means Evil Geniuses more secure in their health totals to take down that inhibitor and continue the push.
Don't have any minions yet, but there's still 20 seconds left on the Baron. They will get the mid ones in time to get a small bit of a Baron push in. Looks like they're going to prioritize getting the bot lane inhibitor turret, playing it smart, not trying to rush the end of the game. Get your 2 inhibitors down, get your reset, spend all that gold from all that global gold that you're getting, get your items, and then position up for the end of the game.
Feeling good about the healing that Danny provides, so even as they're getting poked down rather a little bit when going for those inhibs, they feel okay. Now they can back off, take the safe play. River, though, runs into a Jojo Pune here in the jungle, tries to pursue him a bit, but Inspired's coming on the opposite direction, connects with the Q in pursuit, and River is dead. Fake God coming on down for a moment, but there's nothing he can do about it at that point. Biofrost also looking to potentially get collapsed, but joins Fake God over in the side lane, and Evil Geniuses keeping around. They want to stay here. They're saying, I like it. This part of the Rift feels nice to me.
Yeah, get the pick off on River. Maybe you don't have to do the reset move. Right into grabbing the 3rd inhibitor instead. They rotate up there. Jojo's back up to full health after grabbing that red buff as well. And with River down, that's kind of one of the main engage tools available for Dignitas. It's going to be easy to grab this. EG might not reset at all, but now they're going to have triple inhibitors down. You can potentially just sit on top of them here, not let them out of their base, and wait for the double super creeps to show up.
Oh, Lad looking for the 5v5. Ultimate onto Blue. They pop him. The Leona ultimate's going to come up in just a little bit. Impact getting his and actually backing off. Fake God now the target of Jojo Pune, who's exhausted. Fake God goes into stasis to keep himself alive, and Jojo Pune backing off as soon as he activates that ultimate. 3 down on the side of Dignitas. The remaining 2 of the bot lane of Neo and Biofrost retreating into their fountain for a little bit of sustainability. But meanwhile, Danny's healing up everybody, keeping Inspired, keeping Jojo Pune on it. They take down 1 turret. They take down another one. Biofrost shielding up Neo so he can get additional poke, but Inspired goes golden himself. Danny can get another hit onto the enemy ADC. Biofrost can't hold it on its own. Evil Geniuses undefeated in the group stage.
Evil Geniuses break out a different comp, finish out their group extremely well. And not only have they gone 4-0, Gabby has finished her first cast on the LCS stage.
You know, all I've wanted in my life is signature Emily Rand artwork. This makes me so happy. I don't know if you can hear, but she was saying that she did it earlier. Yes! You know, I'm gonna have to hang that on my wall.
I have
Congrats,
one
Gabby,
quick
you're
question.
awesome.
One quick question for the both of you. I know you're keeping eagle eyes out for our tweets. Just wanted to get from the both of you who you think is the winner, the loser of that whole.
You cheated!
What do you mean I cheated? What do you mean I cheated? Yours was not believable at all. I'm pretty sure I'm going with Emily. It felt like the most real.
Yeah.
What? But it was the lowest risk. It was low risk.
But it was accurate.
It was accurate, I will give you that. But by accuracy, then it's probably me.
I don't know if you're getting guys getting picked up at all on the microphone.
We probably are. Okay, we'll get out of here. You're amazing. Congrats.
Thank you. EG as well, deserving a lot of claps for them too.
Geniuses.
It's been a good day.
It's one thing to be one of the most hyped up teams coming into Lock-In Tournament. It's another to actually live up to that, not just because of your young guns popping off, but the veteran voices like Vulcan that you're looking to come through and really take a leadership hold of this team.
I don't know if I said Danny's name that entire game either, but he was incredible on Senna. He played a pretty flawless Senna game. I think it ended 4-0-8. He looked great. We already talked about Inspired and all like the impacts. Jojo Pune as well. always cast EG games, and I almost never mention Vulcan, but he's playing well every time. I feel like I never give him enough credit during the cast because there's always something else to be looking at. This was another incredible game out of Vulcan as well.
Isn't that the life of a support sometimes? You don't necessarily get to do the flashy part, but you help your team in the process.
Yeah, I guess. Sometimes it's the engagement, and you feel like all you're talking about is the supports engages or their roaming or their vision control. But when like Tryndamere almost dead 10 times in the first 5 minutes of the game, it's like, well, I guess I'm talking about that.
That's the thing about Tryndamere, a pick like that. When we saw Darshan last year, in Academy, that's something that he would pick out, and that felt like the rare occurrence. So I'm happy that somebody else has brought it through, not in the top lane, but here in the mid lane, and it was a sight to see for sure.
Yeah, definitely the case. Dignitas, not dead. They are still moving on in the best of 5. They have some things to learn from this game. I thought it looked good for Fake God, taking an actually skill matchup as opposed to just weak side tank play. I think it showed that you can invest in him. Like that looked okay. River flew in this week. You could, I think, see some of the miscommunication a little bit, but you see the talent as well that he has.
It would be very understandable if things were a little rough at
Yeah.
the start, but I think that they did show some of their potential for the later portions of this season. Now, we're going to go ahead and buy them some time to get back to the desk. Appreciate them running all the way over here to say hello and join Pastry Time and Impact for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Gabby. Great cast on the day. I'm here with Impact to get a little bit of a lowdown on that game. Impact, how does it feel to be the only undefeated team still in LCS lock-in?
Give me a second. I literally say just 1 second. Guys, I cannot hear. Quiet, please. Guys. Okay, good.
The Zoom is too loud again?
Good. Yeah, I mean, Zoom is always, loud. It's not quiet. I can hear again, but it's fine. I can do. So, I mean, 4-0 I'm feeling good, but last game I doesn't like it because my performance played bad. I mean, I got bait from Grand Classic one, like H-Blow and Tri-Odin that I got bait. And yeah, but my teammates play well, so it's fine.
Yeah, seems like the team's doing pretty well. Were you surprised that the team was doing well so quickly?
Oh wait, I'm really sorry. Okay, good. This good. Okay, what you say? Sorry.
Were you surprised that your team was doing well so quickly?
No, I was respected that my teammates good, Vulcan, and I'm already know Dennis play well. I mean, today actually Jojo play well too. Before Jojo to me something make mistake, but he play well today. And who's that? Danny, yeah, play also well, and Inspire, yeah, Inspire is great, good jungler. I mean, I already know that long time ago, so.
And then I know you had a funny tweet recently. How does it feel to be kind of the grandpapa among the younger players on EG?
I mean, I don't know. My feel is not same. Like, I'm not feel like I'm older than them. My feel like just friend. So, not like, my feel like I cannot see gap, like old person and young people, that gap. So, I like it, that meme too. I mean, today I was bored, actually. I play.
Well, certainly the team were able to pull you through. In fact, thank you so much for talking to me.
Yeah. Thanks to interview to me too. I mean, I got surprised because I have interview because I Inter, so I was not expected. Thanks to invite and thanks to guys watching LCS and see you after 2 days.
Anytime, in fact. Happy to chat to you. With that, though, we are going to throw it back to the State Farm Analyst Test to wrap up the day.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time. He may not have expected to be interviewed, but I'm so glad that he is the one that we got, especially with whatever commotion was happening
the best
there
part
in
was
the
like, shut up so I can do this.
Also, I love that because he goes, I don't feel old. Yeah. And yet I have to tell everyone around me to be quiet all the time, right? Yeah. Something like that. Well, good on EG, the only undefeated team coming out of the group stage now at 4-0. That's going to feel good for them, a squad that has only gotten better, honestly, since their inception as an organization. And we are going to dive into a little bit of this game itself and how it played out. But of course, we have to circle back around to our weekly wager. As everybody at home may already or may not know, at stake here is a can of Flamin' Hot Cheetos Mountain Dew. And so what we're going to do is we're going to refresh everyone's memories on the tweets that were scheduled to be put out, and we're going to kind of debate maybe the accuracy, the risk involved, and try and figure out who ultimately should be deemed the winner. So we're going to start with Emily Rand here. I have scheduled this tweet to say that Inspired should be taking over the game by now. So,
had you seen the Diana pick?
No.
Okay.
So
That's a cold tweet. No matter what.
Oh, yeah, no.
So here's
This
what I
is-
will say. I will say it is accurate and was accurate at the time that it went out.
Yes.
However, it was incredibly low risk.
It was.
It was
Inspired is a very good player.
By now, right? This unspecified, you know,
what does that
kind
mean?
of, you know, and so I don't know. I waffle on this one. I waffle
Lukewarm
on
takes
this one.
are my brand.
It
So
was
I'm just
accurate,
being
though.
true to myself.
It was accurate, and you managed to actually schedule a tweet together, which is
Yes.
Next up is my buddy Jake Spawn Tiberi over here, who says, "Thank God for Jojo Pyun. Sick of seeing Victor and Corky. I'm so glad that we have an aggressive mid who's changing the North American meta. He's already 3-0.
And I meant 3-0 his score, not his team score, which I think everyone misunderstood and therefore flamed my tweet. But what I meant was he was 3-0, and at 15 minutes when the tweet came out, he was 2-1, and I hadn't seen Champ Select yet when I did it.
So Spawn was the first to get his tweet out, or in terms of schedule,
Yeah.
like he was the first to get it typed done. He correctly predicted to a degree, I think, the fact that we would see a different meta and an aggressive, volatile one that might support a 3-0. However, just missed that detail of being correct on the score.
True.
So we may have to dock some points there. Let's go ahead.
A lot of points.
A lot of points? Okay. Well,
That's
we have to
just
deduct
because-
a lot of points for that, Raz.
Yeah.
How many do you think we got to deduct for this?
I tried, man.
Because this was so heartbreaking, like in a number of ways. Raz, the most basic tenet, the most basic rule of this whole game was schedule the tweet to go out during the game.
Why would they auto-schedule it for 5 days
Raz,
from now?
do you know what today is?
What you did.
I didn't do anything with it. I just looked at the time and
You,
said, yeah, that
you
makes
clearly did not do anything right, at least. January 26th. So we will have to wait on bated breath to find out if Raz's January 26th tweet
But you
is
saw the tweet.
correct.
I manually put it out. You saw the tweet.
Okay, so what did the tweet say
Oh
here?
my
Okay,
God.
I can go back to
Yeah,
it.
pull back up. What did the tweet say? Because we actually haven't even evaluated the correctness
Okay,
of the tweet.
so I will do a dramatic reading.
Please do.
Spawn is old,
Yes.
bald, and glassed fish in the head for 0. There's a story behind that. Also, Inspired will get a triple kill in a Herald fight to doom the game for Dig. That didn't happen.
Okay, so one of those things is half true. I mean, like
That's
what's
fully true.
You know, the old point is about half true.
Balding. I will say not bold.
Exactly.
Balding.
I can't see the hair from here.
Jumping the gun on that one.
Oh my God.
So I don't know. To me, it feels like Raz is just straight up the loser. I know we said we were going to pick
What?
a winner, and the winner was going to choose the loser. Feeling pretty lost at that point. I don't know how everyone
Raz, you
else
didn't even
lands on
schedule
this.
the
Look, the
Didn't even schedule the
original,
tweet.
I still tweeted.
You didn't even get the
all
basic-
right?
okay.
I still tweeted.
I obviously
that
have to.
tweet to
I
go
have
out
to disqualify
randomly
myself because
on a
I was
Wednesday.
just weirdly accurate. I don't really know how that happens, but we'll chalk it up to beginner's luck.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to disqualify myself. I don't think I get to win this. So
I don't
really, I
think we
think
can do
it
that.
comes down to winning between these two over
I vote
here.
for Spawn, honestly.
And if
You
Emily's
vote
going to vote
for
for Spawn,
him?
I
He
kind
took
of.
more risks than I did.
That's to me why I'm going to go with
Yeah.
Spawn. Not only did Spawn take more risks, he was still very close to being fully accurate in his tweet, and he was the first to lock it in and get the tweet out correctly. So
I don't know if it matters who won, because as long as Raz didn't
gets
win,
won.
everyone
Right.
else was picking Raz to drink the can.
Yeah.
So
Raz is gonna
Spawn
have to
wins. He gets to choose. Who would you
Just
like?
so you know, my tweet wasn't about you. It was about Spawn, the player, the AD carry.
Oh, is
Yes,
that what happened?
yes.
Raz, drink
Lies.
the damn drink.
Take a damn drink.
Let's go.
This is
I
for
do want
Raz.
to taste
I
it.
want to see the
Can you
color
have
of
my-
it.
Yeah, well, first, okay, so Raz, you have your own cup. Then I'll
Okay.
pour you a little bit because
Yeah.
you want to taste a little bit, so we can go ahead and see what this.
is-
Oh my God!
And it's so orange.
The color of that is
A
so
little bit more.
bright.
I think
You want a little bit
yeah,
more?
I think it
Yeah,
might be
can
tasty.
the camera zoom in on the
Okay,
color
well, I'm gonna pass
of
that
thing?
down, and then I'll fill up. Raz, you get a full cup. No,
Can I see
You can't do that to me. No. I'm not gonna finish it.
All right, and then I'll take the rest.
Bottoms
Because
up,
like I
Raz.
said, I'll always solidarity,
make
baby.
me sneeze.
I'm never gonna make an analyst do something I'm not willing to do
Okay, all right.
myself. Wait, cheers me!
Oh, I actually got a whip of it. I got a whip. No. Good luck. Good luck.
Cheers. I'm not
dying.
gonna breathe. Oh, yeah.
Oh my God. Spawn just chugged the whole thing.
Oh wait,
I'll drink it.
that's not as bad as I thought it was gonna be.
Raz?
I gulped.
Wait, did you really just drink that whole thing?
Damn, dude. It's impressive.
All right. That tastes.
I'm feeling it aftermath.
How would you describe the taste? Help me out here, Raz. Raz?
Spicy, I guess.
Spicy, I guess. How would you describe it?
I would say it tastes like Fanta that's going to give you heartburn.
Yes.
Fanta that's going to give you heartburn.
Oh my God, my stomach hurts from laughing.
Yeah, there's a bit of that kind of old orange soda taste, right? And then
definitely some
like you
heartburn.
ate a chili and it made it halfway down. And you're like, oh, that's gonna bother me.
So thankfully it's
for
not
the rest of the night.
that
you know?
hot because I was able to
It's like one
gulp
of
it
those
down.
things.
But it's still hot.
So we should have spread it out, is what you're saying, to make this more painful for you. Next
I feel like
time,
that wouldn't be a
We'll
problem.
take notes for future weekly wagers.
I'll schedule the tweet next time.
Please do. Please do. Evil Geniuses. 4-0.
Yeah.
Jojo Pian. He did not have 3 kills, but he had 2, like you said. He brings out the Tryndamere into a matchup where he's definitely going to get bullied early on the LeBlanc. We even had that early, gank attempt and dive attempt, and yes, the kill went back the other way, but ultimately, this guy continues to impress.
Yeah, and I think that the thing is he hasn't had like that outstanding pop-off game yet that I think a lot of people were expecting. But I also think that there is a danger as a 17-year-old rookie that you come into the LCS, you can't handle the big stage and you get run over, and that hasn't happened either. So he definitely looks like he belongs, and he's starting to build towards looks like could be a very, very promising split. And the team is having success around him. As you mentioned, like the counter gank and setting up on the side lane plays. This is an EG lineup that I like to watch play the game. I think they're very structured and they're very aggressive.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about the configuration of the team, like having a lot of veterans who know how, like, that can stabilize, and then players that want to push it a little bit more. So like Danny and 100% Jojo Pian are players that want to push it. They have a lot of faith in their individual mechanics. We already saw a few instances in this game, and a lot more examples in the past. He's incredible. I actually thought I came in pretty down on Jojo Pian because I was expect, okay, maybe take a little bit more time, right? Never expect an academy player to come in the first few days and start performing instantly, and that's what's happened.
Yeah, and I think that the biggest takeaway for Jojo, for me personally as a coach, is like at times I think that he has looked lost in games in academy. At times he has underperformed. He was a little bit of a coin flip player. But every single mid laner I talk to, whether it's like Harry, Bradley, whether I talk to mid laners from other teams, they say playing against him is tough. He makes the laning phase for you difficult. He makes the mid game for you difficult. And I think that a player's ability to press onto Summoner's Rift is like inherent. You can't really teach that. So he's at a great level already to be able to kick off.
From there, I'll push us forward to Inspired, the person you threw your tweet out about, Emily, and his performance. Again, a major part of that counter and being able to get something back nice and early.
Yeah, and I mean, it speaks to the communication of this team, but also just Inspire's understanding of like where he needs to be. I really loved the Diana pick. Diana is something that we've either seen banned away or teams just haven't wanted to pick her up. I really loved her in this composition where you're also going to have the Tryndamere diving in, and they're all going to be supported by healing from the Senna. And I thought he did so much in controlling the map for EG to set up a lot of these more aggressive dive plays that they wanted to go for.
Yeah, and I think that the European players have always had a really great understanding of tempo and kind of when it's your turn, when it's the opponent's turn, and how you can set traps around that. And I think that we're seeing like a prime LEC player come over into the LCS now and understand exactly those timings that Emily's talking about and just facilitating it and the communication to the rest of the team. This guy's always in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to kind of piggyback off that, talking about just he has a great understanding of lane states.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times, like a good example was that mid dive, right? He was already there. He's moving to lanes knowing that there's a high likelihood of a gank happening, a dive happening, or even if it's like, okay, this seems like a volatile situation, I'm going to be there. So that's just akin to him understanding the map.
Another great game for Evil Geniuses, and they look clean now, sitting at 4-0. And of course, with great games also comes some great plays. And our Roccat play of the day goes to none other than Tony Top in that Golden Guardians team fight to get Baron. Let's take a look.
Fights that had, it was a collapse coming in from TSM, but I mean, we've seen a few great Gwen plays. We've seen great angles from Tony Top over the tournament so far, and this is just one of them.
And I think this is the kind of thing where I was like, maybe Iconic could have gone in a little bit sooner and they totally would have run this over a little bit more. As soon as that engage came in, I did like how Tony recognized, like, look, I can go over the top. I can finish these people off. I'm an incredibly strong Gwen. I'm looking forward to seeing more from him. Like, I liked a lot of what I saw from him previously in like the Proving Ground system.
Yep.
And it's a lot of, I mean, again, like you were talking about kind of coin flippy, taking a lot of risks. But I'd like to see him continue to grow with this team and see if they can kind of help hone that aggression and just have it be a little bit more timely.
And I like that they're setting him up for success. When you have an outrange comp that has a Gwen top laner, when you outrange, you know that the opponent has to come into you. Gwen is the happiest when the enemy team is coming into you. And when you draft against Golden Guardians, it's like drafting against a horde of coaches. They have a coach for every role and different times for AM and PM, let me tell you. So they get the drafting phase right in this game, and you can see that, you know, the free laning phase, coupled with the fact that the composition made sense for the Gwen, sets him up for a lot of success, and he executes on it.
You felt that. Yeah, you felt that.
I have felt it.
Yeah, all right. That's a real moment there for Spawn. Now on Sunday, we will be awarding a MasterCard Player of the Week, but it will be for the entirety of the group stage, which did just conclude. So you have from now until Sunday to tweet at MasterCard Nexus with your prediction of who you think is going to take the prize. And 15 of you from home who correctly predict the player that gets the award will also get a statue along with that player who receives them for themselves. Yeah, pretty cool thing.
That's
so
awesome.
Make sure you're throwing those tweets out. Also keep us apprised of any big plays like we had from Tony Top earlier throughout the rest of the split. But with the group stage set in stone, time for us to take one last look at those standings and see how they ultimately shook out. It's Evil Geniuses reigning supreme in Group B and the only team to be sitting undefeated at 4-0. Team Liquid just behind them in that second seed. Unfortunately, Immortals eliminated. On the flip side, Group A, you've got 100 Thieves and Cloud9. Yes, tied at 3-1, but because of the victory today, 100 Thieves get the top slot and C9 slots in 2.
I want to point out the 100 Thieves like recovery going into today because we talked about them dropping that game to FlyQuest previously. We wanted to see how 100T and C9 would end up, and I thought they had a really strong, dominant performance to kind of remind us that they are still tournament favorites.
Now, of course, that brings us to some bracketology, or shall I say, some bracketeering, whichever your choice of words.
We're here for
Bracketeering.
I'm a bracketeer.
We're not racketeering, we are bracketeering.
Yes.
There are 8 teams remaining and 4 quarter-final matchups. We got 100 Thieves versus Dignitas, Team Liquid versus FlyQuest, Evil Geniuses versus Golden Guardians, and then to close it out, we've got Cloud9 versus CLG. Raz, chomping at the bit for what?
Yeah, the spiciest one has to be C9 versus CLG. We talked about it a little earlier because we got a heads up on that one, but I mean, CLG is the team that's improving. They have a big high in terms of like what they can output as a team versus Cloud9 that I think we still need to kind of see their identity coming up. So for sure, Cloud9 is the favorites, but CLG might surprise.
I would be remiss if I didn't get your ultimate prediction for the bracket and the tournament as it will play out.
Okay.
Let's go.
Thank you
Before I
for
let
the
you go.
chance of redemption.
Yes.
Steve, if you're still listening, Steve,
God.
Team Liquid is obviously going to take the whole thing.
Okay.
Obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Wow. No
So,
bias
and
here.
who do they face? Do they face, because remember, they'd have to take down 100 Thieves in the semifinals.
You didn't have to say
get
that. I want
there.
to see him slip up on that.
So then who would be their finals matchup?
Obviously, AG.
It'll be EG, you
Okay.
think? Okay.
right.
So we get that Group B rematch then for the finals, which would be pretty sick to see if it all comes to fruition. That's going to conclude the group stages here in the lock-in tournament. We got 2 more days of play coming tomorrow and Sunday. So tune back in tomorrow. Remember, we started an hour earlier. On behalf of myself, the casters, the entire broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.